All right, we're back. Hold on one second. Oh, yes, please. Thank you. All right, we're back. That's part of the fun. We hit the YouTube time limit. Case stripped off the wizard.
It's gonna be a little while while people trickle in.
Yeah, till things trickle. All right. Sorry about that. Let me put a note in there for everyone. Oh, excuse me. All right, our folks coming back. We got you. Thank you guys for coming back and doing the thing. YouTube time limit. I think that's so people don't set up security cams at their house.
It's going to do it to us again, like right before we're done.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's on an 8-hour.
An 8-hour jump. Maybe we'll do a
or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we preempted the first one. Maybe we jumped the first one early enough, and the second one was like 9 hours.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
Which, if it's 9 hours, it would be fine.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Right? What can we do but see how it goes? Yeah. All right. Hey, thanks, guys. Yeah, nice paying attention.
Anticlimactic if we died with 8 minutes left.
Sorry, guys. YouTube has this sweet thing where they do a time limit because they don't want you to do your security cameras on the streaming on the YouTube channel. I guess I don't know why. Yeah, YouTube's a Packers fan. Hattori, you got it. Kurlingus. Great stuff. Okay, so we're back. We had Case running wild as a wizard. You did a great job, Case. We appreciate that. Thank you, darling. Got a new refreshed water with ice. It's so important. Ooh. Keep the voice going. You know, the nicest thing is my wife actually cares. She's concerned about me. She's like, when you take a break, I want you to get up. I want you to walk around. No blood clots. It's like being on a plane for too long. You got to move it. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes. Drink your water. Make sure. Okay, dear. Okay, dear. Okay, I'm going back on, dear. It's nice when somebody cares about you. Case doesn't know that, but you do, Colin. You're about to get married.
Of course.
Oh, man.
I mean, she put up with me all day today.
Colin, did you see his toes?
You were doing blue, right? I had to cut off right before you did them, I think.
They're multicolored.
Oh, okay.
like I wiped off the pie. He's keeping the toenail polish on.
Hey, I love it. That's awesome.
I've been distracted by him all night. I keep looking down and just staring at him.
Dedication.
No, I don't want to get mine done.
All right.
Sorry, I'm just working on
yeah, it's all good. Do what you gotta do.
There we go. Okay.
I know you guys probably. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. I'm just talking shit. I was
going to say, I know you guys probably talked a little bit about it today, but how about that Everson Griffin interview? Does that get you fired up or what?
Oh man.
Yeah, we talked about it.
And here's the thing. We talked about it a little bit, but here's the thing about it. People are saying, making a mountain out of a molehill. The more I think about it and the more I sit with it, the happier I am. Because I want somebody to make a mountain out of a molehill and give a shit on this team, because nobody seems to. Oh, wow, they've already marked us on our live one as limited ad suitability. They're like right away copyright striking us now before we can even do anything. Or not copyright,
what did we do this time?
We didn't. This is on the thing we just started in the last 3 minutes. It's already given us a hard time. Boy, that's not nice of them, is it? Case, it's probably your fault. Has something to do with
like
you.
The wizard.
They don't like the wizard, and they know you speak Australian. When you pulled out the see you next Tuesday, right?
Oh.
We know what happened. Terrible case. Bad case.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see. Get this stuff working. God. We love you, YouTube. We appreciate you being a streaming platform for us. Thank you. Please allow us to monetize. It's for St. Jude, for God's sakes. All right. Wizard case got me through my shower. Now I'm clean and satisfied. The and satisfied is the concerning portion there, Wisco. Wisco, look, I am all in. Probably starting at like 6 a.m. and doing some shots or something. I might go to town there and join you. But the same token, maybe I'll do it at 9 o'clock for the last 10 minutes of the show. I don't know, because I gotta go to sleep. Because we got Justin on, and I didn't tell you this case. Justin Rogers said he's going to write an article about us and what we're doing, the whole thing for the Detroit News. It's really cool. Yeah. So I want to be, especially when he's on again, I want to be in some state of professionalism, or just maybe really tired, but not drunk and tired. That's a bad combo for me. Things that I don't mean come out of my mouth. I'm an old man. Curlingus again. Dean Blandino's favorite username, Curlingus. Another little spot to remind Chris, I'll be back in 8 hours to hit the Chris Takes a Shot of Jaeger donor level. Oh my God. Thanks, Kerr. Appreciate it. Love you too, man. We'll see you. All right. Fine then. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. The lines, I've got those. This is super high tech stuff. Got the lights going on. If you guys think about it, I thought about a bubble machine, but I think that was just too, nah. But I can power anything that plugs in when the super chats come through or whatever. If you guys think of something cool that'd be there, let me know.
Get a fog machine.
Dude, you won't be able to see me by the time. Anytime we win, I'll have lung cancer because you won't be able to see me. I'll be seeing Colin saying, "Put me out. They gotta go to operate. I need a transplant." I thought about this.
Play Led Zeppelin instead of our show and have the fog and the lasers going on.
Jimi Hendrix. That's Jimi Hendrix is the perfect fog music.
Yeah.
Oh man. So yeah, I'm open. I'm out. Yeah. Oh yeah, Kerr. He did. He laughed at it, and he laughed hard at it. I mean, he like. We were like, okay, he laughed, and we started going. And
I don't
he's
think
still
he
going.
wanted to laugh, but then he realized he wasn't going to stop.
Yeah,
So.
it was so funny. It was so funny. Oh man, this is going to be the hard part. Like getting to sleep. The whole plan for the show here was my son was ready. He was going to do a whole bunch of editing, and as we went overnight, he was going to edit out all the interviews for us and have them in nice chunks, and we'd be able to say, hey, for the folks overnight who didn't see the Billy Sims interview, we're going to go ahead and play that for you. For those that didn't see the Dan and Jim and Tony interview, we're going to play that. We're going to do your game preview now for the thing, and we'd be able to kind of bop into those things, use the bathroom, have a quick break, that kind of thing. And it was a manual thing that you had to hit the record button before the interview started. And it was about 3 minutes into every interview that I'm like, oh shit, I didn't hit the record button, right? And then I'm like, well, I got to stop after 7 hours or 8 hours. So what I'll do is when I stop, I'll download, because you can download your own videos. I mean, you can also download other people's videos, but you can download through the front end your own videos from YouTube. And I said, I'll just give it to him and let him edit it out of there. So the first one got done. We got it. It told me 2.5 hours to download it. I'm like, what? It was 2.5 gigs. And it just what happened as this went out and I ran out of disk space. That all happened at the same time. And I don't have the right disk to carry this stuff. So whatever anymore. It's gonna be like 2 to 3 days before we get these clips up. Sorry guys, I'm sorry, but now I have to take huge 7-hour videos on an editing timeline and go to the 5-minute mark to find it and figure it out. So it's being me, whatever that is. All because I'm too dumb to hit a button at the right time. In case didn't remind me. All right, Case, what do we got for topics right now? Let's see. Beans don't get you drunk. More beans. It has been a while. Okay, let's make a milestone here. Let's think about it for Case to eat his next bean. He has to wake up. Where are we? We are currently at 14,365. Okay, $140 at 14.5. At 14.5.
I need to go in and change all the edit all of the posts on Reddit with the new.
While he's doing that, if we get to 14,500 case, we'll eat a bean. At 14,750, I will eat a bean. Case, I won't abandon you.
I think this will have to be my last one, though.
Okay.
How about I just take you to 1475 right now?
Sure thing.
I was gonna donate anyhow, so just do the math for me and let me know what
okay.
I can't.
$6,300. No. 14,750. This is great. 65. We're gonna get Case's last bean. Do you want to make it up to 69 too? Because we were not at our 69 cent mark.
Of course you got to keep it that, of course.
Okay, so it's 385.66.
Okay, let me write it down 1 sec.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the math one more. 14,750 minus 14,365. Yep. Oh wait, let me do the math one more time. I'm gonna do it with the change so I don't screw this up. 14,750 69. I'm so stupid. Minus 14,65. Boy.
While you're doing that, I'll run downstairs and A, take a leak, and then B, grab a bean.
Okay, brother. Poor Case. He's not built for the beans. He's definitely not built for those beans. 385.66 will get you there. That is crazy. Peace and quiet. What's up, fellas? Keep up the good work. Thank you, brother. Really, really appreciate it. Victoria, you ran out of fingers. I was using your toes, and then you started running. Darn it. 66 gets to 69. Gotta love that. Okay, 385.66. There we go, man. Colin, you're the best, brother.
I tried. That was an awesome cause. So, and I can just do that on the stjude.org/DLP.
Yes, sir. stjude.org/DLP. And
all right. Once I sign off here, I'll go and do that.
All right. There we go. No, he's doing that in his head. Why is more word when few word do the trick? Wisco, you're getting as delusional as we are. What are you talking about? All right. What is it? It's 1 o'clock. It means we've got 8 hours left. We're through 2/3 of the way through. Case is running around in a Snuggie. I was worried when he was laying back quiet in the Snuggie. I'm like, uh-oh, we're going to lose Case. We're going to get the old...
I'm toast.
But he seems to be up and at him again. The beans really seem to hurt him. I've been able to recover pretty well so I might be the bean master from this point. But he's definitely getting the 20K pie. It's 20 go.
Yeah. I saw him hit the peach one earlier with Dean. That's really the only one I saw. So
It was so Case, he's always sitting on the fence. He couldn't choose if it was bar for peach.
He wasn't chewing it. He was like, I'm just gonna
hold it
taste this one, just hold it in. Try.
I think the what's it called? The trick to them is just to chew them and swallow them. Mm-hmm. The holding them around kind of idea or taking your time with them just makes everything worse. It just makes everything on it worse. Kerr, you missed the beans. These are Bean Boozled. Now, this is a St. Jude. They came up with this idea. They sent them to Case, the beans. I thought, well, I'm not going to let Case go alone on this, right? It's dangerous out there. Take this. So this is like a spinner, and it has all these flavors. I don't know if you can see it or read it or not. I'll go through, but the flavors are one of two possibilities. This one, let's see, you have juicy pear or booger, buttered popcorn, or possibly rotten egg. The one that I started with that was the grossest that I had was either coconut or spoiled milk, and it was like so it was still like 10:30 in the morning, and I almost lost it. Now, the one that Case got, and I really, as much as I love giving him a hard time, I felt absolutely horrible that he got it. It's either chocolate pudding or canned dog food, and he got that. That was at 8:30 his time in the morning when he got that one, and it was. Just imagine what Alpo tastes like, right? and he got hit with that first thing, and he couldn't even swallow. He spit it out. I felt it was hilarious. Right? It was absolutely hilarious. But he suffered for a long time. I saw it in his face. I really, really felt bad for the poor guy.
I vomited on the last one.
Did you
Not a lot,
really?
but a little.
Oh,
So I said, I think this is the last one.
wow, that's no good. That's no good. All right. So we're gonna count that Colin isn't setting us up here. He said as soon as we're done, he's gonna do the donation. So it's got both of us. Let's see here. Let's see. All right. I can't believe Carlos came, my gamer buddy. What do you got? You know?
It's one of the green ones.
All right. Mine is either let's see, it's blue. Berry blue or toothpaste. Okay. So Colin, the thing is you're supposed to get one or the other. We initially thought this was 50-50, like a chance. Cases going. I'm gonna let you go first, and then I'm gonna go.
I'm waiting for
No, I'm gonna let you go first, and then I'll do mine after. It's not 50. It's like 1 in 10 is the good one.
Oh.
We went like 6 straight before Case was so scared he couldn't tell if it was barf or peach. Tell me it's good.
Oh, that was definitely juicy pear.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations, Case. You got 2 in a row, or no, 1 with the break.
Yeah.
So you could probably do one more
that's,
then, right?
That's true. No.
Not right now.
I've had 2 total of the good ones.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying right now, but maybe like 4 in the morning or something.
Maybe.
Okay. See,
Talk to me then.
he's always game. God, I love this guy. I do, Casey. You are my brother, man. I absolutely appreciate everything about you.
I'm feeling better about the odds of these things. I feel like we did just get somewhat unlucky early on.
I'm just hoping
3 total of the good ones, and how many have we done total?
Oh God, I don't know. Let me see how many are in the bags here, and I'll do the math on. This is going to be 5 for me.
Let's see. I did. So,
all right.
I'll let you do that.
Yeah. This is either berry blue or toothpaste, and Wisco is so mad. So mad that he got a good bean. Here we go. Please be berry. Nope, toothpaste. But you know what? I haven't brushed my teeth since this morning, so I'm gonna rinse this around and pretend.
Counts.
Yep. This isn't terrible.
That one lingers a long time, but it's since it's not like that awful, it's not that big a deal.
I'm gonna chew on both sides of my mouth, just so I get that minty fresh feel.
Thank you, Curlingus.
Oh, that's so nice. I am too. I indubitably and seriously felt bad for you, Case. I felt bad through all the laughing for the dog food one. But it was. I mean, your reaction was priceless. It was absolutely priceless.
I'm not sure. I still have a hard time picking between. Excuse me. That one, the dead fish, and there was one other one. Oh, the dirty dishwasher.
As the worst?
Yeah, those 3 were all just
the fish,
unbearable.
dude. It was the fish that got you.
That
got to the toilet.
Toss,
yeah, and the dog food one. The other one just lingered for a long time, and that's what the dirty socks was like for me. I mean, it took like 2 chicken wings to make that go away.
Yeah,
and it tasted like, at first you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. It's not a super strong taste, right? But it sticks around, and you start breathing. I mean, you think of like the bacteria that makes the smell of dirty socks. You start breathing that for a while, and it's like, oh no, this isn't gonna be good. this is no good.
I feel like there was one other bad one I took that wasn't. Oh, the toothpaste. That one wasn't that bad.
No, I just had it. I mean, it's. I'm fine with it. I'd have gone with that or blue raspberry. Either one's fine. I'm good.
Yeah.
Let me see if this works really quick.
So yeah, I think that makes 6 total for me.
Really? Good job, Case. And so this is big for Case. Case is
I do not have a strong stomach for that stuff.
No, Case is not. It doesn't have the constitution for this stuff. So good job, my friend. Good job. Okay, Colin, I want to give you the same thing we gave Trev. we love to have you. Love you to stay. It's totally fine as long as you want to stay. You're welcome, and that's totally cool. I don't want you to feel like we're asking you to leave or anything, but don't be afraid to tell us, man.
I think I'm gonna jet and go to bed. I'm tired. I haven't been going as long as you guys.
Screw you, man.
Yeah, you have. You're at the gym this morning, brother.
You know what? I'm almost at 24 hours actually.
Yeah. Go get some sleep, man. That's totally cool.
Yeah, I'll send this money over right now, and I'll probably tune in for a little bit and then fall asleep.
Crash to
good
the
luck, guys.
Sounds.
Awesome job.
Really appreciate you, dude.
And no, appreciate you guys too, man. You guys do an awesome
Thanks
job.
for everything you do, man. It's really it means a lot. Love you, brother.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you.
Love you
We'll
too.
see you.
All right,
bye. Bye. All right, that's our guy.
Chris.
Yeah.
I might have to leave and come back in. My Zoom screen is frozen.
Is it still frozen?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and bounce. I'll put you on the BRB.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, buddy. We'll see you in a sec. All right, so no case. That means it's just you and me, listeners, for late night radio. You folks from Detroit might remember Alan Almond. We're going to do this dedication to Jim Young. He's got a story of a time he spent an evening with a young lady who he hasn't seen in a number of years. No, okay, fine. I ain't going to do Alan Almond. He did his thing, and that was his thing. What was he on? Was he on WOMC back in the day? Or WNIC? Anyone remember? Late nights with Alan Almond. He was great. I don't know whatever happened to him. Let's see. Hey, let me ask. My wife's texting me. Poor Case looks so tired. One question for you. How's my Alan Almond impersonation? What do you think? Text me, babe. Here we are with a dedication to Sherry. She's been out there working hard, supporting a podcast, and she's got a man in her life that cares very, very much. Good stories from my radio days. Okay, I got a good story from my radio days. I told this one to Tony. I was unattached, young, dumb, and all of that, but I've always been one of those hard-working guys. I always ground harder, worked harder, did more than all the people around me. Oops, I got to admit Case here. There we go. We're getting him all right. And he's back.
That's so weird. The Zoom screen is still frozen for me.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's frozen on what it was before I.
You know what? Let me do something here. I might be able to work on that. Where do I have to work on that? This, and see if that makes it better. That didn't make it better. I can make it better. Oh, there we go. There it is.
There it is.
Okay. All right. Jim wants a good story from my radio days. All this, have you tried turning it off and back on again? You guys.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
I say that to my family all the time, and it's like, no. And they do it, and it works. It's like, please just do that one thing for me every time before you ask me. Turn it off and turn it on again. Okay. Radio days. So I was one of those guys that always grind. You know, I figured what I had lacked in talent, I could make up for in hard work. And so I did my thing, ground harder. I would take any days that people wouldn't work so I could be on the radio. I'll tell you, when I was in high school, I started out, and you think about this, I was rocking and rolling. I was on the high school radio station. I took a college class one night a week at Oakland Community College so I could be on the college radio station. And then I had a night job at 99.5 where I was an intern, and it was Karen D'Alessandro was in the studio. Nobody knows her probably anymore from back in the day in Detroit. But I got to work at number 6 market in the world, a major market radio station, and I was an intern. And I worked my right way around. I got to do weekends. I was also, a guy named Andy Savage came to town. I worked with him. It was a lot of fun. Had a lot of good stuff. And I had a weekend show, and it was like, holy crap! I'm 18 years old. I'm in high school. My friends are telling me, I heard you on the radio, but it was at like freaking 6 a.m. on Sunday, right? So it really sucked for a guy at that age who was doing things that you do in high school at that age, and had to get up early on Sunday, right, or stay up all night. So whenever there was an open shift, on a holiday or whatever, I would take it. I would totally rock and roll it. There it is. Thank you, Colin. Appreciate it. Cracking 14,750, dude. This is awesome. So we do any old shift. So one of the guys that worked at the station then, he went by the name Terry Motormouth, whatever. It was 99.5 DTX at the time. It was the old days, and then WDTX, the new 99.5 FM. And so anyway, that was the thing. And Terry Motormouth Murphy, maybe was his last name. He was the night guy at the time, and because we were doing mornings during the week, he was out for Christmas. And they're like, you want to work Christmas? You want to do the shift, the night shift? I was like, are you kidding me? Yeah, night shift is gold. That's where you want to be, 6 to 10. They're like, okay, cool. And they set it up. They set me up as a board op. He pre-recorded the show. I didn't even get to be on the radio. I'm just running the damn board, running tapes of his dumb ass, right? I was like, God dang it. It's Christmas Eve. My family's doing all kinds of stuff. We always did, German tradition presents and stuff on Christmas Eve and all that kind of thing. And I'm like, I'm missing it so that I can sit here and do a radio show that I don't even get to talk on. I'm playing tapes of this dope. And I know the program director is going to listen, and he's gonna make sure that I'm not talking, right? So, because that's just how program directors are the dumbest people on the face of the earth. So I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. So I do it. So people are calling in, making requests, and I'm alone. And I'm like, hey, you know what? Tell you what. What are you doing tonight? I'm alone. Really? Well, why don't you pick up some beer? You want to come up to the station? Yeah. I took calls, and I just invited people that were calling in and had them come up literally into the radio station, into the studio. I had like 20 people up there with beer, partying, doing the whole thing. And I'm just running tapes and commercials, and they're all like, this is great. We're all doing our thing, having a huge old party, doing whatever you do. Get done. Getting close to where the shift is over, and the next guy's coming in, Paul Schilling, who's a really great guy. I loved him. He helped me out. I was on Channel 62 doing an auction movie one time with him. It was so fun. Anyway, so get through all that. Rolled everybody out of there. I figure I get away with it. It's all cool. I have some production to do after I'm after the show's over, so he's in there, and he takes over. It's like great. About 15 minutes after he takes over, I'm over in the production studio. You hear that on the door. Oh, what? Yeah, okay, what? Go ahead. Comes in. He goes, dude, look, I don't care what you do. We're friends, whatever. I'm like, yeah. He goes, you can't leave seeds on the board, okay? And this is back when it was a lot more. Yeah, it wasn't legal anywhere.
Seeds
right?
were a thing.
Yeah. Right. So that was probably the funniest radio story. It was crazy.
I guarantee. Well, no, we probably got a lot of late night listeners, but they're probably some of our listeners who had no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, no, they might. Less legal. Yeah, that's I think a newly formed sentence. So I was young, I was dumb, I was not making good decisions, but it was so fun. And it's one of those things like. I was reminiscent about it with my wife one night by our campfire, and I'm like, this is one of those things that I wouldn't do it again. You know what I mean? I mean, I'd work in radio again, but I wouldn't make those decisions that I did at that time again. But I probably wouldn't give them back either, because it was just so much fun. It was so formative about who I am and the whole thing. It was awesome. So, yeah, I loved working in radio, but I realized, it happened, and he's going to talk about it, so I'm not going to release anything, but I did want to give him some time. The reason Riz isn't on today with us is the radio station changed format. Everybody there got fired today, literally notified. We didn't get him on right away. We were late. He got notified about 20 minutes after he would have been on with us, and it was just like, how it is. It's devastating, right? Everything changes. Everything gets flipped up in the world, upside down. So I was like leaving our man go. So. But that's the nature of that business, and I had to grow up and be a responsible adult, so I had to find something else. And there you go. All right, let's see. We got a call. Right now. Caller, what's your name and how much have you had to drink on this Friday night?
I haven't had anything to drink. My name's Mitch. I'm calling from Australia. I'm the guy who getting the Staff Daddy tattoo.
Staff Daddy. That's his name. Staff Daddy. That's totally
Staff
it.
Daddy.
They do recommend you don't drink before you get a tattoo.
No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, never a good idea. You drink while you're thinking about getting the tattoo, and that's how you end up in the situation.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So Mitch, man, so first off, I want to sincerely offer my condolences to you for your daughter. Heart-wrenching story, man. I know personally a few people who've had similar, situations, and it's just absolutely heartbreaking. And I feel for you, man. I really, really do. So I'm sorry that that happened.
Thank you for your kind words. I do appreciate it. Hopefully, some of the donations that come in today stop other people from having to be in the same situation, obviously. And you guys need to be commended for the work that you're doing today and when you do these drives. So thank you very much. Yeah,
no, absolutely, man. I couldn't, her name was Violet, folks. She was 3.5 years old. It was a drowning accident, and it's just heart-wrenching. And I can't imagine as a parent having to go through that. No parent should have to do that, dude. So you coming through and wanting to do this in Violet's name, the whole idea of the tattoo is funny, right? And it's obviously stands out, and it just makes. I mean, every time my eyes just about bug out every time I think about it, right? I mean, it's just such a big deal, and it's sweet that you do it in her name and do it that way. So absolutely appreciate it. I got your message. I tell you what, I'll let you kind of share it with everybody so we know what's going on, and tell them what we're going to do here.
Yeah, sure, no worries. We've had a bit of a snafu with the tattoo artist, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do it today for the live stream, which is a real bummer because I was looking forward to that, and I know Chris was looking forward to watching me get tattooed. Sadistic a little bit.
I've never seen it live. That's the thing. I'm clean. I haven't gotten one yet, so I've always wanted to kind of see it like happen. Right? I'm curious, and it's like some people watch.
My
Go ahead.
Sorry, my tattoos are all ridiculous, man. Like I've got a Where's Wally tattoo. I've got one like a skeleton wearing a sombrero that I got in Mexico, and I've got a lime on the side of my body, which I can't even remember why I got that, but good times. But what we're gonna do for this one is I'm gonna film it happening during the week, and I'm gonna send that to you guys with some photos for anyone to laugh at or do what they want with. So I'd just like to add as well, I know that last minute donation, I haven't been able to watch a lot of the 24-hour-a-thon, which I'm sure a lot of people are probably missing large portions. Long time to sit down and watch a podcast. But that last minute donation was amazing, and if it helps to encourage anyone's generosity, then it's totally worth it. And it's once again, thanks to you guys. It's really cool drive.
I didn't mean to shyster you on that either. I didn't think about it. I was just like, we're going to 5,000, and we did talk about it. We had a head start. So Mitch is being a really cool dude about this and saying, I'm going to honor your head start, even though whatever, right? So a lot of credit to you, dude. Really, really appreciate it. That's awesome.
No, it's cool, man. No, it's all good. It's all good.
My hope is that we get to that 30. I really mean that. Not only for St. Jude, but God, the Jared Davis thing, it blows my mind. I can't imagine Jared Davis's own mother getting a Jared Davis tattoo. So this is something to me that's like.
Well, I reckon if I get a Jared Davis tattoo, I might be able to meet him if I go over to Detroit.
That's true.
Whichever city he ends up at.
Now, let me ask you really quick. Are you going to get like his face, or are you just going to get his name?
No, just the names.
Okay.
The names,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more got a bit more mystique that way.
Yeah. That's
I'm
okay.
a single dad, so it'll be fun meeting new women and explaining why I've got Staff Daddy and Jared Davis tattooed on my skin.
This is from when I was in prison.
Exactly. I've done completely against my will. I would never do this.
This was part of my punishment. This was part of my sentence. No, I'll tell you one thing.
That's it.
Absolutely. The second you get those, please send those pictures. They're going to do a write-up in the Detroit newspaper about the drive and what we're doing. And I would love to be able to share a picture of you getting the tattoo or the pictures afterward or whatever. I'm sure they would put it in the paper. It's absolutely hilarious. And it's the kind of thing that, does make the news these days. So as soon as you get that, please share it to us. It'll be fun for the show. It'll be great to share with everybody for making the donation and everything. But to have it forever memorialized in the 150-year-old newspaper in Detroit, just that's I think the top shelf right there, buddy.
Yeah, well, this drive's forever going to be remembered and commemorated on my body. That's some random guy from Perth, Australia. So anytime you want to see it, mate, you just use Zoom me, and I'll show you my chest.
You know, I've had that offer many a time.
Never from ladies.
Case. I'll tell you what, when this whole COVID thing is, I'm going to come if I can. I am going to figure my way to get to Australia, because we got a bunch of listeners and folks that we've talked to from there. I would absolutely love to sit down and have a stack of beers with you, because I want to see what you're made of, because you are a man who makes decisions much different than I ever have, and I need to understand what's going on.
Get inside the mind, mate.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
So I'm going to leave you to it, but look, thanks again, and yeah, that'll be sorted during the week. I'll get that to you guys as soon as possible. So I'll chat to you after that, and we'll sort that out. But good luck with the rest of your drive, and good luck keeping your eyes open and keeping on.
All right, thanks, Mitch. Really appreciate it, brother. Really do.
Cool, mate. No worries. Have a good one. Catch you later. Mate.
Cheers. Bye.
Thanks, man.
It's awesome. It's awesome. All right. I wanted that live stream so bad. I really, really did. But it'll still happen. We'll get it. It'll be okay. Yeah. So we weren't lying, right? The guy's here. He is Australian. I know that much. Although maybe he's not. He didn't use the secret Australian word. The secret Australian word for demonetize.
Yeah.
See you next Tuesday. Oh man. Yeah, iHeart, I'm telling you, is a corporation, Jim, that's made up of exactly that group of program directors I talked about, the dumbest freaking people in the world. That's what you get. That's what you get. I've been a fan of Adam Carolla. I love some of his takes, and for years he was on the morning radio in California when I lived there in the early years when you still listened to radio in the morning. And he was just absolutely funny. And he would go on just jags and rants about how program directors are the dumbest people in the radio business and make the dumbest decisions and continually get rehired at other places and continue to make dumb decisions. So that's what makes up iHeart. There you go. And iHeartRadio is such a dumb name. I don't know who came up with that. Well, we're gonna put an I there, and then we do like a heart, because it's like the I thing, right? I was big for 2 years, and then heart. Yeah. Oh, I heart radio. It's like I heart buggy whips. Okay. I heart radio. We're into podcasts now. I heart buggy whips. Who's the GOAT linebacker? Who's the GOAT LB? That's linebacker, right? Or am I missing a different?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if he means of the Lions
George.
Or of all time, or
give us something more to work with, Chris Paines. George, did you see what he read? George, I can call later and drop the Aussie demonetization bomb if you'd like. No thanks, I've got Case. I'm good enough. Oh man. All right. Yeah, we did. We got
so did a lot of
Tavai.
people. Just remember, so did a lot of other people.
No, only one person picked Tavai.
Right, that's fair enough. Yeah, okay, Chris. I get that much. All time for any team. Okay. I'm assuming that's what you're going for.
All time.
I don't know. I can't stand him, but Ray Lewis has to be up there.
Oh yeah, I hate him. He's good. You're right. He's good. What about LT?
I find him incredibly obnoxious.
What about LT? I mean, to play on that many drugs,
yeah,
and be at that level. I mean, that guy terrified people. And this is in the league where you could try to murder people, right? Yeah. I mean, it was the name of the game. Quarterbacks just got destroyed. I mean, I just like Joe Theismann. I think of that, and I'm just like, wow, yeah. Carson's there with me. LT. Speaking of LT, the LT Pain Master CBD. He's got his own line over at Diamond CBD, our sponsor, one of the best sponsors we've ever dealt with on the show. They're great people with superior products for sure. They got the LT Pain Master stuff. Everything else, go to cbd.DetroitLionsPodcast.com for all your CBD needs. I'm telling you, anxiety, insomnia. If you can't stay asleep, you have problems staying asleep through the night, for sure, absolutely. And pain. That's the third one. Sorry. Those three things. CBD.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. I'm telling you, that is the place to go to get your stuff filled. If you're looking for the super high potency stuff, the stuff that will actually make you feel something, but not just better, but kind of feel like it's kind of like a body buzz. Anything in their chill line, the Delta 8 chill line they have, this is the oil. I got the gummy squares. These are the ones that I nom. I'd hit the button, but I'm holding this. These things, I'm telling you, are just amazing. One square, sit back and chill for 2-3 hours on the couch, watch a good movie, and just let a week melt away to nothing. It's absolutely fabulous stuff. CBD.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. I think that's the first time I actually read a commercial case. Ooh, yeah. Which was worse, Tabor or Tavai? Tabor by 10.
Well, I don't want to move on from that last one quite yet.
Okay.
I just find it interesting that they're. I'm looking through. I'm just looking through a list I found on the internet. Gil Brandt's top 47 linebackers, and there are almost none of them, other than Ray Lewis, that played past 2009. And I think it supports my theory that we're just not seeing the same level of linebacker play that we used to see. Oh, Brian Urlacher is on there. But he's not like top 10. He's like
okay. I was gonna say. I mean, he was a good linebacker, but I feel like people put him in a conversation that really overrates him so often.
Sure. Luke Kuechly's on there, but he's not. He's in the
Kooky.
He's about halfway up. So.
God, he could have been so great
if he wasn't hurt all the time.
I mean, he was great and was hurt all the time. Can you imagine if he wasn't hurt all the time?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's got DeMarcus Ware on here, but I guess I don't ever really think of DeMarcus Ware as a linebacker. I just think of him as an edge. But
Chris Spielman. I loved Chris Spielman. Oh man, you're right. You're Jim Young. He adopted and I was born in it. The rules don't allow great linebacker play anymore, like the old murder days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick Willis is on here. James Harrison is on here.
Logan, my man, we got you added to the. You should have your invite to the Slack chat in your inbox in any moment if you're still watching. Thank you so much for hitting the Patreon donator, and we'll add that to the St. Jude total at the end of the month. Thank you.
Spielman clocks in on Gil Brandt's list as the 44th.
Chris Spielman does.
Yeah.
Not bad. That seems fair. Bobby Wagner's been good for a long time. Yeah, LT destroyed the Lions.
He does not have Bobby Wagner on here, but I also am not sure that there isn't a single player on that list who's still playing. There isn't a single player on that list who's past 2014. I'm trying to see what year this was written, if it has a date on it anywhere.
So I'll tell you a good fun story. Since we're talking about Chris Spielman, back in the day, this is like the late 80s. Jerseys, like game jerseys or player jerseys, were a relatively new thing then. Not many people had got them yet. It wasn't
I heard that on the radio the other day. I didn't really realize that. I think somebody was talking about their Halloween costume on like the Dan Patrick show.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize that jerseys were not super common.
No. So I had gotten one. It was a Spielman jersey. The first jersey I ever got was a Chris Spielman jersey, and I loved it. I loved Chris Spielman, loved the way he played. He was an absolute beast. And so we used to go, I was like 19 or 20. We used to go to Bob Evans on Sunday morning and get that Bob Evans biscuits and gravy breakfast. That was great. And a little bit of bacon, the whole thing. And life was good. Everything was going well. And the craziness was, I walk in with the jersey on, I sit down, and I hear the people at the table behind me. Is that Chris Spielman? Now, get this. It's Sunday during football season, and I'm wearing a jersey, but the Lions should be at the Silverdome that day or away, wherever. Why is Chris Spielman sitting in the damn Bob Evans wearing a jersey? Is he trying to fuel up for the game, right? I mean, these people were completely separated from reality, but it was funny because I did get a little bit of confusion back then about him and I. He's grown up to be richer than me, though. That's no fair.
Just a bit.
I'd like a Bobby Lane jersey. That, you know what? That's really interesting, Brandon. That's one. You talk about Lions jerseys, right? People are like, every time I get one, they trade him or he retires or whatever, right? Get one for a player like Bobby Lane. Bobby Lane is one that everybody that's worth a crap in Lions fandom will understand who when it says Lane back there, who you're talking about, right? And it's never going to go out of style. There's like, okay, so they're taking down statues too, but there's very little that could happen to rise out of Bobby Lane's history that would make it so you couldn't wear that jersey again. You could buy one and you could wear it until it doesn't work anymore and get another. You've got your one jersey that you need. Boom, done. I think I've solved the great jersey debate.
Mm-hmm. I see this on our NFL. Russell Wilson has filed trademark for Let Russ Cook with intent to make and sell cooking utensils. So
what? Say that again?
Yeah, sorry. Russell Wilson has filed trademark for Let Russ Cook with the intent to make and sell cooking utensils. I assume most of you have heard the Let Russ Cook thing. That's the new
Yeah,
what everyone's been saying this whole year because he's been so amazing, but in the past the Seahawks have like not let him loose until the end of games.
Mm-hmm. Let Russ cook. That seems silly to me.
It's been all over the radio for
weird flex, but okay. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for bringing that to the 21st century lingo for me. George Kittle going down. I think TJ Hawkinson will make the Pro Bowl. I went to bed or tried to go to bed, but I was getting everything set up for this and missed the game last night. What happened to Kittle going down? Can somebody tell me the story here?
I didn't see it either because I was at work real late.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, that's why, things were a little jankier than expected this morning because both of us were.
Sorry, Wes. I didn't see. I missed your chat. Let's see. Okay, Logan. When I think fine cookware, I think Russell Wilson. Wes, the donation link. Thank you for reminding me. I haven't done my housekeeping duties recently. I almost did HTTP again. God, I'm a dope. I'm going to take it off. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. That'll take you over to the site. All the money goes directly to them. I think I have to turn the poll off really quick. Yeah, I do, because I'm not smart. Deactivate. Okay, poll's off. We saw the wizard, the white wizard. That is never late, nor is he early. He arrives only when he wants. We're at 780. Brad Huff, thank you so much. Cheers, fellas. Sleep well afterwards. We absolutely will. Colin, keep it up, fellas. Much love to you, brother. And Anonymous, before that, we got this. Oh, I didn't get Wisco's. Chris has to take a shot or he hates children. I will take a shot. Just I love children enough that I want to be able to see this through to the end. Wisco, you're not gonna bait me. Master. Okay, so we are currently at 14,780 at 15 grand. Case and I sing a Christmas carol.
Mm-hmm.
And what did we decide on? Do you know?
Well, we were going to have people vote on it.
Oh yeah, that's it. Kittle broke a bone in his foot week 8. That stinks. That stinks.
In other injury news around the league, Panthers are activating Christian McCaffrey. Chris Robinson dropped that in the chat hours and hours and hours ago. It just didn't fit in with whatever we were talking about. So
that's gonna help me in.
It means that he's probably going to be playing and healthy against us in a couple weeks, which is too bad.
And you folks that have been riding Davis in your fantasy leagues can now put him aside. Or put him on the bench. I wouldn't put him aside just yet.
Yeah.
Which is me. But I've got Christian McCaffrey too. Dynasty League. First overall pick. 12-team league. You pick 1 and then you pick 24. Christian McCaffrey. Boom, down week 2, week 3, whatever it was. And so now you play the rest of the league or the rest of the season with the number 1 or the number 24 pick and worse. That was a damn shame. Damn shame. My fantasy hopes and dreams are destroyed. No, actually, I'm okay. Let's see. Okay, let's talk about. You want to do next gen stats?
I don't like
that.
that. I don't like that. Yeah, give me one sec here. This whole thing with Golden Tate, he was such an upstanding dude the whole time he was with us. I have a hard time believing that. I mean, he's benched this week because of some incident, and I'm still trying to figure it out exactly. It sounds like there may have been some ongoing stuff with him, which is
donut thieving.
Right.
Wasn't that him way back in Seattle? He lived above a donut shop, and wasn't that Golden Tate? Boo.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were playing a clip.
No.
I went to a God. This happens to me all the time while we're recording. When I'm like looking things up or whatever, I'll go to a website and the website will automatically start playing a video, and I'll be thinking it's like you playing a sound clip from something, and I've just tuned you out.
That's really funny to me.
I'm just very quick to tune you out when I think
you're not the only one.
Not relevant to me.
You're not the only one. It's really funny. People say, "Yeah, you've got this just total radio voice." It's like, "Oh, thanks," but then like everybody has this massive ability to immediately tune me out and ignore me, interrupt me. Like it's like, "Hey, I thought I had a good voice." Yeah, you're good to interrupt, motherfucker. That's about it.
I can't actually figure out what he did. If anybody knows what's going on there, let me know. But that would be disturbing to me. Anyway, Jordan Love is on the reserve COVID list.
Is he? What shall we do without Jordan?
Yeah, we can do the advanced stats stuff whenever you want.
All right, I'm gonna move him over just so I have a little more. Well, I just got receivers, but
okay.
Let me give me.
His wife/girlfriend was complaining about the Giants on Twitter. Maybe, I don't know.
Who, Tate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She, you know what? She's a devoted woman. She really, really loves her man, and I give her a lot of credit. She's not crazy.
She might be frustrated.
Yeah, she's not crazy. She's just a really, really good person, and I feel like she's got a little bit of that Kelly Stafford kind of heart and soul to her. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I respect that. I respect that a lot. That's that mama bear thing kind of. So, hey, go for it. Protect your man. He's just a little fella. Ooh.
Fighting words.
Yeah. I could say that though. I mean, the pictures of when I went to Taste the Lions, I was like, holy freaking cow! If I was only in good shape. All of them. I mean, Taylor Decker, my shoulders are wider than his. Very, very simple. I was like, what the fuck? I always thought these guys were so much bigger, and you always see them with their pads and everything else, right? And I am not at all comparing myself in fitness or anything else. I'm just looking at like straight body size and potential. I missed my whole calling, man. I should have.
I spent the first.
I should have worked out and played football more.
Like 10-15 minutes we were in the stands at training camp just staring at the calf muscles.
I forgot about that. All right, I'm gonna go separation. Do I have it now? I have it sorted already. I'm talking about wide receivers and tight end separation. Hunter Renfrow still 18. Hunter Renfrow in my Senior Bowl notes, body like a punter, and there he is. My God, 18th on the separation list for wide receivers. T.J. Hawkinson.
Chris Payne, that was against the Vikings. I do remember that. That was one of my favorite moments
Yeah,
ever. So.
Yeah, and one of Dan Miller's best calls ever too.
Yeah,
that was awesome. Where do you think T.J. Hawkinson is on separation? What rank?
Is he like third?
Well, he was 17 before. He's moved up to 10th. That's pretty good.
I must have been Yeah, I was.
So here you go. You're looking at Chanel. They talked about maybe possibly some kind of trade for Chanel. He's number 5. Where do you think Kenny Galladay is? There's
how many are there total?
115.
I think he's like 89 or something.
114.
Oh Jesus! So I get frustrated that people don't want to hear anything criticizing him. And we're not saying he's a bad player, and we're not saying we don't like him. But just because he makes some really incredibly impressive plays, it doesn't mean he's perfect.
So I'm going to put a percentage out there, and we can argue it up or down. I'm just going to use it as a straw man to start with. But 50% of those great plays are because of Stafford. And his ability to hit those tiny windows and get balls to guys that can't separate. And that's the thing that's the most difficult part about Kenny Galladay, because the one thing he does do is come down with the ball when it's there. Now, last game he didn't, but you don't know if there was an injury nagging or there was something else going on. So I just hate that 1.8 yard separation. TJ Hawkinson, again, he's playing against linebackers, right? So he should get more separation, but he's getting 3.7 yards, man. That's big. Yeah. Danny Amendola is getting 3.2. He's ranked 32 on the list, and Marvin Jones is 98. Now, let me take the Lions out of here and get everybody again, and go to Demarcus Robinson. He's a number 2. He's the number 1 guy, but I can go to Tyreek Hill. He's number 16. Sammy Watkins, number 15. I mean, you think about this.
Sammy Watkins and Demarcus Robinson I believe are both free agents next year. Yes.
Yep. Let me we were talking about KC earlier, right? And the talent and the fact that they're not going to be able to keep them all, and that it's that whole offense, not just Patrick Mahomes. They are in separation numbers. They are number 16, number 15, and number 1 at wide receiver.
Say that again to me. Sorry.
Okay, so for separation, I'm just going to get the KC only in here. Their wide receiver core are ranked number 1, number 15, and number 16. Then you got Travis Kelce, who's 23.
Who's number 1?
Demarcus Robinson.
Oh, I thought he was number 2. My bad.
No. And Mecole Hardman is 25. 25 is their worst separation receiver. Every one of their guys, when it comes just to separation, okay, is effectively a number 1 in the NFL because they're in the top 32.
Yeah.
Every single player. Tell me that doesn't make Patrick Mahomes' life a heck of a lot easier.
Oh, it sure does.
Interesting. And now tell me it doesn't make Matthew Stafford's job a lot harder, because you're looking at Marvin Jones at number 95, I think it was. You're looking at Kenny Galladay at 114. You got Hawkinson open, right? And even and I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it. Noah Fant is one notch above Hawkinson, number 9 instead of number 10. Just to poke people.
Noting, looking at other things with like Demarcus Robinson, because I like him. I don't want people to get overly convinced that I'm like obsessed with him at this point. He's got a average PFF score. He's sitting in mid-tier range in most wide receiver statistics in terms of he's actually got a really solid drop rate and drops. And where I'm looking actually is showing him number 5 in target separation. I'm not sure how that's calculated differently. It might be like it's objective, but everybody kind of measures it subjectively type situation.
They're charting it and having it's
so
like,
I'm not sure. Different sources might have different things, but
I'm using next gen stats. Next gen. So
yeah.
I'm
I'm looking on playerprofiler.com, but
no, I'm better because I'm next gen. But go ahead.
That's probably true.
You should be next gen.
Subscription one.
No, next gen is
Oh.
free. It's Amazon, so it's next gen.
Well, it's the same thing. It used to be.
I was doing that in the Slack. Like next gen makes it better automatically. I was just being a douche.
Right. You can look. It used to be, and I don't know. I don't know what websites track them anymore. But there used to be 3 different websites that tracked drops, and they would all be slightly different because they'd all have slightly different criteria for what a drop was, or what passes, what catches, or what incomplete passes constituted drops. So, but he's 99th in yards per route run, which is not great, but he's 88th in yards per reception.
Yep. Going through the chat really quick. Let's see. TV makes them look bigger. Hattori, modern hockey players are tiny out of the gear. Even back then, and I was in much better shape back then when I'm talking about. But when I worked in the auto industry, we did a big fundraiser a couple years in a row for the McCarty Cancer Foundation. Darren McCarty, a really cool guy, and he's had some demons in his life, but he's just a really, really good human being. He came out and did part of the show with us and helped us raise money and the whole thing. And I think we raised $50,000 for the foundation. It was really cool. I have a picture of him. What's it called? Oh God, Logan in the Slack. I have a picture of him with a hockey stick checking me into some filing cabinets. Right, he's got the stick like into my back. It's a pretty funny picture. He was a little guy too. He wasn't a big fella, right? I mean, I'm amazed. He beat the snot out of Lemieux. He was an enforcer in the day. He was a big player, right? Not really that big. I wouldn't want to fight him. I wouldn't want to fight him then or now, right? I'm not the kind of shape that even then I wasn't the kind of shape that he is or was. But man, they are not big guys. They just have all the right muscles in the right places.
I apologize, everyone. I've had a case of the sneezes. My allergies kicked up. So
Yep. Curlingus, Hawks #1 in my heart. Best top 10 drafted tight end I've ever seen the Lions draft. That's good stuff right there. Casey went with crazy speed for sure, like the NBA version of small ball. Surprised it hasn't caught on by their GMs yet.
I think there aren't enough players for it to catch on yet. I don't think there are enough players with crazy speed and who can actually catch the ball for it to be, a viable plan for most teams.
So here's a great question. And this is the kind of high octane quality intelligent chat that we expect from our Slack or at 2 a.m. on YouTube. George, who also so eloquently offered to do the Australian demonetization bump.
Yes.
Do you guys think separation is mainly a player skill or is it schemed up? And this is I think this is a good question. And I'm gonna let you run with it, Case, and then I'll try to do my piece on it in a second.
I think it varies from position to position. I think with outside wide receivers, it's typically a player skill because the route running is what creates the separation. If you watch, the little stutter steps and the movement, then that different guys, some guys can just break you with that. Antonio Brown was like one of the best I've ever seen at that. Calvin Johnson was even pretty good at that, but he also had the range that he didn't always need to get, tons of separation.
He got less as he wore as age happened.
Further away from him.
Right? Yeah. And he was great. He was better at it the younger he was. And as he got older, his separation got smaller, which is expected, right? But
and I think, with slot receivers too, that can be true. But there's also a lot more ways to scheme open slot receivers and tight ends than there is outside wide receivers. Not to say there aren't ways to scheme open outside wide receivers. If you're doing a bunch of crossing routes or slant routes or trip bunches, that kind of thing, you can easily break coverage and get separation.
And that's I think there's 2 pieces of it. T1000, yes, we've got 7 hours left of the 24-hour deal. We are on the the downslope. We're down to almost the last 25%. I'm consuming more water to help my throat here, so we'll see how things go. I think it's just natural nighttime stuff that your body does when it wants to go to sleep. I'm going to say that absolutely 100%, it's a speed thing first, is a separation thing. Number 2 is quickness, okay? And this is what I saw in KJ Hill. I saw this in Terry McLaurin too, but KJ Hill it was more pronounced because he was a slot receiver, and he did a lot of this on the inside, where you can stop, turn, change direction very, very quickly, and do so in a way that it's too hard to read what your body's doing and where you're going. KJ Hill, we've got some on the YouTube channel. If you look, you'll see I have some video I took of him in the Senior Bowl, and I'm going to do a lot better video this year. By the way, I'm going to town hard on video and all kinds of film out of Senior Bowl. A lot of these players this year when we go, I got a good plan for this. I think year 3 is going to be super special as we get smarter at doing this. But KJ Hill could just go, and I mean, when he would stop, his knees would bend, and he got so low his ass almost touched the ground. Hey, booty. And then he would cut, and you never knew. Josh Metellus from Michigan, who's not a terrible guy. He's a linebacker covering a slot receiver, right? But he was always 5, 6, 7 yards off of KJ after he would make a break. This guy could just rip. I loved him. You guys, if you watched the draft show, you knew I was all about KJ Hill, and we didn't get him. He's in San Diego, in a place where he's going to have a hard time. San Diego. Did you hear what I did there? You're gonna let me go. He's with the Chargers, and I'm not sure he's gonna get the shot and the receptions and the ability to deal like he would have. I would have absolutely have loved to have KJ in Detroit, because I think he could have just killed it and given us a return guy at the same time. So it's that quickness. That's the second part of separation, I think, right? So that speed is number 1. I think quickness is number 2. The third component, I think, comes schematically. And there's a lot of picks that aren't called picks anymore that they run with bunch sets or different sets with crossing patterns, and you separate the coverage from the receiver through those sets. So schematically, you can do things to put people in certain spaces to make it harder to cover you, and you see a lot of that happen to the Lions a lot against the Colts. You saw a lot of picks go by, and they're not quite picks. They are, but they're not.
You're right about that, and I've noticed that recently too. That I'm just not seeing them called ever anymore.
Yeah. So that's the third way. And that's a schematic way to get people open. You've actually, this is why I thought we should stay audio case. It's come out. Curlingus, you're wearing pants. Lies. The truth is shown. This is no. I'm sorry. This is just the remnants of his wizard costume. What's that? Is that good cover? Good cover, case. Okay, cool. That's just the remnants. Good. Yeah. He's good. He's going to magically make them disappear shortly. All right, let's see what else. Apparently John Ross is a backup now, right? No, he's still painting.
We missed a good question up here. Bigger need for the Lions this offseason, wide receiver or linebacker?
I know my answer, but why don't you go?
Wide receiver. And the reason I'm going to go wide receiver is because we got no one. Marvin, I don't think is going to play. Kenny, we may or may not sign, but even if we do, again, we talk separation, second to last. The next gen stats is separation. And if you want to use one hell of a measurement tool that we just saw, is you've got in the top 25, you've got every receiver and tight end for KC. There's something to that, getting that separation. We need a wide receiver that can get space between him and who's trying to cover him. Whether Kenny's here or not, make Kenny your number 2. I would love Kenny to be on the second corner, right? Because most teams have a good number 1 corner. Their second guy is going to struggle. They'll struggle against someone like Kenny Galladay. Kenny Galladay can eat against the second corner if you get a guy, and I'm just making it up, right? A TJ Hawkinson or a DeMarcus Robinson is a number 1 even, right? I'm happy there with that kind of separation. So I'm a wide receiver first over linebacker, only because our linebacker core is more serviceable than our wide receiver core. And that's my answer.
I wouldn't necessarily say that I think our wide receiver or our linebacker core is more serviceable than a wide receiver core, in my opinion. I just think that we only need one more linebacker that can actually be good to have a serviceable linebacking core, because Jamie Collins is around, and if we can get one more guy to pair with him, I think that's a stout, that's a stout duo. Whereas with wide receiver, we need to keep one of the three of Galladay, Marvin Jones, or Amendola, pick up one in free agency, and pick up one in the draft, or some combination thereof, obviously. But we need to either re-sign, sign, or draft 3 wide receivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I want to give a shout out. Doc Webster just hit us up on the donations on the St. Jude site. 2 a.m. Keep going, guys. Wish I could give more, but this is what my budget allows. Brother, that's the one thing. Don't you dare feel bad about that. You gave $35 for us and help raise money for a great cause. We had a great story with Brett and Cameron earlier, and they were talking about how the smaller donations mean a lot because people think that it doesn't add up. It does add up. It means a lot. So don't feel bad about that. And thank you a ton for adding to the pile. And your part means just as much as every other man. Thank you, Doc Webster. Appreciate it, brother. 35. We're up to $14,800. Man, we are killing it. I'm so happy. I'm really, really happy with how things turned out. You guys, you are the best group of people. I swear to God. All right. 2 a.m. was my goal. Thank you so much for all your hard work and dedication to the great cause. I'll try to be back for the Justin Rogers finishing. Have a great night. Jim, thank you, man. Thank you for being around from the very, very beginning. You've been one of the most positive and wonderful people in the Slack here, everywhere. Just love being around you, and you're a great guy. So thank you so much for sticking it out with us. Okay. Keep that throat moist. If my wife is still listening and hasn't passed out, she's cringing now because she hates the word moist. I love the word moist. All right, let's see what else we have. Galladay. I don't think Galladay is worth the money he wants. I think you might be right, Purple Grapes, but I don't know how much money he wants. I feel like we heard that they gave him a pretty fair offer. I don't remember if we got a number, if it was 14 something, because I think 14 something is a fair number for him.
Mm-hmm.
But more than that, I don't think. And let's talk about this, okay? Again, we talk about Kenny, and people get uptight because they like Kenny, and I like Kenny too. I like his catches are all highlight reel stuff, but it's because he's not separated, right? It's got to be highlight reel, contested catch kind of stuff, and he always comes with the ball. You give him credit because guys that come up with the ball every time are guys you absolutely want. Now, Purple Grape says he's been hearing he wants Julio money. This is the kind of thing, you touched on it a little bit, Case. Is there a diva kind of attitude coming out of him? Where did he get drafted? Was it 4th round? Third round, yeah. Nobody expected him, right? Northern Illinois, nobody really saw him. He was a diamond in the rough, never had anyone decent throwing to him. He was always making these wild catches from quarterbacks that were sending the ball about 15 freaking yards away from him. Picked a gem. That's a Bob Quinn super win, right? And Kenny Galladay, I would say absolutely that's one you have to definitely mark down as a win. But he's not worth that kind of money. Thank you, Hattori. You took the words right out of my mouth. He's not worth it. Now, what does he have though? What's in his side in the negotiation? Exactly what we were just talking about. The Lions don't have any wide receivers. How do you let a guy like that go? And do you spend crazy money just to cover that hole, or what are your chances with free agency and the draft, and how many guys can you get in the draft as rookies that can perform and make you competitive in year one? Or do you franchise him?
Definitely. Yeah, it's always difficult. It's never an easy find to get a guy like that. The Terry McLaurins of the world are rare.
I'll find him. I'll find him at Senior Bowl. Every year there's one.
Sure. But the other things he has working against him are his age and now his injury history. And I understand, I get why players want to get paid early for exactly these situations. They want the guaranteed money, that kind of thing. But if Kenny had accepted a deal, he would have had guaranteed money, and his market value wouldn't have gone down because of another year accrued and injuries accrued. So there's two sides to the story there, and that's not to say that it makes it sound like I think Kenny made the bad decision, or that I think he was dumb about it or something like that, which absolutely isn't the case. I understand why that he was trying to look out for himself, and that every player has the right to do that, but at the same time there was an opportunity there and he chose not to take it. So
yeah, absolutely. Carson, I have an answer for you, and the answer is yes. I will tell you who. Well, I don't know if it's an absolute lovedom, but I will tell you something in that line. But I want to hit Tori again. We need to find the next David Kirkus at Grand Valley State, the Kirkus Circus. That's a good reference. Jacob, though, I wanted to hit Jacob because this is something that I think is a big broad point, and I'm going to apply it on the opposite side of the ball. But he says, "I want Tate back." And I want to lean back a little here. I want Tate back too. But the Tate back I want back is the attitude that Golden Tate brought to the Lions. I don't. 2020 Golden Tate is just not going to be that superstar guy that we used to have. But that
he's got a lot more miles on him.
Yeah, that Tate attitude that he brought with him to the Lions changed things, and he changed that offense with the way he approached the game and approached the ball, and to apply it to the other side of the ball, like I said I was going to. That's what I feel like we're going to get with Everson Griffin and with Jaron Kearse back. The hits that he's putting out there, there's a certain sense of go F yourself. We're here to dominate. We're here to win. Jamie Collins, that kind of attitude, those kind of hard hits they're putting on, that revs up a defense. That gets some energy out of a group of guys that we weren't getting in the first 4 or 5 games. It didn't happen until after the bye. And all of a sudden they came out, they were putting hits on people, and they were like, woo! They were enjoying, they're having fun, blasting people out there. And that same attitude, that kind of Golden Tate attitude that moved that over to defense, oh, I love that. I like to see it on offense too. Don't get me wrong, but that's kind of what I think of when I think of wanting Golden Tate back.
Yeah, and if we were not to re-sign Danny Amendola, I'd be perfectly fine bringing Tate in as a slot receiver for sure. I mean, that would be one of those positions we needed to fill. We then need to fill 2 outside wide receiver positions.
Yep. Okay, have you ever gone to Senior Bowl and loved a player and the Lions drafted him? This year is a really good example. Let me go get him here. Whoops, wrong sheet. I got wait a minute. Wrong team. Let me go to North team. That's why. Here we are. A guy named Jonah Jackson. I had him marked off. He's the one that I really liked him. I liked what I saw as he came across the stage, his confidence. I also noted that Quinn watched him. So, like I said, I watched the Lions and their body language and what the signals they're giving off as I watched these guys cross the stage and get their stuff. So I kind of take a couple different data points, my own and theirs. And then for the rest of the week, this is the first thing. The rest of the week, I have that group of guys, and I watch them specifically and see what I can see out of them. And then I go over my data historically, and I've got kind of cards, but they're electronic for each of these guys, and see how they did based on what I thought they would do. And Jonah Jackson has showed up as good, as real good for the Lions. He was picked down. What was he picked, like fifth round? 4th round?
Which one was Jonah?
The guard.
Yeah, but we had the 2 guards, and I could never remember which order.
Yeah, he was.
Them in.
Oh, sorry, 3rd round. He was the third round pick.
Yeah, because we also picked another guy in the 4th.
Stenberg. Yeah,
Stenberg.
And Jonah killed it. And Jonah was on coach's team, right? They got to spend some good time with him on the North team. So we got to see a lot come out of him and what was going on. It was great to see him get drafted. Look, it's kind of hard to go super crazy on an offensive lineman. You know what I mean? So it's not. I'm not going to stand by it and say absolutely loved him, but he was definitely. I mean, he was a standout, a guy that I liked, a guy that I watched, and I graded well. So to see us pick him up was good. Again, KJ Hill would have been the one, or Terry McLaurin the year before, and now not having Terry McLaurin. What do you say about that, folks?
Yeah.
All right. Galladay's game is hard on his body. Player like Tate, see, and that's it. All those hits on him seem to glance off. Tate
absolutely
has that spin move all the time. He has it down, and the way he rolls when he does get hit to go down, he never seems to take a hard hit. Never. All right, let's see. I think Jeff said this. It's true. Kenny needs Stafford. I agree. Kenny needs Stafford more than Stafford needs Kenny. You can really see him struggling elsewhere without a quarterback like Stafford throwing to him when he's not open. Hall and Cephas to make the case that they can produce. Yeah, Quintez, we saw him early and haven't seen him. Galladay out. I think we're going to see some Cephas. And
yeah, they're both gonna get a few opportunities.
I think. This won't work. I was thinking there's like a syphilis connection, but we'll leave that be for later. Get some
Syphilis,
penicillium, penicillium.
It's getting late, guys. We've been up for a long time.
This is usually the thinking time. It comes together during the day later, but it's after I sleep.
The real creative juices flow.
Yeah. He's not a main, and he wants to be a main like everyone was in the Lions. Okay, I'm out like Case's cat. Take care, guys. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it, brother. Be good. I'll throw, actually, if we have some new folks, I'll throw the link out. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. Join the club and donate. We're up to 14.8. That's great stuff, guys. We appreciate everything you guys are doing there. Just gotta hit that and do that housekeeping every now and then to make sure people don't forget about us. Let's see. I know this has been said before, but I'm drawing a blank. What's your kitty's name, Case? Boudica.
Boudica. Or Booty. Booty napping everywhere.
Mine were sleeping behind me for a while. I got the door cracked, so I got some airflow. So that's nice. Let's see. Hey man, real football fans know games are won in the trenches. I was pumped about Jonah Jackson too. There you go, Carson. Love it. Were you pumped about it before he was picked or after he was picked? Let's see. Tori, random question, Chris. Were you able to catch a Wings game at the old Red Barn as a kid? No, that was before my time. My best story was my father-in-law was there and caught a puck off of Gordie Howe's stick and caught it in the head, and it cut him open. He had to go get a bunch of stitches. And the worst part, people are no better today than they used to be. He didn't get to keep the puck. Somebody else took the puck. So he's wheeling out with a big gash in his head from getting blasted in the head with the puck, and somebody else keeps the puck. Otherwise, he had a nice Gordie Howe souvenir to go with the scar. But no, I didn't do it. I remember at the Joe, though, where they would give away a Jeep Wrangler every game. They were giving away a new car every game, and because there's only like 2,500 people showing up for these games, right? It was like a massive high opportunity raffle, high chance raffle to get a freaking new car, a new Jeep, because they were trying to do anything to get people going. Not time for the Jaeger shot. No, I'll be cracked at then. 6 a.m. I think I'm going to do it like the last 10 minutes before we shut down instead of 9, Chris. Reason being, Justin Rogers is coming on. He's going to do a write-up about the show and everything in the newspaper, and I don't want to be tankified when I talk to him. I'm already going to be tired, so it's going to be tough. So I'm trying to be a responsible adult, but once we're down to the last 10 minutes or so, I will happily blast a couple of shots and put some away because I am going to pass the F out.
I have left an absolute path of destruction through the apartment, and I told Britta when she got home from her friend's place that I promised I'll pick up tomorrow after I wake up.
Did you say, where's my pie, woman?
Actually, she brought me banana bread.
Oh, good stuff. Okay, you know what?
You were trying. But...
No. I'm. You may have done well, Case. Everything, all indicators are that you've done far better than what league you should be in. Much like I did, I admit it. And I mean, happy wife, happy life. But boy, I tell you what, you do it right, your life is gold. Handsome Mug's still going strong. I'm not sure we're going strong at Dropkick. My voice is getting a little raspy. I'm like really hitting the water hard now.
Do you want to like put on an I Prevail song and take a 5-minute breather?
If you want to take a 5 minutes.
Will everyone leave us if we do that?
Probably. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair. It's 2:15. We'll keep going. Maybe we'll see what happens at 4. If you need a break, dude, I will totally give you one.
I can wait another 10-15 minutes.
Okay. I just don't want you to fall asleep on me, right?
Nope. I'm not worried about that
I'm
yet.
toast.
Okay. I didn't mean to hit this one.
I love Zach Zenner.
Oh, God. Dude, how long ago was that? Think about way back. I mean, I was in my
5 years ago
in my house in California. Remember some of the outtakes that we have, the bloopers are so freaking hilarious from there. So in my house in California, the air conditioner was literally right outside the window. So whenever we would record, and I had a mic that it wasn't a dynamic mic, I won't get too technical, but it would pick up every single friggin' noise. So we'd be here talking, and all of a sudden you hear boom in the background. It's like shit, and we would retake it. We were editing like crazy because we were messing up like crazy, right? It would do an hour-long show, and it would take 3 hours to edit it. It was crazy, right? So, and we were starting late and all that stuff. But so I would turn off the air conditioner when we would record a show, and it's 85, 90 degrees outside. My family's dying inside. Come on, we want to turn on the air. Like, shoot on it. I mean, this is back in the big old days, man. That's crazy. And then here's young Case in his naive little world.
I love Zach Zenner.
You were just like, I love Zach Zenner.
I loved Zach Zenner as an undrafted free agent.
Mm-hmm.
Not as I expect him to be a stud in the NFL, but as what value you could get for an undrafted free agent. And for an undrafted free agent, he stuck around the NFL for a while.
He did a good job, yeah. Zach Zenner was a guy. He was a good person. Do you remember? You were at training camp.
Yeah.
I love Zach Zenner. Right? He reacted every time. He gave the thumbs up.
He didn't know what we were doing.
Yeah, he had no idea. I said it to him at Taste of the Lions, and he was absolutely stunned. He didn't know if I was coming on to him. Doc Webster comes in, dude. We're busting this guy's budget. Comes in. Doc Webster, 185. Call me OCD, but not having an even number is bothersome. Found some wiggle room in the budget. Let's go. It's St. Jude, guys. Met a parent that had a child there and heard their story. It's inspiring. Keeping the 69 cents. Doc, dude, love you, man. Thank you. Seriously. 2:15 in the morning, and you're rolling in. Big donation, $15K, which means, Case, do you remember our $15K milestone?
Yeah.
15,000.
Did we get a vote
69 cents. All right, let's start a vote now.
Okay.
Let's just do a vote, because look, most of these people that we have been around most of the time. I won't do the pay for vote thing, okay? Because it's just us kids here right now. We're just here. We're gonna let you donate like as you feel and go as you like. Doc, again, dude, thanks so much. It means a great deal for you to do that. Appreciate the stretch on that one. All right, so we're going to put this in the chat. We're going to give you guys a chance to come up with a what Christmas carol we're going to sing. We'll do a verse, right? We're not doing the crazy stuff.
We'll do as much of it as we know easily offhand, maybe.
Oh, we can always look up the words. Okay,
that's true.
They want us to do "All I Want for Christmas Is You" with the Mariah Carey high notes.
That's the one we said we didn't want to do.
What do you mean? I'm down. I can.
Fine. I absolutely hate that.
I'm not doing that song. I can't hit those high notes. Are you kidding me?
Neither can I. Nor am I going to wake up Britta by trying to hit the high notes. So.
Oh my God, that would be funny.
Actually, she might think it was funny, but she wouldn't right away. She would later.
Yeah. In the near term, you dirty son. All right, I gotta find a quick gap here on a drive that I can move. How big is this? Oh, that's nothing. What happened? 0 bytes. Properties, how big is that? 30 megs. Let me do this. I got something that's taking a whole lot of space here, and I gotta make it go away. Oh, there it is. It's 2 gig. Cut. Now, where can I find some space for this? Okay. All right, let's see. Baby, It's Cold Outside. I'd do that one. I think that would be funny.
Still liked. I was hoping somebody would just do Santa Baby for us. But...
I can't sing for shit. This is gonna be terrible. People are gonna hate that they're gonna say you guys got to do something better. Let's see. I got how much space here? Oh yeah, I got a terabyte. That should be good. Okay. Wait, how big is this? It's like 2 gigs. Why is that? Why did that break?
What did you break?
I don't know.
Okay. I better sit up.
Oh, that's too much. Okay. Here we go.
Try not to relax too much up in here.
All right. Where are we on our P drive?
Excuse me.
All right, we're good. We got all the space I need. Okay. Good. I just want to make sure I record it this time so we can get our thing. Okay, let's see what we got here for our thing. 15K. Again, Doc Webster, thank you so much for getting us there. That's really cool. I didn't know what to expect when we started this.
Yeah.
I was worried that we'd be sitting here at 2 a.m. with like $1,400.
Yeah.
Three listeners and our wieners in our hand, right? Here we are.
Wow. Not
bad for a couple of dopes. Yep. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Dead Wings Era. No, that'd be legit. Let's see. I'm thinking of the Chargers game. Floundericious, Baby, It's Cold Outside. $69. Say Jude.
Yeah,
thank you.
Cold Outside's fine.
Dr. Zenner should have been on the Madden cover. He would have had a reverse curse and been the Derrick Henry of the day. I liked Zenner a lot. I thought he was, like you said, really good for an undrafted free agent. I think he just didn't get enough reps. I think he could have been even a lot better in the NFL if he got the reps.
I definitely don't think we saw his ceiling.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Oh God. Yeah. The Cowboys game when he was running into the TDs and then Caldwell sat him in the second half. It's like, why do you do that? Okay, we got All I Want for Christmas Is You. Sorry, Tori, that's not gonna be good. Thank You. Next, Ariana Grande. Shouldn't have asked for suggestions. Baby, It's Cold Outside.
It's got to be something that we know. Like, I mean, we need to at least know the tune. So. Yeah.
Baby, It's Cold Outside. I'm kind of down with that. I'd have to see the words to kind of remember it's really creepy if you listen to the lyrics. But hey, man, things were creepy back then. Everybody went with it. What's wrong with that?
Oh, we can even do it as a duet. Like I can like go back and forth on it because there's I really can't stay, baby. It's cold outside. And it's like it's a 2-part thing, and like if you just Google it, the second part is in like parentheses, or is in parentheses.
Okay, yeah,
not parentheses in. Would you? I don't chew on the friggin' cord.
Got it. Booty. Okay, I want to see really quick if I can get the music for it royalty free here.
Otherwise, we can do it a cappella. That's fine. It's not going to be good. I don't think anybody expects it to be good. not only was it never going to be good, but we've both been talking for
and
how long have we been going now?
Okay.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Okay. Let's do what we can here. We got it going.
Did you find it karaoke style?
I didn't find music for it.
Oh, okay.
And you know how YouTube is with that stuff. Yeah. Let's see. All right. I've got it with in parentheses.
So you got the beginning or the first the start or the second part?
I see 4 verses. They're not that long.
We don't need. Do we need to do the whole thing? I don't know.
Let's see how far we can go before we wet ourselves. Okay. I'll let you start and I'll handle the. Right. We'll see what I can do.
All right, here we go.
This is
I
for you
really
guys.
can't
sorry,
stay.
Sorry. This is for you guys. Doc Webster, you did this to us. Baby, it's cold outside for St. Jude. Here we go at 2:15, 2:25 in the morning.
I really can't stay.
But baby, it's cold outside.
I gotta go away.
But baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
hoping that you'd drop in.
so very nice.
I'll hold your hands. They're just like ice.
My mother will start to worry.
Beautiful, what's your hurry?
My father will be pacing the floor.
Listen to the fireplace roar.
So really, I'd better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't hurry.
Well, maybe just half a drink more. Let's see if we stop now.
Put some Mickeys in while I pour. Okay, keep going. We're almost there.
Okay. The neighbors might think,
baby, it's bad out there.
Say, what's in this drink?
No cabs to be had out there.
I wish I knew how.
Your eyes are like straight now. Starlight
to
now.
Break this spell.
I'll take your hat. Your hair looks swell.
Why, thank you. I ought to say no, sir.
Mind if I move in closer?
At least I'm gonna say that I tried.
What's the sense of hurting my pride?
I really can't stay.
Baby, don't hold out.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Baby, it's warm inside. Okay, we'll end it on that. There you go. Thank you guys so much.
You're all very welcome. I've made an ass of myself to the nth degree today, so what's a little more?
I really should have listened to that song once, but you make up your own kind of.
Yeah,
tune.
well, we were on the right track at the beginning, I think, but
it quickly fell off the rails for me. I think it was line 3 of the first verse. Oh man! All right, that was good. I got that recorded separate too, so that'll be fun. We can actually. You want to do a playback case just to kind of see what?
Yeah, go for it.
What it looks like. All right, let me get this really quick. This will be good. We'll do a replay just because you guys got to see it and we didn't in the moment. Let's see. It's 2:25:49. Here we go. Okay. Where is it? I'll let you start and I'll handle the. We'll see what I can do.
All right. Here we go.
This is for
really
you guys.
Can't stay.
Sorry. This is for you guys. Doc Webster, you did this to us. Baby, it's cold outside for St. Jude. Here we go at 2:15, 2:25 in the morning.
I really can't stay.
But baby, it's cold outside.
I gotta go away.
But baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
hoping that you drop in.
so very nice.
I'll hold your hands. They're just like ice.
My mother will start to worry.
Beautiful, what's your hurry?
My father will be pacing the floor.
Listen to the fireplace roar.
So really, I'd better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't hurry.
Well, maybe just half a drink more. Let's see if we stop now.
Put some Mickeys in while I pour. Okay, keep going. We're almost there.
Okay. The neighbors might think,
baby, it's bad out there.
Say, what's in this drink?
No cabs to be had out there.
I wish I knew how.
Oh, your eyes are like straight now. Starlight
to
now.
Break this spell.
I'll take your hat. Your hair looks swell.
Why, thank you. I ought to say no, sir.
Mind if I move in closer?
At least I'm gonna say that I tried.
What's the sense of hurting my pride?
I really can't stay.
Baby, don't hold out.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Baby, it's warm inside. Okay, well, I love that.
I'm pretty sure that in this story, you roofied me.
Yeah, I did. It happened in training camp too, just so you know.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you guys, thank you so much. Bobby Darin, I never went for moonlit skies, never winked back at fireflies. Now that the stars in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. Oh, Christmas in Hollis. Now, see, that's one that's one I think that you're down for.
Yeah, I'd have to listen to it a few times, but yeah.
Oh no, I want to take a look and see. I probably don't have the chops for it, but I want to just.
I've done. I mean, my buddy and I used to do It's Tricky at karaoke all the time. But...
Yeah, we'll put lyrics there. All right, let's see. It was December 24th on Hollis Ave in the dark. See, man, yeah, you're gonna have to hear it. I don't know what the beat is on that. It's 24 on Hollis Ave in the dark when I see a man chilling with his dog in the park. Approached very slowly with my heart full of fear. Looked at his dog. Oh my God, an ill reindeer. But then I was dealing because the man had a beard and a bag full of goodies. 12 o'clock had neared. So I turned my head a second and the man had gone, but he left his driver's wallet smack dead on the lawn. I picked up the wallet, then I took a pause. I took out the license. Cold, said Santa Claus. $1 million in it, cold hundreds of G's, enough to buy a boat and match a car with ease. But I'd never steal from Santa, 'cause that ain't right. So I'm going home to mail it back to him that night. But when I got home, I bugged, 'cause under the tree was a letter from Santa, and all the dough was for me. It's Christmas time in Hollis, Queens. Mama's cooking chicken and collard greens, rice and stuffing, macaroni and cheese, and Santa put gifts under Christmas trees. Decorate the house with lights at night. Snow's on the ground and snow white so bright. In the fireplace is the Yule log. Beneath the mistletoe as we drink eggnog. The rhymes you hear are the rhymes of Daryl's, but each and every year we bust Christmas carols. Rhymes so loud and proud you hear it. It's Christmas time and we got the spirit. Jack Frost chilling and the hawk is out. That's what Christmas is all about. Time is now, the place is here. The whole wide world is filled with cheer. My name's DMC with the mic in my hand. I'm chilling and cooling just like a snowman. So open your eyes and lend us a ear. Want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Oh, I love that song. That was great. There you guys go. You guys got two. Whew. Oh, I didn't record that. That's my bad. I just had to find the fucking cadence on that first one. And then I went with it. Woo! Okay.
All right. Now I think I need to
Silver bells.
take a quick breather here.
Silver bells. Breather?
Yeah.
How long is quick? Oh, it's a coffin nail?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. All right, go have fun. I'll give you the away frame.
Mostly it's an excuse to stand up for a minute.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do that every once in a while.
You getting asteroids, are you?
Yeah.
All right. See you. All right. We got this. I can't believe I just rapped. My God, you guys are great. You guys get the worst out of me. I heard one come by. Hold on really quick. Martin West Vicus, dude, $5. Wish I had more to give, guys. Been a rough couple weeks. Nope. I said this before. Every dollar counts. Don't feel bad about how much or how little or whatever. $5 is $5 towards the cause, man, and it's $5 towards, like they were talking about Cameron and Brett when they were on earlier. Kids, they want a Madden game, right? They have the PlayStations there, but they don't have enough of the games. They're missing a bunch of the stuff. That $5 that gets them on the way and gets what they need. So don't you worry about how much, how little. The fact that you did give is, and that money does do a lot. It's the one thing we learned. Those microtransactions, those little bits are just as important. So big thanks to you, Wes, and appreciate it, man. Appreciate you giving. I mean, we're sitting here at $15,000, 2:30 in the morning. You guys are still with us. I mean, 31 people on the stream this late. I didn't think we'd have anybody. You guys are awesome. What do we got? Delicious Chris Payne bathroom bake. All right. How much to find out what your guys' code terms mean? Oh, wow, this is interesting. Sounds like Cup needs more Jaeger, Chris. Yeah, it does. I'm trying to be good. Call in if you need a time filler. We'll take calls anytime. That's good. We can go with that. Matt Leffler's back. How you doing, man? I'm sure you were practicing your guitar solo. I literally did my grocery shopping, so I knew what I could. That's, dude, seriously, Wes. Seriously, every dollar. $5 is $5. Curse out of context. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is, and appreciate it 100 times for every dollar, man. It's appreciated very, very much. So don't feel bad or down about it. That's great that you did it, man. Means a lot. You did, Matt. You missed the Christmas Carol. I can probably do a quick replay for you. And do you guys mind if I do a replay? Is everybody okay with that? Just I'm gonna redo the Baby It's Cold Outside because I do find it quite funny, actually. All right, I'm gonna do the replay one more time. Matt's a big, he's been a big donor. I don't want him to miss out on it, so let's get him straight on it. And I'm then gonna get myself. I'm gonna get an energy drink. And I think that'll be the last one to carry me through till tomorrow. So, all right, it's my eternal shame, probably so. It really is. Here we go. Baby, It's Cold Outside by the Detroit Lions Podcast Tabernacle Chorus. I'll let you start, and I'll handle the. We'll see what I can do.
All right, here we go.
This is
I
for
really
you guys.
can't
Sorry.
stay.
This is for you guys. Doc Webster, you did this to us. Baby, It's Cold Outside for St. Jude. Here we go at 2:15, 2:25 in the morning.
I really can't stay.
But baby, it's cold outside.
I gotta go away.
But baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
hoping that you drop in.
so very nice.
I'll hold your hands, they're just like ice.
My mother will start to worry.
Beautiful, what's your hurry?
My father will be pacing the floor.
Listen to the fireplace roar.
So really, I'd better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't hurry.
Well, maybe just half a drink more. Let's see if we stop now.
Put some Mickeys in while I pour. Okay, keep going. We're almost there.
Okay. The neighbors might think,
baby, it's bad out there.
Say, what's in this drink?
No cabs to be had out there.
I wish I knew how.
Oh, your eyes are like straight now. Starlight
to
now.
Break this spell.
I'll take your hat. Your hair looks swell.
Why, thank you. I ought to say no, sir.
Mind if I move in closer?
At least I'm gonna say that I tried.
What's the sense of hurting my pride?
I really can't stay.
Baby, don't hold out.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Baby, it's warm inside. Okay, we'll end on that. All right, there you go. That you got it. That's your encore. Don't stop. I'm almost there. Curlingus forever stops. We will not play that again. Oh man, good stuff. I'm gonna go back to my NFL advanced stats here. See what we got. I'm gonna go back to receiving. Let's talk about passing. Let's see what we got here. What do we want? Passing yards. Let's see what we can get. Something good. Let's just do passer rating straight up. How about that? And oh boy, Matthew Stafford, like dead in the middle. Oops, excuse me. Yeah, he is dead in the middle. I don't have this one pulled into the spreadsheet yet. Who's below Matthew Stafford? Who's above Matthew Stafford? Nick Mullins. Below him, Jared Goff, Gardner Minshew, Lamar Jackson, which is Kyler Murray, Garoppolo, Cousins, Burrow. I wasn't think that. Baker Mayfield, Trubisky, Haskins, Nick Foles, Daniel Jones, Cam Newton, Carson Wentz, Drew Lock, Sam Darnold, Joe Flacco, and Andy Dalton. That's really no surprises there, huh? Of course, Matt. No problem. All right. I'm looking at some of the advanced stats here on passing. And where's my... I'm going to get my case back here. Hold on.
By the way, we're at the point of the night where if you're listening and you want to ask us something about not football, it's not going to hurt my feelings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll do anything. You want to talk about behind the scenes stuff? I mean, there's some stuff that we can't.
I don't care if you want to ask me about my
but-
favorite color.
Yeah. We'll open it up to whatever you guys want to talk about. Ooh, okay. Right, here we go. If your Lions don't re-sign Galladay, what's your favorite free agent wide receiver case?
All right, let me look up the list here real quick
Okay.
because I have a few. I do like Demarcus Robinson. I don't think he's a number 1 wide receiver, but I think he'd be a very good number 2 wide receiver.
Okay.
Well, Allen Robinson
19.
is my favorite.
You're really big on him, but can I go back to my magic list of
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're going to say. I just think that he's a younger, slightly better version of Galladay.
Allen Robinson, 97. He's in the same range of separation as Marvin Jones.
Why aren't you giving me the list I want?
Because the reality is he doesn't separate.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
I know it isn't. I know.
Yeah, no. I just think he is. I think he's. I don't know. I think he's a little bit better than Galladay, to be honest. But
You guys play video games? I do. I'll talk about some of the video games I'll play.
I also weigh in on this when you're done.
Okay, you research in and I'll talk some. I've always been a big Call of Duty guy. I've somewhere around here. I've got the original Call of Duty disc from the first one back in I think it was like 2007 or 8 or 5 or whatever it was. Played every year, love it. Last year's I hated it. Modern Warfare. It was a camp fest. I'm not a big on the whole battle royale stuff, but that being said, I do play a battle royale game. I've been playing a lot of Apex Legends recently, waiting for the new COD to come out. The Black Ops Cold War looks like it's going to be a fun game. Did debate on that. That looked really, really cool. So yeah, that's good. Do the Call of Duty, do Apex Legends. There's another one I was doing. Let me look really quick here. I've tried a little Valorant or Valorant. That's it, Valorant. Not a super big fan. I'm not into like a lot of the like cool kind of mystic kind of stuff or whatever. So that kind of thing doesn't float my boat. What else do we have? Counter-Strike. I'm a guy that is a Counter-Strike guy from way back when. Counter-Strike Source and Team Fortress. Those are my games. Those are my and Quake. Those are my jams. I played the heck out of those for years. Worked at a major auto company, somewhat related. Not somewhat related, but the name is on the field that the Lions play at. And worked there for a while, and we me and a bunch of guys would stay late, and when everyone finally left, this was the late 90s, early 2000s, we would fire up Duke Nukem on the company network. And even with all their super security, we could run on a protocol that ran under their security, and we got to use their network and play at our workstations. We played Duke Nukem. The middle net would bring in beer and everything else. It was a blast.
I love Duke.
I was starting
back in the day, but
I think I didn't change a
I
whole
was
lot
just a
from that
kid,
radio
though.
station story into the white collar world. But yeah, no, that was great. Duke Nukem was great, man. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum.
yeah, no, for me, that was like, I don't know how old I was, 12, 13, something like that. That was like absolutely the pinnacle of that moment. So
Yeah, oh, absolutely. So yeah, video games are good.
I've got one that I'm doing right now. I don't know how many of you guys are into RPGs or D&D or any of that stuff, but the new Baldur's Gate 3 is in early access, but it's amazing. And I don't have a lot of time to play it, but when I have had time, I put in probably 30 hours of it in the last 4 weeks. So it's pretty sweet.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. The chat is hilarious. What time Eastern is Justin Rogers coming to sternly stare down Case? Well, he's practicing right now on his screen at home. He is just giving him the stank eye.
Mhm.
But he will be on 8:30 Eastern. He's going to help us close out the show. Really, really good stuff. I mean, he popped on this morning, had fun, right? It was a good interview. We'll break all these interviews and pieces of the show up into bits that you guys can chew on in smaller chunks rather than a big 8-hour video. But Justin was great insight, great thinking, and that was the first interview of the day. And he said, "Can I help close out? You guys ever want to do that?" I was like, "No," and he did it. And then he got in touch with me. He said, "Hey, I'm going to write a story about this. This is pretty cool." So for me, I'll be honest, that's a big deal. More for my parents because they live in Detroit, and to be in the paper for doing something like that, that's like they get the pride of the parents and all that stuff. So that feels good, and they're seasoned citizens, so it's nice to make your parents feel good, right? Mm-hmm. But the other side of it is it feels good to have done this now 5 years and grown it from what we started with when we first did this. I think I told you, were you here when I told the origin story of the podcast case about picking you up on the second show for an interview and Zylan saying that now the mods are too busy and everything. Our humble beginnings.
Well, that's because we'd essentially had the same response to other people for various other things. People are always asking us to take on projects.
Yeah. But Case and I don't want to say we couldn't be more different because we are very much the same, but had we met in a bar or a college class or passing the street, we never ever probably even would have said hello to each other just because we're different, right, and do things different. But boy, hell of a friendship, man. I mean, what a hell of a friendship to have grown and groomed over, and I've groomed him over the years. From just like doing the podcast. It's something that and everything we've grown this into and all the stuff we do and like, fucking $15,000 really. I mean, this is incredible to me to be able to do this, that we made this, you know what I mean? That's cool, dude. I'm really proud of us. Let's see. Okay, so that's Justin Rogers 8:30 is going to be on. If you never again sing that clip, I'll clip it so I can fall asleep to it every night till Christmas. Hattori, this is a good one. I've been sitting here and think about how long this has been. I've been sitting here for hours in denial that I have a Michigan accent. You do. I'm telling you, you do. You'd call after on a post game or tonight if you want. I don't care. I'm good. Let's see, I got to charge this soon, but call tonight. And we'll listen and we'll judge your accent. We could do a Michigan accent judging. That might be fun.
Sure. I know that I have an accent, but I also know that my accent is nowhere near as pronounced as many, many other people I live around, especially people who have grown up in more rural areas.
I'll tell you what, yours is so subtle. I catch it sometimes, but I'm really tuned to that. I mean, I really do tune into people's accents now. It's kind of thing that I think is really neat. But yours is so. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't. It's tough to figure out. It's tough to figure out for sure. Let's see. Are we going to go live this Sunday's game? Yes, there will be a post game show. And now I don't know if this week we're going to do a show between the post game show and Friday. My son's birthday is Wednesday. We did all this broadcasting.
I also work doubles most of the week.
Case is working doubles because he got this time off to do this. He's actually going to go to sleep at 8:00, right? Or 8:00 your time.
Actually, 8:30? I don't have to work. I don't have to work tomorrow night. Or tonight.
So he agreed to do that. This is great. Congratulations.
Well, I thought I was going to have to, but
he agreed to do this thinking he was going to finish at 8:00 his time. Go to sleep, be bed, whatever, 8:39, whatever, and then wake up at 3 p.m. after 24 hours and go to work.
Yeah,
freaking crazy, insane. That's what you're made of. This stuff's good. So yeah, Sunday we're gonna do this. I'm down probably with not doing one this week. Just after all this, give the voice a break. Like I said, my son's birthday. He's working doubles. We probably need just a little personal time.
It's gonna be sounding like I went to a rock concert.
Yeah, and I do like my family. It's the one group of people that I like to actually hang out with the most. So, all right, let's see. I should set up a new alarm to wake up to us singing. Oh, God, you guys are hilarious. But we should try to make it a ringtone somehow. Baby, it's cold outside. Let's see. Downloading Modern Warfare 2 Remastered right now. That was a fun one. That was good. I am going to play the new Call of Duty like crazy. Carlos was here before. It's another guy I met. We met 5 years ago playing video games, 4 years ago. and became really good friends. We played just about every weekend together. Halo wasn't my thing. I was always a PC guy. Had a kid, got away from the whole.
I loved Halo. Halo was big. Halo 2 was probably the last first-person shooter that I played a lot of.
Yep. Had a kid, got away from video gaming, came back, and then got an Xbox. Had to learn a controller. It was really weird. And this year, built a new computer to be powerful enough to do a lot of the After Effects work and post-production work I wanted to do, and wound up doing the going back to PC from Xbox. But Xbox just bothers me. I'm really the mouse in what's it called? Mouse and keyboard is just my bang. I just love it. So Duke Nukem, yeah, that was fun stuff. Oops, where'd we go? Losing some of the chat here. Kick ass. Yeah, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum.
I was huge, absolutely huge on any of the BioWare games for Xbox.
Yeah.
The Knights of the Old Republic, Dragon Age, Mass Effect.
GoldenEye for sure.
Yeah, GoldenEye, definitely.
Absolutely set the standard.
Definitely GoldenEye.
Yeah, good one, David. How I can't believe how much you guys have evolved. Yeah, Jacob, the same. It used to be. I mean, this quote, and it's one I absolutely love, and I love Case for it. Okay,
I'm toast
because I will never forget texting his ex-wife, and saying, "I'm worried about Case. Can you just check on him because he passed out in the middle of the show." He came in thinking, "Hey, I'm going to be a little drunk. It'll be funny, right?" That was like episode 10 or something, or 12.
It was the first time I'd been on the post-game show.
Yeah.
It was only the second post-game show you had done, and the first one was super boring.
Yeah, typical. Then you came along and made it less boring.
So I set out to get drunk intentionally. I didn't mean to get that drunk.
So, and then we got worried about him, so we got that going. That was good. But we have, man, you talk about where we were versus where we are now. What a crazy world, man. Lost my accent again. I can call. Okay, Hattori, let me give us 3 minutes. All right. Yeah, Sam sounds Michigan. He is like Michigan 110%. Older people in Minnesota, where did they go with their accent? Off the sound like Canadians. Robotic one with English. It says your phone isn't available. Okay, give it a second, Hattori. Let me. I'll get it fired up here. Some guys at JCI used to get together on Xbox up to play Deathmatch Halo late at night. Yeah, God, those are the best. We used to. When I worked, I was like 19 or something. We worked at a pizza place. I was 20 when I made the smart move to get away from radio because I was going to make a living out of it, and then went right into the pizza business. I made a lot of money, but my buddies and I, we would finish work like midnight. We'd go to my one buddy's house. He still lived at home with his parents. They'd go to bed and they'd let us just have fun, and we would drink beer and smoke whatever was available and play Blades of Steel or Tecmo Bowl till the sun came up. Go to bed, pop up, go to work at 4:00 in the afternoon. Work till midnight, back to his house playing Tecmo Bowl and Blades of Steel. Those were great days, man. That's like probably the peak, like where you were with Duke Nukem. That was peak time. There was like 6 of us just having a riot. Blades of Steel and Tecmo Bowl.
Sure. And those were, I was very young playing those, but yeah.
So Matt, yeah, don't be sad about the no Xbox. I still got it. It's still sitting here. I got the One X. It's just not as good. And now that they've got everything on PC and moving your Xbox games over to PC, it's just a better experience for me. Yeah, I was, Jacob. You were seriously worried if you called the man's ex-wife. She was his wife at the time. She wasn't his ex-wife at the time that I called her. But I really was worried. I was concerned. I mean, and it was probably overly concerned. But the fact that he passed out while we were doing the show, I was like, he could be. I mean, if he's that bad, he could like choke on his own barf, and that's. I don't need that going on in the back of the show. I'm trying to build a podcast here. He's gonna shit on the brand.
There's a fine line between passing out and just drunkenly falling asleep, and that was me drunkenly falling asleep.
Oh man. Oh, that's funny. That beef you had with Justin too, right? It's. I mean, so young we were, and so new, and so like. It was one of those never meet your heroes moment, right? It was so bad. Let's see. Something shining.
I also have some thoughts about the wide receiver question when we get back there, but I'm in no rush.
You say that again? Sorry.
I have some thoughts about the wide receiver question when we get back there, but I'm in no rush.
Yes. Okay. You're right, Matt. You're right in there. That's about where I'm at. Let's see. I have vouchers from StubHub and Air Canada. Damn, when the world is opening it. All right. Hattori, let's see. Let me get this going. Give me a ring. You can do 248-782-8384. Or if you're going to use Skype, do Detroit Lions Podcast, all one word. Let's get Hattori's accent. Let's judge the accent. I am certain he's going to go to the garage. And did you hear about what was going? Look at this. Look at this. Excuse me. I shouldn't give all the Michiganisms away. Here we go.
Who was it who was saying they said buddy all the time? Was that Trev?
Yeah, Trev.
Because I think I say buddy all the time too, but I don't think it's a common thing people say
pal.
around here.
Don't call me buddy, pal. What's that from? I don't even remember where that's from.
That's South Park.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not your buddy, pal, or whatever. That's not a great quote or a good impression. I'm not a good impressionist, but
yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Hey, Hattori, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Oh God, that is so Michigan.
I do have a funny accent story. I was back like 95 or 96. I went up to a Kalamazoo Wings game, and I was buying a program from this guy. And he goes, "Oh, you sound like, are you from down south?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I'm from Branch County. We're south of Kalamazoo." And he goes, "Oh, no, you sound like you're from Tennessee." And I was like, "Dude, you have a mullet."
All right.
But I have been told, apparently there's like certain words that we will say, like when I say the word habanero for a pepper, some guy says, "You say habanero," and I was like, "I don't say that," but whatever, you know.
Yep. All right, let's see. What if you wanted a carbonated beverage? What would that be called?
Oh, it's a pop, always. Ask for a soda, we'll give you a pop.
I took so much shit for saying pop in my year in Philadelphia that I stopped saying it entirely, and I've never gone back. It's not because I'm ashamed now, but I just broke that habit and I can't really do it anymore. And now I almost cringe when I hear other people say it. But
all right, I got a great pop story.
Oh, I refuse. I'm in Phoenix now, I absolutely refuse to say soda. It's always pop.
Okay, here's my story. Okay, and Tori, you'll be able to, I think everybody will ride with me on this one. Brother went off to Purdue University to do his doctorate. I didn't pursue school at that time. I was a late bloomer. So he comes
Still
back.
Getting there.
Yeah. No, I eventually got a master's. I didn't do too bad. So he comes back from college, and we sit down. And my mom's like, "What do you want to drink?" He's like, "I'll have a soda." And, he's my younger brother. He's 2 years younger. And you know how brothers treat each other. I'm like, "A soda? Really? You're going to have a soda?" And he's sitting there with his new girlfriend. He's like, I was like, just like straight as hell, right? All on him. I'm like, "A freaking soda? Where are you from? Who even are you? Have you forgotten where you came from?" And I gave him a rash of shit for like 5 minutes for saying soda instead of pop. It's a pop. That's where you're from. That's who you are. Don't give me this soda bullshit, right? And ground him down in front of his girlfriend. And then we forgot about it, moved on, right? And it's like, wow, I thought about it. I just kind of giggled about it because, you whenever you get a good chance to grind on your little brother, it sticks with you and you enjoy it. Fast forward 15 years later. It's literally 15 years later. I moved to California. I started a new job, new company. It's literally like my third day on the job. I'm coming into a meeting. There's 8 of us in the room. It's like, okay, let's go get lunch. We'll come back. We'll finish out the meeting. So there's a cafeteria in the building. I go down, get my lunch. I come back. I got the giant pop. Got a sandwich, whatever. I get in the room. Everyone's computers and notebooks and shit are there on the table. I sit down. My boss comes back. It's just the 2 of us, and we're talking. And I'm like, I go to get my straw. I reach and I hit the glass, and I knock this it's not 64, but it felt like 64 ounces of pop, and it just goes across the table, and it's starting to run towards everybody's notebooks and everybody's computers. It's like, and me and my boss just started pulling things off the table as fast as we can and moving chairs. And I'm like, oh shit. And like a brand new. I moved across the country. I don't know anybody. My family still lives in Michigan, and I've done this huge, giant faux pas, right? My boss looks at me, the most gracious person ever, the most gracious thing ever said. She said, let's go. Let's get this cleaned up before anyone gets back. No one will know any better. No one will be the wiser. I'm like, all right. There's a kitchenette across the way. We're grabbing paper towels. We're wiping it up. We're going back and forth in this kind of panic speed before anyone gets back to try to get it done. I go by the administrative coordinator. She goes, what's going on? I go, oh, I spilled my pop. And I go running by, and she starts going, and I start going the other way, and my bosses were crossing and by the administrative coordinator. She's like, it's so cute when they say pop. And it was right there that I realized, holy shit, it's freaking soda. And we cleaned it all up, got it all straight. But it was like I said, it was brand new. And the last thing you want to do is get a bunch of sticky on people's notebooks and computers and stuff, right? We got it cleaned up. Nobody was any wiser. Nobody knew any better. But I called my brother up that night. I said, hey, I got to apologize. He's like, for what? I said, like a long time ago, you were over, your new girlfriend over, whatever. And I gave you all that shit about not being soda. It's pop. I said, yeah, it's soda, man. You got it right. I'm sorry. I was wrong. He goes, I don't even remember.
Well, I think part of the reason that the Midwest say pop instead of soda is because we say soda with the very Minnesota accent, soda. So it's one more opportunity to really extend that O out.
Soda.
We don't need that.
All right, let me see here. Okay, so you're in Phoenix. How long have you been in Phoenix, Satori?
I've been out here now for like 10 years.
10 years. Oh, yeah.
10 years.
So if you have a door that kind of slides or whatever that moves back and forth to go out to your back patio, what's that called?
Just like a sliding glass door, a patio door.
Okay. It's not a door wall?
No, I've never used the term door wall.
Okay, just making sure.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah. Let me see. I'm actually going through a list right now because these are things. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how to look it out of you.
It drives me crazy out in the rural areas of North Dakota. They'll say dinner is lunch.
Oh.
And that one kills me.
And then supper. You don't know if dinner is dinner or lunch until they say supper, right? Yep. Yeah. All right. In Michigan, where do you go to get your driver's license?
That's like the DMV.
No, that's the DMV's in California and Arizona, but when you were in Michigan, you went somewhere else.
Apparently.
The initials are SOS.
Secretary of State?
See, that was Michigan. Okay. So what happens in Michigan is they say Secretary of State. So like Secretary of is one word, Secretary of State.
Secretariat?
Yeah, Secretary of State. Secretariat and State. Let's see. Everyone knows that.
We've got UFTA. UFTA is our big one. That's our claim to fame up here. So
let's see. I'm trying to find. Okay.
Well, I do know that we have the party store phenomenon.
Yes. Oh my God, that still gets me.
Apparently, that's like a Michigan thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Party store. Like,
yeah.
If they party store here, people, they're like, what?
Oh, you need some streamers?
Oh.
You need streamers, huh?
We literally had a store in town called the Party Store, but it was not what you think it was.
Talking booze. Get your Dry County bullshit out of here and tell me where the booze is at. It was not what you
think it was, yeah.
Yeah, no, that burned me all the time. And nobody told me. I went for like 7 years asking for the Party Store. Yeah, is there a party store around here? They're like,
see, I like what? That though. I think that's I always call it the beer store.
Yeah, that's very Canadian. The beer store. They actually have in Canada they're where you get beer. They actually have, it's all really, really government
state
regulated.
Beer store.
Yeah, it's a state run. It's called the beer store.
Mm-hmm. I don't know where I picked that up, but
I used to run across the border and the what's called the Mackinac, not the Mackinac, the Ambassador Bridge, to fly over there to get Molson Triple X. because they had the super high potency. It was like, I don't know if it was 7% or whatever. There's no craft beer back then. But you'd shoot over, get a couple cases of Molson Triple X, and you could do it at 19. But it still felt so weird, like to have 6-8 cases of beer in your trunk, and you're like, they're like, why'd you go to Canada? To get beer. And because you can, right? So the border patrol doesn't care, so you just bring it right in, and you've got all your beer that you needed. It was wild.
I'm trying to think, Golden, if I've ever heard anyone actually say "yeah, sure, you betcha," like legitimately and not as a parody. I don't think I have. Oofda, even I say it accidentally.
What
sometimes.
The hell is
and
oofda?
then I'm like, well, oof is like oof, like oof. You run into something, oof. It's a multi-purpose word. It's like the F word. Like you can use it in many different contexts.
Okay.
But oofda is like just like an exaggerated version of it.
Oofda.
There's even like a oofda taco truck up here, which is the most like North Dakota, Minnesota thing that you could possibly ever find. The oofda taco truck. So
do you want to talk about what your business concept is at all?
My tiki bar?
Yeah. I think this is just the location. To me, this is like a juxtaposition thing, right? But I think the location and that are like, I just don't get it. And then I think about it, I'm like, oh, absolutely. This is absolutely makes sense. So talk about this. I think this is Fargo, North Dakota we're talking about.
So I'm somewhat obsessed with like tiki and the tiki ideal, just to not to like give you guys an entire history of it or anything, but tiki is like a fantasy. I mean, obviously you've all heard of tiki drinks, right? Tiki bars. Okay, but the idea of tiki is like this fantasy built around an amalgamation of South Pacific, Asian Rim, and Caribbean cultures kind of all built into one thing that was just like it's purely an American creation, and it came from soldiers coming back from overseas during like World War I and other wars too. But it got there were things that they liked about, they thought were cool or whatever about the cultures they visited, and so tiki just became this kind of like catch-all for all this stuff into one. It's the only real Caribbean thing about it really is that it's A, tropical, and B, all the drinks are rum based. The rest of it is mostly Asian rim and South Pacific type related stuff. You've got the tiki god sculptures, that kind of thing. Anyway, I've been obsessed with it for years now. I want to start a tiki bar in Fargo, North Dakota, which is maybe the furthest thing from what looks like a tiki location. Because if you think about, you can easily find any tiki bars in Florida, on the beach, or California, whatever, that's like super commonplace. They're all over the place. Or there are just regular bars that if I went to it, I'd say there are tiki themes here that you don't even necessarily realize are tiki themes, right? And then like even Disney World, I think that's or Disneyland, when I went there with my ex's family years and years ago, they have the Enchanted Tiki Bar, and it was so cool. And it was like very Disneyfied. Like they had alcoholic drinks, but it was like animatronics and lights and volcano things and whatever. But it was very cool. And that all inspired me. And I want to, Fargo, North Dakota has a huge number of restaurants and bars, at one point in time, more per capita than anywhere else in the country. And people eat out here like religiously. So and go out religiously and drink religiously. So there's lots of bars, but there aren't a lot of like destination type places. There aren't a lot of unique places. There's dive bars that have a certain character to them, that kind of thing. There's even that we finally have a bar that's caught on to the like arcade bar type fad. I don't think they're doing a phenomenal job of it, but I'm hoping they do well and can do it better every year, or get better, excuse me, not every year, but I'm hoping that they can make it better over time. We have breweries, we have all this other stuff, but we don't have a lot of like unique places. And so a tiki bar would stand out here big time. And the whole concept being it's just about the coldest place in North America, right? Or not North America, but in the US. It's not that far off from the coldest place in North America, but it's
colder
cold
than Mars
here in the winter. Right. In the winter, it is cold here. And can you think of a better like escape from that than walking into, and like you walk in the door, and I've got a million ideas about it. And I have a business plan that's like in its very, very, very infancy. I have to wait until I can afford to even think about like starting to save money for this before I really dig into it. I don't want to put myself like massively in debt trying to do this, but you walk in the door and like there's like a light like mist spray and it's humid, and there's I would love to do real, but we'd probably have to do fake palm leaves and palm trees, and you've got the whole bamboo bar, and it's slightly dim lighting, and you've got red lights in these like glass orb type things hanging from the ceiling and that kind of thing. You've got you've got some like statues and whatever, so it's a kind of a mix between a dive bar and a destination. That's the idea.
Well, that sounds like a business proposal to me. You need to take that to a bank, get yourself a loan. I'm sure there's a business that started with less.
Oh yeah. I think it's incredible. I mean, and we've been talking about this for a while, and I think he's got a really, really good idea. I'm excited to see him break it out, but by the same token, I know getting into the bar and the restaurant industry means the idea of him working doubles now is nothing compared to what he's going to have to do. And we're never going to have podcast time, and that's no good. So I kind of hope he
and you get to a curveball, and you could have a tiki bar that serves coney dogs.
Sure, totally. Actually, I mean, my idea for food, if there is food, although
Case is just going to do dick in the box and wreck it all.
My idea for food is like a kebab type thing, where it would be like a Mongolian grill almost, where you kind of go and select your own ingredients and then hand it over, and they'll cook your kebab for you, that kind of thing. Which I don't think I've ever seen before.
If the world ever opens again and the Lions next time they come out here to Arizona, you guys should come out. There's actually a pretty cool tiki bar here. It's been here since like the 1950s. It's kind of like a dive bar now, but that's a really cool place. Like you go during the day and it's all these like homeless vagrants, and at night it turns into like this hipster bar. It's really bizarre, but it's a really cool, neat looking place. Hasn't changed since like 1955. It's got a tiki theme.
Hey, just really quick, Wes is there in case you need to go full Twin Peaks here and have coconut bras and grass and mini skirts.
Speaking of coconuts, that's how I want to demarcate the bathrooms, is have a couple of coconuts on the door of the women's bath, like halves of coconuts on the the door of the women's bathroom, and like a banana on the door of the men's bathroom. It's, it's the little things that I think about all the time.
Speaking of the little things,
yeah, well,
here's Case earlier in the day when he did the whole coconut bra hula girl.
You're in the spirit of things.
He's built in. He's ready. This is the waitress uniforms.
Yeah. When I've been around the restaurant industry,
I've never heard of anyone that had like a more thorough like business plan for anything. Go for it, man. It sounds like you're ready to go. Get the proposal typed up.
You give me money.
Only tiki bar in Fargo.
My only tiki bar experience was that memorable, and it's memorable for a weird reason. Well, I used to go down there. I had a friend. His mom and dad had gotten divorced. His dad lived in Atlanta. There we go. And he'd go down to see his dad. Well, we'd get a one-way ticket. We'd go shopping around for VW Bugs. This was like the 80s. And I didn't have my driver's license yet. And he did, and he was 21, and his dad was whatever. So we'd go down. His dad had a Porsche 911 SC, and he'd be, yeah, you guys can drive it, whatever. So we'd be cruising around Atlanta, me and him in a Porsche, right? and hang out and do our thing. And we go to this one tiki bar, and they would let me drink, no problem at all, right? And they had shrimp for, what was it? It was oysters for 5 cents, wings for 5 cents, and shrimp for 10 cents, I think, each. And you just tell them you want 10 wings, you want whatever. It was like nothing. And then beers were cheap, and you just sat there. It was a bar. It was out in this area that was just kind of like, you know, a park kind of area, but it just stood there standalone, no huge bunch of infrastructure or anything else. And the food was great, and the beer was cold, and we would sit there for hours and just get blottoed. That was my favorite place. That was my favorite place in Georgia to go have my tiki bar place, but I'll never forget that. All right, let's think. Yeah, caller's still here. Tori, you've been around. I mean, have you been here for the whole 24 hours, or did you get a break in there somewhere?
No, I took breaks. Yeah, I started off. I got up today Arizona time at 6. I forgot about because we don't change our time, so I thought it was starting at 6, and it wouldn't start until 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was waiting around until
my
like phantom stream for like 20 minutes.
I remember that now. Yeah. I tried.
I went to work in between, came back on my lunch break. But yeah, I mean, I've been here for a good chunk of the day. It's been a good time.
Yeah, that's crazy. I tried to be super thorough when I got everything set up last night, and I did something a little different, and that's why the Phantom stream was there, and I'm kicking myself still over it. Just damn it.
It's okay. There's the first part's up there, so I can catch what I missed.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, the first part was fun. I mean, we got off to a good start. Now here we are, 18 hours in.
No,
singing "Baby, It's Cold Outside."
Wes. The name of the bar is actually Rum and Rocks. I think it's
what?
Classy.
I think
Case's got a name. He's ready to go. Got a name. Got a business plan. Got a menu. Decor.
Case's Glory Hole Tiki Oasis. This is big. I think you're gonna get some crossover crowd there too.
You know what? They actually closed the only gay bar in Fargo like a few years ago. So
oh yeah, is the property still for lease?
I'm very happy to have them have a good solid place to go. So
yeah, I'm wondering, is the property still for lease? You might have a place to start out.
No, I think it got torn down. It was a piece of trash.
Oh, that's no good. Just trying to help. Well, Hattori, man, I thank you, dude, for everything. Not just today. I mean, you talk about being here as long time. You've been here. I remember watching you go on break from lunch. I remember you being here early. The stream, and you're still here, and you've given a couple times, and you've been great in the super chat given too when we were doing the other stuff. Thanks so much, dude. Really appreciate you and spending time and giving us time and lending us an ear, man. It's really awesome.
And thank you for the encouraging
words. No worries. Yeah, I just wanted to say, every Sunday I go watch my game at a bar owned by fellow Michigander Dan Marley.
Oh, nice.
After the game, win or lose, I just stroll on home, and then the podcast is either kicking off or just started, so it's there. Listen, every week. I've never called before. First time calling in, but I've been listening for a couple of years now. But I mean, thanks for doing what you guys do, and thanks for doing this for a good cause. I don't mind throwing some money towards that. So just keep doing the good work, and one day I'll go to Fargo and go to a tiki bar.
You and me both, my friend. We'll drink for free. We'll close that bar. Case will be back to podcasting.
Right.
We'll podcast for tiki torches. All right, Victoria, I'm going to let you go. Thanks a lot for calling, bro. Awesome. Thank you for everything you.
No problem. Good talking to you guys.
Yeah, you too, bud. See you.
Bye.
I love that. And he knows Black Flag.
I'd gotten that whole thought process out.
Yeah, no, it's good.
I've had to shelve it for a minute, but
yeah, no. I was impressed. You got an idea, and it was like it came out of nowhere. It was completely unexpected when you shared it. I was like, all right, this guy's got something going on. This is for reals, right? I was like, oh, this is nice. I was impressed.
I have enough impressed. I know enough people in the restaurant industry in Fargo, and a lot of people that I grew up with are now reaching the higher levels of those kind of things where 10-15 years it might be something I can honestly think about. But
yeah, for real. I don't know if it's gonna take you that long, dude. You ever watch the show Bar Rescue?
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, that's you'll learn a lot, my friend.
Yeah.
That guy is so annoying, though. It's like, okay, I get the contrived bit here that you got going on. I understand that it's a show and all that other stuff, but still, it's fun watching him. When he comes in and scream at people at the beginning, I laugh. I laugh every time. And if it was my bar, I don't care how much I'm losing. If he comes in throwing a tantrum like that, I'm just gonna laugh. I'm just gonna think it's so funny watching that guy flip out. Okay, but that's who I am. I don't know where it came from. Here's a story. Okay, so when I stopped radio, I worked my way through college. I was a mechanic for 8 years to get through my undergrad, and worked on the cars, did a lot of air conditioning work and other stuff. But when I was starting out, I did some oil changes or whatever. I was in this Goodyear store, and this is so funny. Had a car. Another guy had a car up on a rack, had the wheels off, and was checking the brakes. And part of it, right, you press in the caliper pistons on the brakes to make sure they're smooth and they move and everything. So he was waiting for an approval from the customer. He decided to go to lunch. The owner, who had 2 heart attacks in his office before I even started working there, a massive hypochondriac, comes out screaming, shaking a work order on paper that he'd just written up for a customer. We've got a waiter. We got a waiter. It's an oil change. He's freaking out. And, a waiter is not like you'd have in a tiki bar. This is somebody who's waiting for you to work on their car. Right. So we had a guy, we nicknamed him Corn Cob. He's from Louisiana, spent a lot of time in the Army. And he was like 6'9" and weighed about 102 pounds, and had the highest pitched voice in that Louisiana accent, right? And he come out and he looks at me, he's like, Corn Cob, put the wheels on that car, get it out of here. We got a waiter, right? He's like, all right, boss, I'll get right on it, right? He runs over. He's good guy, good employee. He's gonna go do what the boss says right away. Gets the wheels on it, puts it down. It's up on an alignment rack. Puts it in reverse to take it. You got to kind of goose it to get off the rack a little because there's a little bump at the back. He hits it, goes to hit the brakes to stop, and the brake pedal goes all the way to the floor because the pistons were compressed on the brakes. There's no brakes in the car, right? So it starts accelerating off the thing, and I'm putting tires on a wheel, and I see that car coming. I'm like, what the? And I take a step back, and it comes pulling in a big U, and the back of the car hits the tire machine and literally rips it out of the concrete and just knocks it tumbling underneath the cars that are up on hoist. I'm like, and I look back at the car, and it's just, and I see his face as the car's going backwards, and it's just sheer terror, just the car, and he comes swinging in a big U in the back of the car. Is towards the service desk out there where there's computers, which are pretty new at the time. And you got a guy, I'll never forget his name, is Tom T. He's at the desk, and he's typing in a work order. He's just like finding the keys to type in the information, and he's doing this whole one finger kind of swing thing. And all of a sudden he looks up, and he just sees these bright red lights in his eyes and the car accelerating at him. And he's like, ah! Dives out of the way. Car backs into the service desk, buries itself up to the windshield. The top of the desk stayed intact and went across the top of the trunk. The rest of the car blasted through the bottom of the service desk, and it came to a rest with the back glass against the end of the desk. The computer he's working on, he goes, and it tilts for a few seconds, and then it was one of the old tube monitors. It pops when it hits the ground. Tom, he stands up afterwards. His pants are soaked. He's completely fucking pissed himself. And I look in the car, and Corn Cob's sitting there. His glasses are completely fogged up. And he's like, I don't know what happened. No brakes. Everybody's silent. And I look, and I just burst out laughing. I mean, no one was hurt at this point. It was okay. But here's the guy who pissed his pants. Here's the guy with the foggy glasses. Doesn't know what the hell happened. No brakes. With his high-pitched voice. And the owner's standing there looking like, I have a waiter. And the customer's at the window looking through, seeing their car wrecked into the back of the thing. Oh, man. Those are good times. Good times. Corn Cob. I wonder whatever happened to him.
Hopefully you made it.
No handbrake, Curlingus. I feel like maybe you're being. It was one of the foot brakes. It was like a late '80s Buick Century. You remember that boxy kind of thing? It was that kind of a car. It was crazy. It was great. Have Chris walk in dressed as John Taffer, start screaming at Case. That's a good one. I want to shove a tiki up your ass.
Wes, no, it is not legal here yet. There was a referendum on it that, or when they put something on the ballot. What am I trying to say?
Proposition.
Yeah, on it 2 years ago, and it passed, but our state legislature has some screwy rules or don't care about the rules and decided, nope.
Yeah, they did that in Florida, and the rules are pretty janky. It passed, and then they didn't pass, and they kind of made it weird and whatever. It was it is what it is. It's time. I remember back in when I was finishing high school, I believed it. Right, you're reading High Times, it'll be legal in just 2 years. In 5 years, it's gonna be it's smart. No, man, this is like the pace of you got to think. Did you ever actually see the movie Reefer Madness?
Oh yeah, I owned it for a long time.
Yeah, what a great flick! What an absolutely great flick. People, obviously they believed
hilarious.
it, right? I mean, but they believed it, and when you see it and you put yourself kind of in that time, that's really scary shit, right? And that's going to be hard to change those people's minds and before they're gone. That's why I think it was so crazy that my mother-in-law was like in enough pain that she resorted to CBD. You know what I mean? Because that was a big step. And same thing with my mom. She's like, "Oh my God, how much is the cream? How do I get it?" I'm like, "I'll take this one. I'll get you more." She's like, "No, I'm gonna buy it. I'm not gonna make you buy it. I need this. This is great, right?" Really good stuff. But it's crazy for them to kind of get over that mental hump to see that it works, and you're good to go. Yeah, that Oregon thing's gonna be interesting to see, Logan. I don't know what it means, right? I mean, I
know what the theory behind it is. Whether or not it works, we'll see.
Yeah,
and I mean, I they can always decide that it's not working.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it. My opinion is, I think it's worth a try.
Yeah, no, I've seen a lot, and the thing is I don't think it's the thing, right? I don't think it's the thing so much as everything else surrounding it. I spent a good amount of time, like I said, traveling to Germany for my job for a long time, and would go through Amsterdam a lot, and would stop off in Amsterdam just to kind of to visit the Van Gogh Museum and things like that. Mm-hmm. But as I toured and saw things over the course of about an 8-year period when I was doing that, I saw significant change in the business, as a legal business, and I saw a decline. What was the decline from? Was it something else? Was it that? I think what happens is you wind up in a weird spot with all the other things surrounding it that cause the problems. I think the things by themselves aren't necessarily all the problem. Flounder. Oh my God, you're still at it. I'll drag myself up to try to, I lost it. Listen to Rogers at 5:30 local. Yes, 8:30 Eastern time. Another 27. That puts us at 15-116-69. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Flounder, for everything.
What Hattori says, I mean, if the organized crime gets into it and starts being malicious towards a population, that's one thing. If you're not looking for that and trying to prevent that, then yeah, I think you're likely to have a problem. But I also think there's ways to reduce the amount of money that organized crime could take in from those things through the decriminalization.
I'll tell you, everyone knew forever in Chicago that the mayor was mobbed up. They knew the whole city was mobbed up, right? And it's just completely collapsed. Enough money will buy you whatever you want. What happened is a lot of as Eastern Europe opened up, a lot of the Eastern European mob was using Amsterdam as a sex trafficking place. Yeah. And the red light district changed from a something that was by choice to something that wasn't. I'll tell you, this is a good one. In Germany, they have red light districts, and this is really, really interesting about how they work. Completely legal, right? And they pay taxes, the whole thing, right? It's a real regular job.
Yeah.
But a lawsuit occurred while I was going there, and it stunned me. It was like how good intentions flip around. Like everything's a circle, right? You get to the other side. So just we talked about the European CV earlier with you have your picture and all. It's like your resume, right? But you have a headshot and all that stuff on that, right? That's your thing. So you go to the Arbeitslos, and if you're unemployed, and you would go, you have your CV, you give it to them, you try to find you a job. You're on unemployment benefits forever. But if you're offered a job and you decline it, you don't longer get benefits, right? So that was the deal. Well, brothels were going through the CVs and saying, oh yeah, she's a good looker, she's good looking, we're going to offer her a job. If you didn't take the job, you lost your unemployment benefits. Ooh. Which means you're forcing people into prostitution, right? For sure. It's like, ooh, wow, what an unintended consequence, right? Crazy stuff. So that was, like I said, that was a number of years ago, and they fixed it. But those are the things, and how these things work out. It's always so, I don't want to say stupid, but there's so many needles to thread. And unintended consequences, the best minded things tend to go wrong. And when you get dumb people with good intentions, it gets really bad really quick. Levi Beaucamp, want to say thank you very much for the 15. Keep up the good work, fellas. I didn't see that one go through. Thanks a lot, Levi. I really appreciate that. I was in Amsterdam in 06. I did a massive tour with some friends down the Reeperbahn, which is where the Beatles got their start, in Hamburg. And we had a blast. We had an absolute riot, except for the part where we almost got in a fight. But other than that, it was absolutely there was all kinds of German flying, and I just had to pull my friend out of there, which was, I felt like a good responsible adult. There's 3 of us. Great place. The Reeperbahn, if you ever get going, Hamburg is a great town. It's a sailing town, a lot of shipping stuff going on. But St. Pauli district, St. Pauli beer is all about it. It was. I mean, it could be different now, but definitely worth the tour. Chicago, enough money will buy you whatever you want, except a decent quarterback. There you go. Let's see. Nacho put 7 quarts of synthetic in a valve cover. On the Corvette's first oil change and blew the engine. That's horrible. Oh, we had one I'll never forget. I mean, we would play pranks. There's one guy, his name was Tung Lee. He would wait till you're like shoulders deep in an engine, and then he'd sneak up and honk the horn. And you would jump and you would rip your hands, or arms or whatever else, and he'd be horn work and go running away, right? Everybody freaking hated him. Everybody hated him. Horn work, you motherfucker. I'll show you a horn. What else? Saw a lot of car crashes. One guy, Booger, we nicknamed him because he broke his nose playing second base. He took a grounder that took a bad hop right as he got in front of it on our dealer baseball team. He was a shorty. He wouldn't show up on Fridays, and it was one of it's commission work. So once all the work was done, people could leave early, and everyone wanted to leave early. But Booger wouldn't show up, so it was more work that had to get ditched around everybody. Yeah, short guy. He was like 5'7", whatever, 5'6". One Friday, we'd had enough, so we took he had a toolbox, he had a bottom box and a top box. We took a whole boatload of milk crates and put his top box way up high, like beyond where he can reach it. And he came in on Monday. I never forget. He goes to put his key in, and he's looking up. He's like, "F you guys put your assholes." We left him like that for half an hour, and he commissioned, so he was like without half his tools. So, hey, can I borrow a screwdriver? Nope, no chance. Nobody gave him anything. So his money, his income was crippled for half that day till we helped him get his stuff down, and then he started showing up on Fridays. That was great. There you go. Life in the world with Booger. See, Flounder, thank you, brother, for everything. I think 14 of this 15,000 was your money. You're awesome, dude. Slight exaggeration, but All right. 3:30. We have less than 6 hours to go, Case. Are you feeling it?
Oh, I'm feeling it. What am I feeling?
Well, I don't see your hands.
I'm feeling lots of things.
Put your hands up when you say that, please.
I shouldn't have done
that. That's the one thing the YouTube algorithm doesn't catch. So you're okay, my friend.
Yeah, but we're also doing a charity for children. I should,
Well, they're not supposed to be watching.
Right.
So everything we've done is demonetized today. All our live show. That's good. Mm-hmm. They're good at this. These guys know how to take your money, stick it in their own pockets. Packets. They get them packets over there. That's another machine thing. They get in your pockets. Putting it in your car. Gonna go get some pop at the party store. All right, let's see. I live in Oregon. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, best of luck, Sean. I hope it goes great. I mean, that's actually my hope for everybody. I hope everything goes great for everybody everywhere, because that would be awesome. That'd be great. I'm out. Logan, thank you. Great work for an even greater cause. Stay strong these last hours. We got you. Raper Bond, I did. Wes, are you familiar? The St. Pauli district? St. Pauli's girl. If you look at the no, it's just a German word, not like rape. St. Pauli's girl. It'll give you a new look at the label of that beer. Very, very interesting. What's it called? There's a section. I mean, and it literally is. It's a mile long district, and it's, gentlemen's clubs, I think is the word you can use. All the way down and all the way up, with a couple kebab stands along the way to get something to eat because you drank too much. And it's different there because you go in and you kind of you do the whole normal gentleman's club thing, but then you can pick somebody to go to a room with. So it's like going to the gentleman's club and then choosing.
In the champagne.
Oh yes, there is in Germany. No, and we were there. We were just drinking, right? We were just having a good time. I was a married guy. I'm happily married and have been, and I wanted to remain that way. But I heard the stories, and so my one buddy was a sailor. He'd run big ships. He'd done been down to Antarctica. He used to do oil tankers. He was a ship's captain. Really, whatever. But he'd be like, yeah, it's crazy because when you do go with one of those girls, right, you typically don't go alone. You're with your buddies, so you do whatever, and then you get let out, and when the door they lets you out in the back alley, right? So you go out in your back alley. It takes you forever to figure out your way out and back around to get back into the front to see your buddies again, so that nobody, if you're out of sequence, you wind up cycling around and around. It takes forever to get out of there, and you wind up spending a whole bunch more money. So that's one of the tricks of the trade over there. But there's actually a section. So literally, gentlemen's clubs all the way up and all the way down, and it's separated, like I said, by kebab stands. There's a section that has a wall and then another wall that you have to kind of walk around. You can't see inside, and then that's like the real deal, full on display kind of stuff. It's pretty crazy place, that Germany. Let's see. An alternate universe where the Lions draft Aaron Donald instead of Eric Ebron. How do you think that would have impacted the Lions' success over the last 5 years? I think this is a good imaginary sequence. What did you think about it, Case? What do you think if we had Aaron Donald instead of Eric Ebron? I think number one, my wife wouldn't be terrified of draft day. The scream that I let out was that of a dying whale when they picked Eric Ebron. My wife, she's a real thematic and atmospheric person. Bunch of snacks, was getting all ready for the draft. You're going to have a good time, family time. My son was little. Get him psyched up and about how it goes and teach him about how the draft works and everything. And we picked Ebron, and I was just like, no! I was so angry. My son was terrified. My wife was like, what happened? We got Eric Ebron. She's like, are you fucking kidding me? So, go ahead. Tell us what you think would happen if we got an Aaron Donald instead.
Well, obviously, what happened that offseason after that was that we ended up losing Sue and Fairley, right? And Levy.
Yep.
So that defense, that 2014 defense that took us to the playoffs, because was it Joe Lombardi or Jim Bob Cooter at that point? I think it was Joe Lombardi at that point still.
Yes.
Or was that the year where they switched partway through?
I think Linehan might have been the guy, right? Still? When was 214? You don't think? Wait, well, when did we get Caldwell?
That's what I'm trying to remember the details. Yeah, no, 2014 was the year that Jim Caldwell inherited that defense.
Okay, there you go.
So it would have been Joe Lombardi.
Mm-hmm.
So that offense was going to suck no matter what, right? With or without Ebron. Not like Ebron was helping it much, but I mean, that offense was going to suck, period. But we would have had at least a presence on the defense that we were lacking. So the defense wouldn't have been... And okay, so no, I'm sorry. We're talking about 2015 because the 2014 season was the year with Sue, Fairley, Levy, and the last year of Linehan. I'm talking about 2015. That would have been the first Jim Caldwell year.
Yeah.
But that was the year we lost all those guys. So we pick up Aaron Donald. I mean, that helps the defense for sure, because losing those two guys is a big deal. 2015, we did Well, bottom line, the offense was still going to suck. We weren't going to win the playoffs that year. But it certainly takes a need off the table until Donald needs a contract. And Donald wanted a contract extension, a huge one early in his career, one that the Rams were able to navigate to a degree, but they were never able to win a Super Bowl with him, and they did their best work when he was on his rookie contract. I'm not sure that we would have done any better. That doesn't mean we wouldn't have been better overall had we taken him. I mean, obviously he's a better player than Ebron, and if you can take a better player than the player we got with every single pick, I'm not sure that he changes our outcome on any postseason stuff in any year. Maybe.
How about the Tennessee game where he was called for offensive pass interference when he wasn't? I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
Like there was, oh man. It's always stuff like that, and that was one. That's the one that started my rant, and I've had it with Blandino now.
Right.
There's nothing that makes me angrier than a ref that calls something that didn't happen. You couldn't have seen that. You absolutely could not have seen that. That didn't happen. So stop it. Stop it right now.
Okay, so 2015, we finished 7-9. The Packers 10-6. The Vikings 11-5. I doubt that Aaron Donald wins us 3 more games and knocks one of them out of the wild card, but yeah, no, I would be very surprised if 2015 it got us into the playoffs. Hang on,
all right, let me throw a little scenario out here, okay? Because we had Fairley and Sue. They left the next year. We pick up Donald. Why don't we trade one of them? Since we know we're not going to re-sign for Sue money.
Well, we lost them before Donald would have gotten there.
Did we? I thought
we lost them after the 2014 season, but we lost them both after the draft, I think, didn't we?
No, it was we didn't draft Donald, or Donald was a dumb draft because we had Sue and Fairley at the time, and I think we had them through that next year.
I could have sworn we lost at least one of them after that, like something happened, but my memory on it is probably way off. But no, you might. No, I think you're right. No, you're right. But yeah, no, for sure they didn't at that time. They still thought they were going to get an extension done for Sue, and they weren't really that concerned about Fairley because I mean Fairley was never like the elite talent they wanted him to be.
Yeah. But we could have gotten something for Fairley or Sue, who we knew we weren't going to sign. Mayhew knew he wasn't going to sign.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't going to come to a deal. Think about, you still got him on contract.
Yeah,
you get Aaron Donald. What we could have gotten for Sue? That's I think the thing, and no one's ever talked about that. Now that in my mind, in my memory, we could have gotten so much for Sue, for example. I think we really that could have changed the whole ball of wax. Damn,
I'm also pretty certain I could have talked a lot more intelligibly about this 10 hours ago. But yeah, no, you're right. At the time, they thought they were going to be able to re-sign Sue. It looked the whole time like they were going to be able to re-sign Sue, and then he went all full on mercenary and went to the highest bidder, and that's his prerogative.
Remember Wayne talking about Chris Spielman saying how much he was going to make at Buffalo. He's like, "Hey man, go for it. You got to feed your family. Go do your thing."
Yeah.
I don't know. I call Sue mercenary. Sue's a good businessman, smart guy, friends with what's his face. Buffett.
Well, I don't know. How do you define it?
I think he's just businessman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes to the highest bidder.
But he doesn't murder anybody.
Well, not yet.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Boy, what we could have gotten for him. That's I haven't done that exercise in my head. That's a big deal. I mean, you could probably pull 2 draft picks at that point for Ndamukong Suh, and you could have gotten far, but so you got Aaron Donald right on a rookie contract. You got rid of Sue, but you still got Fairley. Fairley was a guy that I thought was really coming together. You could have probably spent a little money on Fairley then and kept him, because that's a guy that under the conditioning program that they had him under and under Caldwell is a guy that I thought was going to do really well. I think him leaving was bad for him more than it was bad for the Lions. But then you get the draft capital from that Sue trade, and holy cow, you got yourself a. I'm trying to think of who was in the next draft that was worthless.
Well, no, I mean, having Donald in 2016 instead of Ebron, so their sophomore seasons respectively,
mm-hmm.
in and of itself could have been enough to get us one more win and put us over the Packers, because it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the year that's the Packers run the table year?
Yep. I remember. Here's something that was fun. Tony mentioned the Vikings being so good and always beating the Lions in the 70s, right? And it occurred to me, I didn't want to interrupt him because he was doing so good there, but it was FTV territory, right? I mean, it had to be FTV at that point because the Packers sucked, right? They weren't that good, and we were stomping them. And there's been an evolution from the 70s into the 90s, really, to where it became FTP, and the Vikings weren't such a fearsome group anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that previously. These deep thoughts at 3:45 in the morning are money, my friend. These are money. Somebody take notes. We're gonna make a killing on this stuff. We're gonna become the 3 a.m. GM, and we're gonna make the Lions great again. All right. Fairley declined his fifth. We declined his fifth year. Yep. And Mayhew thought Sue wasn't going anywhere. Do we decline Fairley? Is that what happened? I'm trying to remember. Because
right.
Okay. I'm just.
Because we didn't think that much of him. He had been injured a bunch.
Yeah.
And
he's fat.
He made some big splash plays, but his body type was so weird with those skinny legs and the big upper body.
He's fat, right? And they started getting him in shape. I'm working strictly from memory. I'm not looking this up, so I could be wrong. But I felt like it was, my memory is probably not serving me well. But he had finally gotten into a good strength and conditioning. They had gotten him to keep the weight off. Finally, he was starting to look like he was going to be something. But he wanted something else. I think he wanted a new contract or something else for that.
I definitely think there was a ego thing at play there with him too.
Well, maybe. I think I just feel like we had something on him. It had him in a good spot mentally, because I think Fairley's problem was more mental than physical. But I think the physical part manifested itself because of the mental part, the weight issue that he had, and they had gotten him into
some kind of heart arrhythmia or something.
Later on, he did. It was found, yeah. But I thought that Fairley was a guy that we could have gotten into shape, because with Caldwell was that different kind of coach that would have been exactly what a guy like Fairley needed. That was my thinking when that happened. Again, I'm working from my memory, and I remember that part clearly, but. It stunk because I wanted that for him. Same thing I remember with Tyron Walker, what happened to him. I really hated that. I wanted Tyron Walker. I was rooting for him. He was one of those guys that I was just, for some reason, he stuck with me as a guy that I just wanted to see succeed. And he had some real good splashes. And then those SOBs in Seattle chop blocked him and broke his leg. Remember? You could hear that on TV, the snap when it happened. And they didn't even get a penalty.
Yeah. That one was frustrating because he really was. He did look like a rising star.
Yeah, man. Wow.
I hadn't thought about him in years.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. So yeah, I think the whole exercise here. I think the move on it is not necessarily we got Aaron Donald instead of Eric Ebron. It's what do you do with Sue or Fairley then? Because everyone said we don't need Aaron Donald. We've got Sue and Fairley, right? But you have to know that as a GM, Mayhew knew that Sue wanted the whole bank, right? Not just the vault, the whole thing. So no, Curlingus, you're right. There was a lot of lazy talked about. What we talked about with Fairley. He took on lazy because he was overweight. He was just too heavy all the time, and he didn't have the mental discipline to get into shape. Caldwell got here, and worked with him, and he slimmed down and he got to the right shape for the right size for the rest of his body. And then they
But it didn't show up in his play that last year.
It did.
That's why they didn't pick up his contract.
He was sparking. No, it wasn't just they didn't, and I could be wrong. Again, I'm working from memory. It wasn't just that he didn't pick up his contract. He didn't want it picked up, or he wanted a different negotiation or something. There was something else, because I remember him being part of that word. And I remember clearly saying, I feel bad for Nick Fairley, because he finally, after his whole life really not being in a great spot, Coach Caldwell was the best thing for him as a person, for him to be in shape, to have his head on straight, and to really find success, not in the football league, but in life, to learn about how to live, right? Because he hasn't had that. You could tell he hadn't had that previously. And then he was gone, and then, he washed out after that. I remember that very clearly. I wanted Nick Fairley, because I think there was a mental health part to that component to it, and Jim Caldwell was probably the best thing that happened to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things Jim Caldwell was really good at as a coach, right? That whole leader of men thing, and helping them see how they could be them, their best selves. And I think, we talked about it a little bit, but I'll kind of refresh on it again. Jim Caldwell could be a Bill Belichick quality coach. Right, if he'd have to work on his game management a bit, but he could be a lot. He could be a multiple big time winner head coach. I absolutely believe it. The thing that hamstrings him is the people he hires, the people he surrounds himself with.
100%.
You put him like this is where my Wade Phillips thing came in, right? You put Wade Phillips as his defensive coordinator, and I don't know who's running the offense in Green Bay out pick, right? Or Kansas City.
I'm trying to think of who else.
Eric Bieniemy. We'll put Eric Bieniemy as his offensive coordinator, or say Andy Reid. Well, either way, just we'll kind of play a funny game. But you put a guy that has that level of quality, that's a top-notch candidate as an offensive coordinator, or defensive coordinator. You don't hold on to Ron Prince, right? You bring in Hank Fraley, a guy like that, to do your offensive line. You put good coaches in there, and he will lead a team to victory, guaranteed. Jim Caldwell is that kind of leader. But he just didn't find the right guys. He couldn't find.
If we could have gotten like a Sean McVay as an offensive coordinator before he moves to head coach somewhere, what he could have done with that offense.
Yep. Chris Kosurik, you gotta beat his ass. Riz quote. Riz quote of Coach K. Yeah, God. It's funny, I don't know. I'm getting a sense this year that Matt Patricia's that kind of guy too, that could do well if he was surrounded by great coordinators and he could concentrate on head coaching. But he's so involved in the defense. I don't know enough behind the scenes, but my sense is I'm not super excited about the Corey Unlin hire. I don't see his stamp on the defense.
Well, I'll agree with that. I have not seen his stamp yet.
And I want whoever came in, I wanted to see their stamp on the defense, because I wanted Coach out of that. I wanted him coaching. He's doing a great job managing games this year. There's been a timeout or two that he's missed, or he could have thrown a challenge flag, but that's the people upstairs that have failed him, and I think that's something that they need to talk about. I'm sure they have, but I think he would be, you get him good people, and Bevel, I kept saying he's good, not great. He's really feeling mediocre to me. Maybe it's the 19. Are we at 19 hours? Yeah, almost 19 hours of broadcasting we've done, but and I'm getting curmudgeonly or whatever. But I just feel like Bevel is mediocre at best right now.
There's so little that's more frustrating as a fan to watch a team get really good at something, like the offense under Bevel last year, and then the next year it's like, what happened? Why did you change? I mean, okay, so you have to make changes, you have to adjust. Why did you change it for the worse? And then when it was clearly worse, not either change it back or try something else. And that's what's been, it's like, I mean, Linehan was the same way.
I miss Linehan's offense. Here's the thing I miss the most.
Well, you miss
in
it
offense.
when it worked, but it didn't work for the last 3 years he was here.
But here's what I missed about it more than anything was the speed.
Right.
And this is something that I think we have missed for years, and we've shot ourselves in the foot on this. The fact that we don't go no huddle ever, the fact that we don't hurry up, the fact that we don't catch teams out, the fact that we don't switch it up between going no huddle and huddling up, or just go to the line and check the play. There's so many ways that we could change things up, and if we were just to change that, same play calls, but just change the way we approach the line. This offense would be all as is, right? This offense would be way more successful than it is. I have no idea why we don't use pacing to mess with other defenses and take advantage. I mean, it seems like we're stuck in a high school football mindset where it's like we got to play, we got to run the play, and we can't vary from the play. That's that.
We have to beat them by being the better team. We can't beat them by being the smarter team.
Right, which is Aaron Rodgers to a T, right? Yeah. Which I hate. I would love it's if you think back to hockey and the Red Wings, I loved Vladimir Konstantinov. I loved Vladimir Konstantinov.
Be talking to everybody but me right now.
That's okay. He was a guy that you absolutely loved on your team because he pissed off everybody that he came in contact with in the other team. He frustrated the shit out of other players. He was fabulous to watch. Such a smart guy, so great, and got under people's skin. Just nuts how he played. He was the ultimate defenseman in hockey. For me, I still have a signed jersey of his. He was something special. But right, that's the thing. He was the guy nobody else liked. If he was on your team, you loved him, but you hate him. That's the kind of thing that I want. That's what I'm good about.
I mean, we sort of had that in Sioux. For sure, we had that in Sioux.
Well, a lot of Detroit people kind of didn't like him too because he was a little too.
I mean, not well. At first, we all liked him, and then he threw a temper tantrum in the media and didn't want to talk about anything.
Yeah. Now nobody talks about anything.
That was the real turning point.
No,
I shouldn't say he threw a temper tantrum. He just wouldn't accept any faults in anything he had done, which I agree to an extent that he got over officiated.
Yep.
But the particular instance was the stomp, and he did it. And if he had literally just said to the ref, instead of stomping on the guy, this guy keeps untying my shoes under the pile, keep an eye for it, the other guy would have gotten a penalty. And that would have potentially, I mean, I don't remember the outcome of that game. I'm sure we lost.
It's a good guess.
But I somewhere in the back of my head, I think it was kind of close, and that was kind of a linchpin moment when we lost our best defensive player and gave them a personal foul penalty.
Yep. Got to give a shout out to Latvia Lion. Greetings from Latvia. Keep up the good work. Go Lions. Dude, thank you so much. $100. St. Jude loving you. We're loving you too. Really, really appreciate that. That is super, super cool, man. Wow. From Latvia. We're everywhere. We're global. We're international men of mystery and leisure. Case. You're too busy. What are we still drinking this cigar city there?
Yeah.
Let me think. I think they make the High Ally that I like, IPA.
Dear. Which is probably not the one I should be drinking right now, but double IPA, but
yeah, cigar city.
I've got some Grain Belt downstairs. I'll switch over to that. Keep me at low key.
There we go. Craft beer. Let's see what we got here. I've driven by this place a couple times. I really should have stopped in. Yep, they make High Ally.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Wes. I think that not only was it Prime Megatron, but You also had Linehan's best year with Titus Young before he went insane, and Nate Burleson, while he was still a capable number 2, really good number 3. You had Javid Best as a rookie, at least until he got hurt. He was phenomenal. You even had Brandon Pettigrew before he turned into a statue that couldn't move. So I think that
and Stonehands. He had Stonehands too.
Yeah, he did too. But he had Brandon Pettigrew at his best. And he had all of those guys at their best. And so 2011, they had a really spectacular offense. It's too bad the defense couldn't hold up. But no, I'm not. Just need some water.
I'm toast.
All right. Why don't you drag on that water? I'm going to go take a quick bio break, as we call it in the business. And do you
right.
Can you carry it for?
I'll handle this.
Oh, okay. All right. Where's my? I don't know where anything is anymore. My eyes are not as good as they were 18 hours ago. All right. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I won't argue necessarily, Kurlingus, that Sue didn't put the target on his own back. I think that his aggressive style of play coming into the league was immediately reckless. I don't think his intent early on in his career was to hurt people. I think he just didn't really use self-control. He just did the strongest thing that he could do, and he was so strong that it ended up being pretty violent and over the line sometimes. Because he got that reputation so early, officiants started paying more attention to him, right? And that extra attention meant that he started getting penalized for things that other guys might not have gotten penalized for. And that just fed into his frustration. And as he became more and more frustrated over the years, this is all my opinion on this. I'm not trying to necessarily pretend that I'm a psychologist and that I was in his head. But his frustration over feeling that he was not being treated fairly, I think, fed into a victim complex that ultimately led him to become the dirty player that everybody already said he was. I don't think he started off a dirty player. He started off a reckless player. And I think that might sound like a fine line distinction, but dirty is intentionally trying to hurt people or trying to break the rules, trying to cheat. Reckless is just not really controlling what you're doing. And I realize that that's a fine line, but it's all about intent. Is the intent to hurt someone? And I might even mention the worst injury he caused the entire time that he was with the Lions was knocking the wind out of Jay Cutler. Even the stomp, he didn't even land the stomp, and that doesn't excuse the action whatsoever. But I mean, he didn't even actually hit him. He took a shot at him, but he didn't even hit him. So anyway, that's my feeling on the topic. There was the one play, I think the one that really broke Sue was the forearm shiver to Jay Cutler's back when he made a legal hit to forearm shiver to Jay Cutler's neck is what I should say. That's what they called it. They said they hit him in the neck or head area. He didn't. He hit him in the back. It was clear as day on the replay, and they still not only penalized him for it, but fined him for it. And that was the play where he said, I need to go talk to Godell. And he went to talk to Godell, and they still fined him. He said they had a good conversation, but he clearly was disenfranchised after that, in my opinion. Tony Scheffler, yeah. Sword fighting. I don't think Scheffler was ever very good, but he happened to have the good fortune of being the last target on a very good group of targets. So when he did occasionally get the ball, nobody was expecting him to get the ball. Made it a little bit easier for him. I'm not sure if anybody's even really paid attention to my Sue rambling.
I'm coming back, my friend. You didn't tell me my Christmas tree was down.
I didn't know your Christmas tree was down.
My wife made it special to add to the.
You talking about the lights?
Back here, it's a little Christmas tree.
They're going.
No, they are.
Were they not going?
They were not, Case. And you fell down on the job.
Yeah, well.
Nick Fairley would have done it. Aaron Donald would have done it. Eric Ebron would have done it. Let me tell you, put it that way.
He would have fallen down on the job.
He might have dropped the Christmas tree, but. Woo. Wow, did I miss one just now? 216? Oh, Latvia Lion. That was the last one. Yeah, Latvia Lion. There you go. Wow, 15-216. That's not bad.
I don't think anybody wants to talk about Sue anymore.
Everybody Scheffler. Everybody Scheffler. I loved it. Every time Tony Scheffler used to catch something, we would. I mean, you're thinking LMFAO was big, right? My son was a little kid. They were into that kind of, every kind of poppy thing that came up. So every time he'd make a catch, we'd jump up. Everybody Scheffler. It's great. That's for shuffling, by the way. Big fans. Sue's a game wrecker. Yep. Phil Rivers, is that who we're talking about? How do we feel about Phil Rivers? The guy gets it a lot. I know that. Good on him.
I've never had that strong of feelings about Phillip Rivers. I mean, I think there's some similarities in terms of career trajectory to Stafford, but
his release is hilarious to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just absolutely hilarious how he ever made it in the NFL with a release like that and didn't get it coached out of him before them. I'll have no idea. I have no idea. That's crazy. Oh, okay, 4. That means it's 5 hours. We only got 5 hours left, Case. This is easy now. This is good. I'm feeling actually a lot better than I thought I would. I'm gonna have to get up and
walk around again in a minute.
Yeah, no, it felt. I got absolutely energized. It was great. Knocked out a couple clots out of my legs. It's gonna be like a once
an hour thing from here on out. So.
Blasted a hemorrhoid. Feeling good now.
Nice.
No, it was good to get up and move around. So, absolutely, when you're ready, I got my. You can't see the floor. My cats came in and joined me. They want to hang out for the conversation, but Donner and Blitzen killing it.
Riley, I agree. I don't start truly following college football usually until after the NFL season's over. This year being even weirder. I'm not really sure what to expect. The only position group that I've looked into, and as I talked before, we're going to need at least one out of the draft, is wide receiver. And I'm not really sure who I want, but there's likely to be somebody within the first 3 rounds that's a decent value for us that fills at least one of those roles. So I think it's always a little bit unfortunate that free agency doesn't happen after the draft, because it would be nice to fill your roster in the draft with the best possible guy at a position of need, and then go into free agency and fill in the gaps. But it happens the other way around. But I do think there are lots of wide receivers. If you want to take a place to start looking at things, just go to like a list of top wide receiver prospects, and I'm sure all of them have highlight reels out there already. Mm-hmm. I haven't started looking at them, but
I tell you, it's interesting. I would have called you. Well, I have, but I would have called you a complete idiot when we started doing this early. And you told me how much you love the off season more than the season. And you'd be like, no, I love football. I love watching it. Don't get me wrong, but the off season is so great. And I was like, what kind of friggin' idiot is this that I'm talking to? Maybe he's doing this again, right? I don't know. But anyway, I've grown to understand. I've grown to understand and agree. And it really, there's nothing, I mean, I'm telling you, there's nothing more fun. That Senior Bowl week of going and doing that and actually being on the ground, because look, I got a real job or day job, whatever you call it, I don't know, that takes away a whole bunch of my time, and then you got a family, and then doing the show, right? I mean, it takes an amount of time too, and my time beyond that is small. I'd like to get some gaming in, and I mean, my schedule is like packed end to end every day, no breaths. Yeah. But to be able to go to like Senior Bowl for a week and just immerse myself in that, and the Shrine Bowl ahead of that, I'm like, man, this is really good. This is fun. So I start to do research like starting in January. I don't watch a whole lot of college ball because Sunday we play at 1:00. I do the post game show. I release a show. It's 8:00. By the time I've had football from 1 to 8.
And I work weekends. Yeah, it's usually just not.
Yeah, and I got to work the next day, so it's like, okay, I got a couple hours maybe to get some work done, maybe watch the late game, and then boom, right, and it's back at it for the work week. So Saturday is like my one day where I can kind of do other stuff. As much as I love football, it's like I want to do some other stuff. So I don't get as much college time in during the fall, but God, I love reading people's write-ups as the college year comes to an end, and kind of use theirs as crib notes to get started. And early January, then start doing those evaluations and seeing those guys. It is the most fun. I mean, again, Senior Bowl, absolutely a riot to go learn so much, see the guys really, really be right there interacting and get some real answers. It's something cool. I've always wanted to do the what's it called, the combine, but never did things quite line up to allow me to do that. But I'm hoping this year we'll be able to do this. Worried about the Senior Bowl might not happening. We actually got here. Am I doing ASMR? I'm.
So that, yeah.
I'm not worried. We did get a quiz from them asking if we as media would attend, and yeah. I told them, yeah, I'm there. I want to do it. I want to do it like I always did it. I'm in a spot now, and this is me. I'm in the spot where if I get it, I get it at this point. I'll wear my mask. I'll do all the stuff that I'm supposed to do. I'm not, going to run around and whatever, but I want the experience. I'm tired of watching the world spin and life go by and time tick down and not being able to do the shit that I love to do. It's driving me insane, right? And it's one of the things. It's, I mean, like Matt's noticed, right? I've dropped a couple lbs over the last little bit because I put on so damn many. Working from home. I mean, I don't leave the house. I don't do anything, right? And so I've really had to work at it and get myself into a better shape. And it's why I'm wound up better off. I want to continue going to get into good shape here. But it's been, I'm tired of it. I'm just absolutely tired of being locked down, and I'm willing to risk it. If I get it, I get it. That's just where my head's at. I'll do all the right stuff. I'll do my damnedest not to get it. But at this point, I just can't give an F anymore. I want to live life. I just want to see it, and that's that. So it's maybe it's stupid, but it's stir crazy or whatever. So Senior Bowl, if they have it, I'm there. Combine, if they have it, I'm there. I just want it. So I just really, really want it. It's a good time. Again, love the family. It's a great vacation. It's a football vacation. Who doesn't want? Training camp was the same way. Go out, meet all you guys, and we do the party, the training camp party. Get to go to the training camp. Get to do the credentialed media access thing during training camp. It's so great. It's like the football dream vacation. You know what I mean? But we're working. I mean, we're humping equipment and doing all that kind of stuff. But I just absolutely love being able to do that and try to amalgamate information and angles and opinions and formulate them and then share them. Right, that thing at Radio Row that we did last year was just absolutely so rewarding to be able to do that and sit there and look around and say, you know what, we've arrived, we've come somewhere. The Lions coaches are down here in Florida, and of all the people that cover the team, how many of them actually made the trip? How many of them actually are covering the team? You've got credentialed media. Over 50% of them didn't make it. There was no COVID then. They just didn't show up because whatever reasons. It's like, but we did. We're down there, and we're doing it. It was great. I have a feeling that so many people to write about what other people write about, and to me, it's like, I like to see that come a kind of evolution of an idea or a new thinking kind of thing. And I know like I was going to call him Charles Rogers. Justin Rogers was talking about this morning, right? There is nothing more difficult in COVID situation than original content, because when he asks a question in that media room, everybody else hears that question. There's a limited number of media. Now everybody is writing about that question. Everybody's writing about the question that everybody else wrote. You don't get a chance to go one-on-one with the players or the coaches and get that information and create the storyline from the information you get. It's tough. It's really, really tough for him in that, and it's one of the things about covering the team, right? In this place, I just want things to open up. I want to be able to do the coverage that we do, and them do the coverage that they do, because I think it's better for everybody. The one thing that I'm the most frustrated with this year is everyone telling us how great Matthew Stafford looked in training camp, and then all of a sudden we get out here, and for 4 weeks he can't throw a damn ball. That was really, really frustrating. We would have seen that case if we were at training camp. We would have seen that his ball wasn't the same. There was only a couple guys there, and there's a lot of breathing your own air there. Justin Rogers isn't one of those guys. He gets fresh air. He gets air from the outside. He doesn't sit there in a group of 4 guys sharing ideas and they all regurgitate the same thing, right? He's an individual that formulates his own thoughts and creates his own content. That's one of the reasons I love him so much. That's one of the reasons that I think the older guys in the business do a better job, because they're not there to hang out with their friends. They're there to do real news, and they've done this before. And I think the youth of the media room is actually a detriment to the quality of the information we get from it, and COVID has exacerbated that. And there's my opinion. Love everyone that's in there. They do a good job. I just think anytime you get a group of people together, you form subgroups, and then they tend to make friends and work together. It's a natural state of the human mind. But the old competition between the press means better information and better coverage for people like you, me, and everybody else that wants to see information about the team.
All right. I need to walk away for a few minutes.
Why didn't you walk away before I did my thing? Then I had something to talk about. Now you're leaving me empty.
Yeah, you guys help him out. You're helping me out. You brought me some topics. So
get out of here. Go away.
Keep him afloat.
Oh, Robert Prince, the receivers coach. Yeah, that was a great interview. Great insight. He was there. He was so uncomfortable. He doesn't do it. I mean, Eamon he's the director of media for the Lions. He was talking beforehand. He goes, he doesn't do many of these. Whatever. He gave us a tough interview, and it was okay. So he was, think about it. He's working for a coach that doesn't want information out, doesn't want to share information, or at least it isn't that they don't want to share information. They just don't want to give anything away, right? And it's his first time doing it, and the coach is there, and he's a really intense guy. So he was all up in his own head, and the intensity that came off of Coach Prince was insane. It was insane. You could feel like you could just feel his muscles all just wired the whole time. He was an intense dude, but his insights, you're absolutely right, Riley. He was so good. Such a good interview. We've asked to have him again a couple times because he's just so great. The Lions did a feature on him. What do they call him? The chief energy officer or something in the preseason or training camp or whatever. Absolutely. Just the dude is intense as anything. Loved what he did. Thanks. Yeah, we enjoyed the podcast then. The Senior Bowl podcasts are great. It's I think we're at our best when we're feeling good and feeling the excitement and having a really good time. And the Senior Bowl is one of those times when it's a ton of work. Getting like 3 hours of sleep a night, but the people you meet, the stuff you do. I'm still doing radio. I get to go, the ESPN affiliate gets with me about once a month. And it's funny because when I actually did my first hit on the affiliate there, I thought about it and I was like, it's been like 20 years since I've actually been like on the radio. But it was great. It felt great to get on again and do that. And I love working with those guys over there. Dave Schultz over at WNSP in Mobile. A lot of fun, good people. And just really, really cool. Something, one day I'll retire and maybe I can make this one my retirement job. A little bit of fun travel, cover the team, and have fun with folks like you guys. All right, hit me with a question. What do you got, guys? I got 4.5 hours to fill. Looks great because the defense was dog. They effing boomed us. I don't know what that's from, Kerr. I'll leave it hidden just so. I think some of the comments get us in trouble in the ad friendly stuff. I'm not sure. I'll have to I have to figure out the YouTube rules. They keep them hidden. All right. I'm impressed that we have 30 people here. No. Chris, when I retire, I'm going to make this my full-time job because I like working for me. I like being able to do this stuff. The podcast is something I would love to do as retirement income. Again, if I could just do the travel and have the podcast pay for the training camp and the Senior Bowl and be able to do all the stuff that we do, I would be loving it. And it's something that I could do I wouldn't want to do it daily. We had the opportunity to do the Locked On Lions one. I think I mentioned this in the podcast a couple times. I have the contract. We negotiated the hell out of it. Had a piece of ownership in the deal, but didn't want to give up our autonomy. And we had Blue Wire too. They came at us, and we worked a piece of ownership in there too. But it was an autonomy thing. It is. We see some of these other groups. They work for big companies, and big companies make rules. And for us, there are no rules. We are the rules. I mean, we don't want to put ourselves in a position where the team actually, blackballs us or hates us or anything like that. But that doesn't really inform what we do too much. We just got to be decent people, and that's what we try to be. But the idea of the autonomous ability to do what we want, innovate the way we want. I mean, everybody's doing, video now. Other folks are taking calls now. Other folks are doing so. We were the first, absolutely the first. We pushed the Lions podcast community to where it is, and we did it because we innovated, right? And we continually do. We continue to do it. Continue to think about how can we do this better, and we don't wait for the company to tell us here's what you're going to do or how you do it or whatever. So been part of big companies, been part of small companies, and this is the way to go. Be part of your own thing, and we just make it happen. It's a lot more nimble, a lot more fun, and like I said, we can do whatever we want. So sometimes you work for a big company, they give you a lot of money, and the next thing we really need to work on in this case is camera and his lighting. Got to get him a good spot set up so that he can come in and with the beautiful look that I have. All right, let's see. Jude, tuning in for the first time today. What have been the highlight of your day so far? God, Bryce. I'll tell you. So from the show itself, the highlight absolutely is how well this has been received. And how much we've been able to raise for St. Jude at 110%. I said it a couple times, and the guys here I know have heard it. This is, other than raising my family, this is my favorite thing to do every year. And this is the second year we're doing it. This thing for St. Jude, it just feels so good to do something for others and to make the world a better place. You look outside the window, you look at the TV, wherever else, everything's a burning pile of dog crap. This is something that we can do, we can control, and be good. We're not pointing at one side or the other side. They're bad. Everyone's saying someone else is bad, but the reality is we'll do something good, be good. And that's kind of what the thing here is for us. And so that's the thing. The fact that we've been able to do $15,000 already towards the goal is huge. The donations we've had have been great. It's so absolutely that's it. From the show itself, we'll get to the pizza thing if you guys want to in a second. Let me get back to my schedule and refresh the old noodle here. Blandino was great. Blandino was always great. I call him a friend. He calls me a friend. He's a really, really good person. He's not what you guys thought he would be. I loved having him on. He was really great. Wayne Fonts is awesome. Literally lives like 5 miles from me. He's right behind where I get my wings. And as a result of that interview, he and I are going to go have a cigar. I'm going to bring a camera and just run and let him tell stories. He was fabulous today. I love Wayne Fonts and his stories and his thinking about football. He's a great dude. He really, really is a genuine, generous, wonderful human being. Billy Sims was fun and funny. He was great. He shot something for us. We'll have that in a little bit. Justin Rogers was great. He was our first interview of the day. He's coming back again at 8:30 to help us close it out. He's going to do a news article, Detroit news article for us. That was awesome. I will say there's two pieces though. Well, okay, three. Dan Miller, Jim Brandstatter, and Tony Ortiz getting together for the first time since they separated them. and blew up that team, which has been the best broadcast team that I've ever heard. Ernie Harwell is one of the best broadcasters. Dave Spader and Mickey Redmond were always awesome as heck. But nothing touches Jim Brandstatter and Dan Miller and Tony Ortiz on the sidelines. Those guys were just the best. So to get them all together for the first time, and then they just went off on stories and told great stories. And Case and I barely even spoke the whole time, the whole interview. They went to town. They were absolutely fabulous. And we'll break all these up in smaller clips so you guys can check them out later. And sorry, Price is a long answer to a short question. So that was awesome stuff. I'll say the top two pieces for me, and in case you can answer for yourself here, so I figure out where you are.
Pepperoni and pineapple. I assume that's what you're talking about. I didn't even hear the lead up to that.
So the best two parts, I think, for the broadcast today for me were
I was reading in the
were the patient stories. This afternoon about 3:00, Matthias, a guy I know, he was my son's soccer coach. My son played with his son when we lived in California. Ideal kind of family, like I don't want to say the Cleavers because nobody knows who they are anymore, but the typical American, apple pie, go to church on Sunday, the soccer coach, absolutely fabulous human beings, the kind of people we could only aspire to be. They played soccer together. My son and his son, they were acquaintances, not friends, but they, no ill will or anything between them, but they loved playing soccer together. After we moved away, his son got cancer, got lymphoma, and they went through the whole thing. And it's a tough story, right? To hear what goes through the family, the process, and so on, and what they did. They didn't go to St. Jude. He was lucky because of the insurance and the way things worked that he didn't need them. But St. Jude's research helped his son in the recovery process. And there's always side effects from things like chemo that cause other things down the line. And they're able to eliminate a whole bunch of that by limiting how much exposure they had. So that whole thing was awesome. And then I think Brett Kuzno and his son Cameron, they came on about 8:00, and they did they're going to match $500 in whatever donations we got, and then they said surprise, it's $1,000, and blew us away with that. But you want to talk? Here's Cameron, his son, getting interviewed. Kid's 19 years old. He got the cancer diagnosis when he was 17, I think. Went from planning like I'm going to go through college and then I'm going to go do this to I hope I make it to my next birthday. Right. And to me, that was just stunning to think about a kid at that age having to think about that. It was like, whoa. And having that story come out and how positive they were and how much they meant and the people that helped them along the way. His first night in the hospital, a kid with no hair came up to him and introduced himself. And he talks about that, how they're best friends. And that kid went to a track meet. And it's just like, wow, just massively inspiring story. That other people's pain and fear and terror came, and it's like you come out and you say, gosh, we're really, really doing something special. You know what I mean? It means something. It's something, we're going to change somebody's world a little bit. So it's a long answer, like I said, to a short question. And sorry I spent so many words, but I think the two previous patients and their stories were for me the most meaningful and best part of the whole thing. It was great. But the whole thing was fun. It was awesome. All right, Case. How about you? What's your favorite part of the broadcast so far?
I think it's hard to argue with those two. From a football standpoint, I was really enjoying the meandering conversation in a wonderful way that you and Trev had. That was fun to listen to because I was just sitting in the background like, okay, I'm gonna look this up, I'll look this up, and I can fill in details later for you guys, but that was fun. And
me and Trev were talking, what were we got from geopolitics, but not the politics, demographic breakdowns. I mean, we got why Iran is going to be gone in 4 generations. Yeah, that's really where we got. We got to why Iran will be gone in 4 generations from football, and no arguing.
No.
We actually got in a stronger argument over the current coaching regime than we did about other stuff. That's funny. Let me hit this really quick. I know a lot of you guys have been with us. I see a couple new people come in. Feel free to join in the club. $15,216 and 69 cents so far. Go to stjude.org/DLP. $5, $10, $100, $1. They'll take as little as $1. Anything you want to donate, we really appreciate. Really hitting it. Really hitting the numbers. Oh, just one just came through. Riley, thank you, sir. $5 to St. Jude. Heading to bed now, guys. Thank you for entertaining us all day. You're almost at the finish line. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that very much. Really do. Just like Riley did, stjude.org/DLP. You can donate as much as you can give. It's tax deductible. And don't forget, if your corporation does a match, set that up for the match. They'll add that to the total for us at the end, and it'll be happy days for everybody. Also, don't forget about the auction after the show. Tons of great stuff. It's starting on Monday. See you, Riley. Have a great night. Thanks for everything, brother. Signed Galladay jerseys. We've got Darren McCarty stuff signed, a puck and helmet, a DeAndre Swift signed ball, Jeff Okuda signed ball, a signed ball from Billy Sims, Dan Orlovsky, tons. Jim Brandsetter's bringing something. It's probably going to be a Michigan thing. Got a Swift helmet signed. Excuse me. Starting to get really dry throat now. All kinds of stuff. Tons and tons of really good stuff. So the auction coming up on Monday, and that's going to help us round out the rest of the donations. But the site will be open through the 18th, through the end of the auction, to help work your way through and get donations as well. So we're going to hit that 25K goal. I feel like we really will. 30K gets our Australian friend Mitch to get a Jared Davis tattoo on his chest. He's already down with the Staff Daddy tattoo. The time change being in Australia really messed him up, so he couldn't get that scheduled, but he's going to shoot it on video and send the video and get us pictures. And then if we get to the 30K mark on this thing, on his other side, he's getting Jared Davis.
20K, I'll have Britta hit me in the face with the eye. So
yeah. 20K gets a face in the pot, a pie in the face for K's. Look back at the Magic Bar. Check out for the 10K. I got the pie in the face, and that was. We went back and watched. It was pretty funny. It was good. Let me see. I got this from Bryce. Bryce, thank you so much. Thanks for the long answer and the highlights of the stream. I'm excited to go back and watch it all. You guys doing great work. Bless y'all. Thanks, Bryce. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the donation to St. Jude. It's killer, man.
Also, I really do appreciate you guys who've been keeping us company tonight. It would have been much more difficult with at least somebody else out there to interact with. We would have had a hard time just trying to meander. Not that we have a hard time having conversations much longer than we intend to, but 24 hours in one stretch is a lot. So
it's going to teach me to talk a whole hell of a lot less.
I'll tell you what my least favorite part of today was.
Okay. Oh, the beans. The beans. Oof, the beans.
I still feel like I can taste a couple of them in the back of my throat. So
we went
I really don't know that I'll ever look at a jelly bean the same way.
No. Bean Boozled. Let me get them. They're like the Harry Potter ones. I'm not showing the beans, just the box that they came in. Yeah. And then they have the spinner on the top where you have to choose the different. The idea is a bean. They have, I don't know, what is it? Like 10 different beans in here. And they're all colored, they're colored differently, but each bean has two possibilities for its color. And for example, this is juicy pear or booger. How about peach or barf?
I'm really glad the peach one I had was peach and not barf, because I think maybe that would.
You would have, yeah. Chocolate pudding, canned dog food, and I said it earlier. I felt horrible for Case, but I couldn't stop laughing. You've been there with somebody before, right? Where you empathize with the pain, but God, you can't. It is funny as hell to see. Case, 8:30 his time this morning, got himself a mouthful of canned dog food, and he couldn't swallow it. He couldn't. You took like 3 chews on it, and then just sat there like your face was stunned with how bad it was, and you were like contemplating, what do I do? I have no idea what in the hell to do right now. And then you spit it out, and again, I felt absolutely horrible for him, but the reaction was just you could not laugh. You could not laugh.
There's rules to the game. The Bean Boozled game. It's like if you can eat a gross one and keep a straight face, you get 2 points or something like that. If you have to spit it out, you get 0 points.
Are you kidding me? There's real rules to this?
Yeah, there is rules. It's a game. Like so the whole spinner part of it is like the randomizer.
You wanna know how immature I was in the 90s? We went and visited. My dad lived in San Jose. Hadn't really been to California before, so did the tour, like did a run through Napa Valley. And we're like, yeah, Napa Valley, that's great. Did we visit a winery? No. Did we drink any wine? No. We went to the Budweiser Brewery, did a tour there, and to the Jelly Belly factory and did a tour there. I recommend Jelly Belly factory to everyone. So they make these. Oof, what?
I'm never going.
You never go. Come on. You get to wear a fun hat and you keep it as a souvenir. Yeah, these things. The thing that fooled us until it took us like our 3rd or 4th bean before we really thought it through and figured it out. We thought, it could be chocolate pudding or dog food. We figured you had like a 50-50 chance. But our research has shown you've got probably like a 2 in 10 and 20% chance of getting one that isn't disgusting.
Yeah. That was not fun.
You poor
Dead
dude.
fish put me over the edge.
Oh, yeah. Dead fish got you. Alpo got you. You call it Alpo. Canned dog food. And then the other one, what was the other one? There's another one.
Dirty dishwater.
Yeah.
Dirty dishwasher.
Yeah. You sure it's washer? I thought
It was washer because you could taste the soap along with the rest of the nasty.
it says dirty dishwater on mine.
Yours is a 4th edition. Mine was a 5th edition. I must have updated it a little bit.
Well, interesting. Yeah, no. The Bean Boozled. That's something. I'll tell you. I was going to say this when Trev was on. I just remembered. Sliding those in somebody's things, thing of jelly beans would be a hilarious prank. I'll tell you something else. You see a bowl of M&Ms, drop some Skittles up in there and scribble it around. It's great when you drink it. You chomping chocolate, and then all of a sudden you get that taste of the rainbow. People's eyes bug out. All right. Let's think. Let me do a quick look on the subreddit, see if we've got. It's an endless source of entertainment and great information. These guys. Our NFL kept us, dude. That's really cool that they kept us stickied for so long. Let's see. It's funny. Funk, wunk, tunk, tunk. Whoa, this got pinned. Oh, that's awesome. I'm surprised it didn't get deleted 14 times.
Say what?
In our NFL, post about this.
Stayed up.
Whoosh! Wow, this got pinned. That's awesome. The response was, "I'm surprised it didn't get deleted 14 times." I've talked to them about, hey, I'm going to post this, okay? Yep. Sounds great. Within seconds, another one of them deletes it and marks me as like banned or whatever. I'm like, I just got banned for posting the thing you said. Oh yeah, sorry. It's funny stuff over there. They're great.
I think Booty just farted.
Oh, sure, Booty. Sure, it's Booty. Let's see. Oh boy. The election memes in Lions Land are great. Let's see. I don't see a whole lot of. Yeah, Mohamed Sanu is new. We haven't talked about him in a little bit. Refresh my memory. There was a chance or a choice. No, I don't want to say choice, but there was an opportunity to get either Marvin Jones or Mohamed Sanu at the same time, right? We pulled out with Jones, right? Do I remember that correctly?
The Bengals had overloaded contracts significantly, so they, over the course of 2 seasons, they had to unload a lot of talent, both on offense and defense. There was Mohamed Sanu, Marvin Jones, who were both considered number 2 wide receivers. Marvin Jones had, when healthy, managed to wrestle the role away from Mohamed Sanu, but Mohamed Sanu had been more consistent. I was very much on the Marvin Jones bandwagon. A lot of other people were on the Mohamed Sanu bandwagon. As it's played out over the years, they made the right choice, and they got Marvin Jones at a solid contract. He may not be an elite wide receiver, but he was a solid 1B for at least a couple of years there until the injuries started up again. He played a role with Golden Tate combo that was phenomenal. He had a lot of the same aspects that Kenny Golladay has, except he was
lack of separation.
Right. But I mean, he made spectacular plays down the field at the most opportune times frequently. I'll never forget that catch he had against the Vikings where they had an extra man on the field.
Yep.
And so they had 2 DBs on him, and he still managed to catch the ball between them. So they got flagged for the penalty, but it didn't matter because he got the touchdown anyway. And he had the tendency to spank Xavier Rhodes while he was with the Vikings, which obviously he wasn't able to do against the Colts last week, which is too bad. I really wanted that. But Xavier Rhodes is seeing a bit of a resurgence, and Marvin seems to be headed the opposite way. But I mean, I think it's too early to call his career. He may have something left. He just needs. I'm not overly optimistic he's going to make a major rebound or anything at this point, but I think it would be a little bit overly premature to just assume that he's never going to contribute anything meaningful again.
Yeah. Can I give a shout out to someone really quick?
Yeah, be my guest.
Paul EW, thank you, brother. $20 to the St. Jude Fund. St. Jude is up to $15,261 and 69 cents, because that's who we and our audience are. Great job, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Paul EW, for the donation. stjude.org/DLP. You can get in there and donate as well. Tax deductible, and of course, take it to your business if they do donation matching, and get that money matched. All right, thanks, brother.
Meanwhile, Mohamed Sanu went down to the Falcons and played number 2 to Julio Jones, but just never really quite latched, and they picked up Calvin Ridley to fill that role. I think I don't remember if it was that same year or a year later, and he just never quite latched on again as a solid number 2 that people thought he would be coming out of Cincinnati. So we definitely got the upper hand on that one, but he certainly hasn't done much of note lately.
Right.
So I'm not expecting a huge, boon from him, but he's an okay possession receiver on the outside, short routes, curls, comebacks, that kind of thing. That's, if you need to get 5 yards, he can probably get you 5 yards. If you want to use him as a short pass instead of a run on first down, you can do that kind of thing. So I'm not disappointed in the pickup. I don't expect it to be a major impact. What I'm really hoping that we see is that Quintez Cephas and Marvin Hall make a big step up this week, and earn their own right to places in the major game plan. So we don't really need to use Mohamed Sanu. And then when Kenny comes back, those guys can get dispersed in intermittently, and we actually have some semblance of depth at the position again, the way it looked like we did going into the year.
I like it. I like the way you think. Not really. There we go. Okay, now I had to just get something on the phone. Oh man, I'm feeling it, brother. I'm feeling it. My eyes are getting heavy. I'm awake, but I got my stuff. Hey, let's get Machi on. from Slovenia. Thank you very much. Let's see. You okay taking a call from
Yeah.
the good side? All right. Let's see, Matya, you're on. If you're still there, brother, give us a ring. I'd be happy to have you on the show. It's about time we get to talk to you. And he's going to tell me I've been saying his name wrong all along. I did my best. I try to do my German voice. Let's see. If you probably want to do it via Skype from Slovenia, Detroit Lions Podcast, all one word. I don't think you want to do the 248-782-8384 number to give us a call, but yeah. Let me. I'm going to ping him. Okay, great. Just in case he's not listening. Good stuff. That's interesting. Get a little talk. He was gonna talk to us a little bit about the international look of football and what it takes to move it more internationally. I think it's a really interesting topic.
And we talked about some earlier today with some of our, I think, British and Australian friends, and it's a topic I enjoy.
Here we go. He's going to zoom in. Oh, wait. Let me see. Damn it. I still have the link. I have to start over. I have to find it. I should not talk myself through this shit out loud because people are like, what the hell, Chris?
Yeah. Getting there.
Yep. We are definitely getting there. Not too much longer, though. I have to say, we said the 24 hour, when we started this, 24 hours seemed a lot shorter a week ago. And I started doing this, and it's like, okay, here we go. I got to say at this point, I'm tired, but 24 hours wasn't nearly as long as maybe I thought it was. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it seemed like once every about 4 hours, I started dragging, and I was like, oh man.
It would hit.
But then we'd always end up in an interesting conversation or something like that and be all right for a while.
Yeah. Let me see if I get this right. Are you there, brother? Is it Mattia?
Mattia.
Ah!
Yeah.
So
it's almost Matthias.
Matthias. Right. How are you, man? So Slovenia, right?
Yeah, good. A little bit nervous.
Why?
First time caller and long time listener.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Glad to have you.
How are you guys?
Good.
Tired.
Oh, come on, Case. You're supposed to lie. You never do that.
I know.
Doing great. Doing awesome.
Only 4 hours.
Yeah.
Right.
Till the end,
We'll make it.
Absolutely. So let's talk. We were talking a little bit about the idea of football making it internationally. I think we ended somewhere around Case saying you could inflate a sheep's bladder to use as a soccer ball, and then things went off the rail. Yeah, it's easier to do soccer, I think, than it is to do football because of the equipment and so on. Give us some insight from where you're at, Mattia. Help me understand. What's some of the barriers and what are some of the things that help football internationally as far as growth as a sport?
Well, you already mentioned it's quite expensive to build a football team here overseas because you don't get funding and so on and so on. The American football is not so popular here in Europe, but it's getting more and more popular, I could say.
Yep.
And there always will be soccer, basketball. We have handball. You
played handball growing up.
Yeah.
So a lot of sports. Even here in Slovenia, we have a lot of different good sportsmen. Sportsmen like the cycling stuff.
Yep.
Right now it's going the Vuelta, and we have the leader of Vuelta. We had a winner in the Tour de France.
Oh,
and
wow.
so Slovenia is really popular with a lot of sports. Well, I'm from a small city near capital, Ljubljana.
Yeah.
So we have in Domžale, we have American Football Club. So we are playing tackle and flag football. So it's harder to have the tackle team,
mm-hmm.
and it's really easy to have a flag team because you need less players and less equipment You need just a ball and 2 flags, and that's it. So I think that is the possibility to an opportunity in the future to grow the football stuff here in Europe, and even over the world, it's getting more popular to have these types of tournaments. I heard the rumors that the sport could become, the flag football could become even Olympic sport.
Yeah, I've heard
in
that.
2028 in Los Angeles. And a few weeks back, they said that the flag football will be in 2022 on World Games in Birmingham, Alabama. So that's quite a huge step for the flag football in the world. Even I watched some news overseas in the USA. The girls can go to college and they can get some foundings. How do you say it?
Scholarship.
Yeah, scholarships. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's quite a huge step, because you can get scholarship for playing flag football, and with the girls, it's a really popular sport. You can in the States, let's say women's soccer is very popular, and you are doing this in the right direction, even with the flag football, I say. So I think there is an opportunity, to grow football, and if you have a lot of clubs in flag football, you can make tackle football teams, because the kids, when they are, I don't know, 14, 15, 16, they're trying to get to tackle, and they have here in Europe, let's say till 24, 25, they are playing tackle.
No, that's interesting. That's really something. I remember, again, I traveled a lot to Germany, and some of the sport, handball was big. There was a God, what was it? It was like water polo, but on a hardwood floor. They would throw the ball around. I forgot what it's called.
Is it team handball?
Yeah, that is handball. Yeah.
Was that?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I'll go with it.
There's like handball with like people in a racket court, and then there's also team handball where it's like.
Yep.
So with nets and
different handball, like you have it in States, I think. I saw it. So it's
No, that's good. And so the other thing that just blew me away was the hockey. Europeans do such a good job of being at a game and involving the crowd, the songs, the involvement that comes from the stands, and the connection that happens is huge. This hockey game, it was the Kölner Haie, the Cologne Sharks, and in each end behind the net, there's a bunch of folks there. They got drums. They're all face painted, right? The whole thing, and you'd be sitting there, and I'm watching. And the other part that I really loved is the beer guy in the stands walked around with a keg on his back, and he would like tap your beer into a glass right there. I was like, oh, this is good stuff. They know what they're doing. But the folks behind the net, they'd be there, and all of a sudden they would be like boom, 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 and they'd like hit like a beat on the drum, and then like as one, the crowd would start singing a song about the team, and just like the stadium was constantly just rocking with music and singing and this boisterous attitude. That's really, it was really something. It was, I walked away from that after, I was going to a lot of Red Wings games at the time, and they were making their Stanley Cup runs. I was like, it's more fun to go to the Bundesliga hockey games than it is to go to a Red Wings game. It was an absolute riot. They really, really have it figured out, and I think that's the next step in the States for sports, to truly be able to get fans involved in the way they do in Europe. And that's what I expect if football makes a foothold and gets in there, that we'll see that European crowd flair that we don't have in the U.S. And that, for me, I could very quickly adopt a European second team if that were the case, because it just draws you in. It just absolutely draws you in.
Yeah, fans here are really passionate for the sports, for their home teams, and so on. Yeah, it's really nice to watch it. Uh, Different sports,
Sure.
basketball, soccer, football, handball, everything.
Are you a Formula One fan at all?
Not really. I just see it from now to then, but not really a fan. I know what is going on in all sports, but yeah, that's all.
There's not many Formula One fans in the U.S. to talk about the sport with.
It's just Lewis Hamilton and nothing else.
Now anymore, you're right. It used to be Michael Schumacher and the Ferraris, and then a little bit of Kimi Räikkönen, and then what was it? Red Bull with Sebastian Vettel. Then Vettel went to Ferrari, and it all failed. Sorry, I Formula One identification.
What I'm hoping to see in the future, and I said this to I believe he was English caller we had much earlier today, is that hopefully over time we'll see studs from other countries end up in playing American football in the NFL, because I think that will broaden the appeal overseas as well. And it's difficult. It's such a difficult sport. If you didn't grow up playing it and you didn't grow up with training, in grade school, which is what happens to almost all the NFL players here.
Not Ziggy Ansah.
Right. Well, we get absolutely. That's a perfect example. We'd love to see more guys like Ziggy Ansah, who came over and then just managed to excel at it. But we've seen guys come over from like Australia, rugby players who've tried to make it. None of them have quite been able to really crack big roles. We've had some kickers come over and things like that. But once we get to a place where other countries have a little bit more familiarity with it and that kind of thing, hopefully we'll see some guys with really big potential start coming in, because I think as soon as those guys hit, there'll be a hit back in their home countries that'll spread the sport to other places, and then that'll also help, I hope, build a more international community.
Well, they have some pathway programs or something. I think the NFC East this year have 4 Europeans or 4 players from that pathway in the practice squad. Sure. So they are for 1 year. They can be on practice squad. We saw from one Austrian guy. It's running back Sandro Platzgummer, and he was really, really, really good here in Europe. And he got the opportunity to be on the Giants practice squad for this year. Cool. So yeah, we are just looking him at Instagram and when he posts some pictures, and we're looking forward if he could get some opportunity to play or something to build up. And yeah, this will be a huge step for the Europeans to come to the NFL, because this would rise in popularity and in the sport also. So yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry, Chris.
No, go ahead and finish. I don't want to interrupt. I have a question that's a little bit different.
I just remember the first Slovenians when they went to NBA to play to NBA and to NHL. You heard Anže Kopitar. He's Slovenian, and first Slovenian basketball player in the NBA was Marko Milic. Yeah. So yeah, and now we have really two good players, Goran Dragic with Miami and Luka Doncic with Dallas. Yeah. So yeah, those are our players, and we really are happy to see them growing up and to play in the States.
That's absolutely what I'm talking about. I want to see more of that in football for sure.
I want to ask you something not sports related, because I'll say why in a second. What's the best part about living in Slovenia? I know it's a weird question, right? But for Americans, I don't think they kind of hear a whole lot or get a whole lot of news out of Slovenia.
So it's small country, so that's a plus, because you can be in 2 hours. You can swimming in the sea and then go to the highest peak in Slovenia, which is Mount Triglav. 2,864 meters. I don't know in your system.
It's about 9,000 feet. Just under 9,000 feet. So, don't worry, I speak metric. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah. So a lot of nature, a lot of nice spots to hang out, to go. But right now we are in lockdown, so we have to be at home and so on. But yeah. This 2020 is such a strange year.
We have to get with the Slovenia tourism board because we don't hear much about it. But like, if you think about it, you're right next to Austria, which is an amazing country, right? You have Hungary, another amazing country. You have Italy at another border, amazing country. You have the Adriatic Sea right there. Like, you're surrounded by things that Americans hear and know so much about, right? And it's all a very quick place. Slovenia seems like it's just ideally located, and it could offer so much to folks. What's life like on the sea? Do you have any the resort life over there? Is it shipping or is it resorts? Let's put it that way.
Quite resorts, I would say, because we don't have a lot of sea. It's just some 100 kilometers of seaside. So
Italy doesn't need that little finger of sea they got. They'll give it up after Monfalcone. Italians are very giving of land. I know that much.
We have some stuff with Croatian borders and so on, but that's politics, and I don't like it so much. So
we don't do too much of that either.
Yeah, I heard it for the last 20 hours. Yeah, that politics was just one-time mention or something.
Yeah.
We try to steer clear.
People are hot and bothered about that. We just try to have fun and enjoy life. That's I think it's a good way to go. Interesting. No, wow. It's. I need to get there. I need to get there.
Not right now, but
I'd go now. I'd go now.
We talked some years ago when you were, I think you were in Budapest or something.
Yep.
So you were going to Romania or somewhere near there.
Yep.
So yeah, when you will have time, and you are really welcomed here. So.
You're right. Not, like I said, not right now.
I'd go. I'm not afraid of anything. I was up in Yash. I'm just looking at it. I got to get there. Every time I'm looking at the map right now and refreshing. God, I love it. I love Europe. It's such a great place. It really is, and the history, and you go to a place. My favorite story from Europe that really gave me perspective that I never had. They were about to tear down Tiger Stadium in Detroit and build Comerica Park. And as I was leaving, they were planning this the city was going to give the old stadium a hug, right? People are trying to save the old stadium. So all the people joined hands around it, and they all came together to give a hug to the stadium. I know we're all about symbolism here. That's all we do. So at the same time, I came over to Germany, and it was in Cologne, and the Cologne, the Dome Cathedral. It was at the time like 690 years old or something. I'm remembering off the top of my head. And so it's been there forever. They said, oh, yeah, we're still working on it. We've been building it for 690 years. It's like the Lions. So one day they'll get it done and they'll get it right. But they had gone to dig underneath it to create parking garages, because the cities, everything is tight in the cities in Europe, and you have to make your parking where you can. And they had to stop excavation underneath the building because they found Roman ruins underneath this multi-100-year-old cathedral. And I'm just like, we just knocked down a CVS so they can build a Walgreens there, right? It's the same building with a different sign on the front. Why did you knock it down? There's nothing of any kind of age here. And that's one of the things, the tradition and the longevity in Europe is just, for me, it's a draw. The history it's like everywhere you go, there's this connection to hundreds and hundreds of years ago. It's so different than here. It's just so different. Oh boy, wow, look at that. Sorry, I could surf a map for a long time. Love Europe. All right, so what do you think, what should we do? What's the generalized opinion in Slovenia about the coaching staff in the Detroit Lions facility? You speak for a whole country right now.
Well, I don't know a lot of Lions fans here in Slovenia.
Yeah, you speak for all of them, though.
and my friends.
That means you're the expert.
Yeah.
and my friends, we play a lot of fantasy football, so they are quite laughing at me because I'm a Lions fan. Well,
me too.
So
we all get it, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't care anymore. So yeah, well, I will say that I'm with Chris here because if I would like to Patricia stay, and that meaning that we are winning.
Yep.
So I'm in for now, but yeah, we'll see how it will go till the end of the season. It's quite strange season again, but yeah.
Everything is strange right now. I mean, we can't get anything normal. Nothing can work over here right now. So we'll just have to get to 2021. I think flip the calendar and hope it all goes away.
And then we will see how it will be.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, my friend, we're going to get rolling here. I really thank you for joining us. Appreciate the conversation, the talk. Love the insight.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Thank you guys for having me, and great work. Love to hear you out till the end. So yeah, keep
more
up
than
the good work.
Thanks,
more than welcome to give us a call another time.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah,
anytime.
It's hard after the games because it's midnight here.
Yeah,
right.
Of course.
So and the kids are sleeping, so I have to be a little bit more quiet.
Yeah, I get it. I had the time when you throw the time zones off like that, things get really stupid. I think it was like I had to wake up at 3:30 in the morning when I was in India for the fourth. It was stupid because it was like the fourth preseason game. It was like meaningless. Nobody played, and I was like, no, I gotta see it. So I'm like VPNing back to the US to a place where I can get the TV, the stream. It was all kinds of stupid. I should have just skipped the game, but you get addicted. That's the way it works.
So that's why I don't like night games, because it's 2 a.m. here, and I just go watch it over in the morning.
And your phone already gave away the score, right?
Well, I turn it off.
Yeah.
And I try to not to watch anything to spoil me or something, and it's hard.
Yeah.
You have more discipline than I do. I'm really bad at that. If I have to work through a game, I'm just checking the score every 5 minutes. So
it's really hard because I'm all over the Twitter, so I have it because of my work also.
Right.
And it's hard to not see some news related to some scores or to football or something else.
Sure. Wow. Okay. Well, Mattia, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. It was great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us. It's awesome. It really is. It's the idea that people, I mean, the fact that anybody listens to us talk is still stunning to me. But then the fact that we have people around the world that are interested enough to interact, and it's amazing to me. So thank you for everything. I mean, your Patreon, you do the whole thing. You are like a full blown supporter, and really appreciate everything. The donations for St. Jude, everything, man. You're a great dude. You're a really, really great dude. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's really for the great cause. So there is just a little bit a lot. What are you doing? So really, really great work from you too.
Well, thank you.
Thanks a lot, man. Really appreciate it. Okay, Mattia, our best friend in Slovenia. Best friend. No other could even be close. All right, my friend. Be good. We shall talk soon, okay?
Take care, guys.
All right. See ya. Bye-bye. Cheers. All right. That's cool. I still am blown away. I am. By anybody that isn't forced to listen to us. But here we are. Right. All right. We cracked 5 o'clock case. We're less than 4 hours away now. What do you got? We got Tamer, stop COVID, put an end to our season. Almost there, guys. Thank you, Carter. Carter's back. I don't know why you're up so early, Carter. Yeah. You need to go back to bed. Get your sleep. NFL Europe, ahead of its time, having the London games, is doing a great job of raising the profile. They'll need to branch that out more first, I think, maybe as a feeder league. Absolutely. You know, the hard part about a feeder league is moving all the kids from here to there to create the league and put them up. I mean, are you going to do a dormitory arrangement, or excuse me, how are you going to work that out? I'm just thinking logistics. I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm thinking, how do you make that happen? I absolutely agree, though. The NFL Europe was ahead of its game. I feel like you could maybe do a German league. Again, I'm very Germany focused because I have people there and so on. But
I believe there is a German American Football League.
There may be. I know that my friend's son could play American football in high school, so that was like real breaking news. Now, the thing that we really have to figure out is we can't walk around calling this American football because it's too many words, right? It's too many things, too many syllables. Hey, what are you gonna go do? I'm gonna go play American football. Nah, you need you can't call it football. Football's already taken. We need a new name for the sport. We need a global name for the sport.
Yeah, that's difficult. But I mean, every other country already knows it as that, so.
Yeah.
The German Football League, which is an American football league in Germany. It was formed in 1979. There are 16 teams, Chris. And the most titles are owned by the New Yorker Lions. You learn something new every day.
The New Yorker Lions.
Yep.
Huh. That's a new one on me. Well, I'm going to get myself a new Lions jersey.
Let's see if I can look up some highlights.
A New Yorker Lions jersey.
Yeah. I'll get a BC Lions one while we're at it, except I know they're not very good. So.
No, I can't represent Canada. Du sprichst nach ein bisschen Deutsch, oder? Ja, ein bisschen Deutsch, my Freund. Es hast eine lange Zeit sein. Ich habe scheiße Deutsch, ja. It's been a long time since I've had someone to speak German with. I was cracking. I was able to understand meetings. I wasn't able to speak super well, but I knew everything going on. And my friend would introduce me. Hey, this is our friend Chris. He's from America, Chris Schultz. He speaks German, so be careful.
Okay. So, for the sake of learning, here are the countries with American football leagues. Australia, Austria, Bahamas, Belgium, Brazil, Canada. We knew that. Except they're not. That's because the American Gridiron Football League. That's because Canadian Football League is technically a different game because they have so many rule changes. China, Cuba, Denmark, Egypt.
Wait, it's in China? They do have a Chinese American Football League?
China American Football League.
Wow. Okay.
And in Cuba, it's the Bacardi Bowl. Oh no, that they might not have a league. They might just have they might host something or other, like a small. I don't know. There in Denmark, there's a league. In Egypt, in Finland, in France, in Germany, India, Ireland. I did not know that Ireland had one. I knew they had an Irish football league, but that's a whole other game. The Irish football was interesting. Very interesting. Israel, Italy, Japan. I knew Japan did.
Wait, an Irish American Football League?
No, there is both an Irish American Football League and Irish Football League, which is, or I'm not sure it's called Irish Football League, but it is Irish football, which is a different sport.
Irish Australian rules football. Irish Australian rules football.
It's got some similarities. It was
From
it's
Canada.
like a mix between it's more of a there's not downs, so it's more of a soccer meets rugby thing. And then they also have a very similar game that's used with sticks, and I don't remember what that's called. It's something like field hockey meets rugby.
Field hockey, that's a sport you don't see a whole lot of in the States.
Well, it's usually like a women's collegiate sport.
Yeah. No, but you don't see much. I saw, that's another one I saw on TV. The other thing is after what was it? After 9 o'clock on TV, they have porn in Germany on regular TV.
Nice.
Who needs drugs when you got porn?
Mexico.
People are waking up to this. I gotta change the role here.
The Netherlands, New Zealand, Poland, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Romania, Russia, Serbia, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom.
GAS, Gaelic football. GAA, that is. Simon's in the chat giving us. He's like, before you went off on your Irish Australian rules football, he was like, come to Ireland.
Hurling, thank you. Hurling was the other one thank you. Yeah, Matt, you got it.
Hurling. Is it like
hurling is
curling?
Hurling is the one I was talking about. It's stickball. I don't know. I don't know how else to put it, but it's like field hockey meets rugby or something along those lines. It's like a combination of two other sports you're aware of.
Anything like lacrosse?
I mean, it's more of just like a stick and not a net that you're carrying around. But.
All right. I wanted my boy to play lacrosse so much. I found that sport so just absolutely intriguing. Mm-hmm. I loved watching that. He was like not interested in the least. I'm like, dude, you're bigger than all of them. You can kill them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was so much fun to sit in that pub, and I'm trying to remember the name of the county. I'll have to look it up, but it was awesome.
What city was it in?
Pub. Well, I think the city and the county probably have the same name. If I wasn't this tired, I'd probably be able to come up with it eventually, but I'm just looking it up because that'll be easier. It was County Kerry, and it's very southwest county of Ireland, and it's the most Irish Gaelic speakers in the country are down in that southwest corner. So that's kind of interesting too. But watching it in this pub with all these like people who live there, because they're very tourist friendly country.
Yeah.
I've never been to Dublin. We stayed all in this like more rural, bucolic type region, going up and down the coasts and stopping in little museums and little like stone structures from, the who knows how thousands of not hundreds, thousands, but you know what I mean, a long time ago, ancient buildings that were just, that kind of thing. But it's beautiful country, absolutely beautiful. And then there's in County Kerry is the city of, I'm trying to remember. Anyway, we're staying in the main city in County Kerry, and I think it was Killarney, I want to say.
A funny story. I hired in at my company. The big project that was happening, we were opening a facility in Cork, Ireland, and that's why I was hired due to my
and that's the next county over,
vast international experience.
That was where we landed.
About 5.5 months after I started, they decided not to open a facility in Cork. It's like, what? Wait, am I gonna have a job? And then like 100 years later, we wound up buying a place in Dunleary, which I haven't yet to be able to visit. I think I need to actually get to Dunleary. That's a good place.
Sure. Anyway, long story short, it was just fun to sit in the pub with all the locals and have them teach me the game and have a few beers with them and just cheer along with them. For God, I only barely knew when they were doing the right thing. But
is that where you learned when everyone else is cheering? Is that where you learned the padraig thing? But
no,
it's not pronounced.
That was my ex-wife. My ex-wife spoke and taught Irish Gaelic.
Oh shit! God, you have a very wide group of talents that have flown through your life. I am telling you, a varied and wide.
Yeah, I know.
You're an interesting cat. I don't think people realize just how interesting a guy you are. And the more you talk, the less they realize it. But
I was talking about the word papillon or butterfly at work one day. I don't remember how it came up, but somebody mentioned butterfly, and I was saying, in almost every country, the word for papillon is something very, butterfly is something that sounds beautiful. French, it's papillon. In Spanish, I don't remember what it is. In Italy, Italian, I don't, off the top of my head, I don't remember. But they're all very like beautiful words. And then you get to Germany and it's Schmetterling.
Yeah, Schmetterling. Schmetterling. And it's funny, the G has got that case on Schmetterling.
Yeah.
Alles in Ordnung, mein Freund. Wir wollen einen guten Abend haben. Und Scheiße, ich vergessen. Forget it. Big thanks to Darren Byrne. Dude, thank you so much. You hit us with $20. Amazing job, guys. Well done. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're at 15,281.69. If you guys would like to join in the morning, or you'd like to donate and join the crew who have donated, and you haven't yet, or you have, however you want to go, stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP. We're only here for 3.5 more hours. Guys, time is running out. Don't answer yet. Go to stjude.org/DLP and donate your next of kin's bank account. I don't know, whatever. Make it happen. Oh, is it getting light there? Is it getting light there?
No, my lighting was making me look all funky.
So I thought it was getting daylight there. No, I was thinking the clock moved the wrong way though for you. It's actually only 4:21. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no. That's it. stjude.org/DLP. And don't forget about the auction afterwards. There's a lot of good stuff. We are going to do our very best on the auction materials to get them out so they arrive by Christmas. Cannot guarantee that. I want to, but we can't. So there's pictures of everything. You know what we do in my family when you get hosed by Amazon or somebody else, that last minute gift. Just wrap a picture. The anticipation is still worth the wait, and people are still very, very excited and happy when they see what they're getting. So it's a great way to go. All right, 15,281.69. Let's see what we can do. We got 3.5 hours. I would love it if we could get to 16, 17 grand here. It would make it all worthwhile. Is that a convincing smile?
Yeah, you've convinced me not to talk to you anymore.
But wait, the more I talk, the less interesting I am. Okay, we got the morning. We got 5:22 Eastern time. If Carter Bright is up, as I saw he was, that means the world is still asleep. But waking up soon. I could use a coffee. This is where things get really stupid, because if I drink a coffee now, I'm not going to be able to go to bed at 9. Yes, I will.
Have I expressed to you that I can't have caffeine? Which makes this way more difficult.
You did. Yeah, that's, you know what? I hadn't thought of that. It's been years since we talked about it. It makes you like burpy, right?
Well, it gives me super upset stomachs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's really, I forgot about that. Holy crap. I'm on like my 4th energy drink, like every 5 hours or something. I've been banging one down, and now I gotta stop. I have to stop now, so I will be surly when we speak to Justin Rogers.
Darren, I was not. There, I only know like 3 phrases. I mean, I know slancha, but that's kind of like, that's just, general welcome type thing. I know Dura Mahagat, which is thank you, so I could say that, and I know Isrunihu, which is I'm a secretary, and those are the 3 phrases I know in Irish Gaelic. So. Is that what you said before you crawled under the desk? Why did you learn that phrase? That's the one I want to know. That's a very long story. We've got plenty of time, my friend. It was just my ex-wife's cousin, who much younger cousin, who took a fancy to me as, she thought I was pretty cool. Well, how mistaken those people are. Well, we still get along, but for whatever reason, that was when Jess had been teaching the classes. She had taught, basic phrases, whatever. I am a doctor. I am a secretary. But for whatever reason, Tessa had remembered Isrunihu, and that was the only thing she'd remembered. So when she taught me that, and whatever. I did take several. I mean, I did go to several classes. I used to be able to count to 10, but I did. It's probably been 8 years since I've spoken any Irish Gaelic. So
okay, we're down. All right, we are rocking it still. We are at 5:25. Let's get a topic to talk about here.
Other than my
do we want to pick
ex-wife?
You have any pictures? No. If we're gonna get demonetized, let's do it for something worthwhile. Let's talk about people in the media who we hate.
Yeah, there you go.
I got the sound effect. Just nailed it. That is awesome. What do we got? We got Joe. Thank you so much. $30 up to 15.3. Did I get lionized in my first game off NFL I watched here in the UK? Stafford's fake spike against Dallas. That was glorious. I mean,
I think that was maybe the most stressful game that I've ever watched. I mean, there've been a lot of them, but that one I was, I actually probably shed tears after that one because it was so, and it had been so up and down and up and down and up and down. And then I thought that for sure they were going to lose. And I tried to walk away. I walked in, I was staying at a friend's apartment, walked into the bathroom, put my head on the sink and just stood there for a few seconds, and then walked back out, and all of a sudden they were going and going, and I was like, oh Jesus. And then I was jumping and screaming and all that jazz. So
jazz hands
on the floor.
Sorry, I said jazz. All that jazz hands. Yeah, that was a great game. I have particular hate for the Cowboys. I hate anything that's too commercialized, and the idea that somebody like the Cowboys takes on and here's a guy, I'll defend the term hockey town, because Detroit really is. I mean, I've seen other people try to claim the name, but in the period when Detroit got named Hockey Town, there was literally nowhere like it for hockey. The idea that, and so that's my hypocrisy. I'm calling that out first. The idea that the Cowboys are called or call themselves America's team just drives me insane. Right? I mean, this is during the years with God, what was his name? 88, the big cokehead wide receiver, Aikman, Michael Irving, and the whole
Aikman, Emmett, and
thing, that was going on there. I was like, God, it was disgusting to me. It was absolutely disgusting to me. I despise that. So that Dallas game, I had that just general dislike for them, and then I have a guy that I have to work with, and we have to be on good terms with, and we pretend that we're nice to each other, but I absolutely hate his guts. I hate him as a human being. I hate him everything he stands for. I would, if no one was looking, I would trip him down the stairs if I could. I try to be a better person, but I just can't. He's a huge Cowboys fan, so smack talking, and it's all the kind that's couched in, oh yeah, it's just friendly smack talk, but it's really, I hate you and I would throw you out of a building if I could. That fake spike, you don't know what a ball walk that was to walk in with. I love to throw that in his face. That was nice. Oh yeah, Jerry Jones. If the Cowboys aren't America's team, if they were, there wouldn't be any other teams in America. Bite it, Jerry Jones. Hey guys, up late changing baby diapers. Oh, sorry, brother. I'm over that. What similarities are there between Everson Griffin's game and Julian Okwara? What level of benefit can Okwara get from the mentorship there? Thanks, Aaron. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I mean, go ahead. I'll let you go.
Okay, I mean, he's got Okwara's got bend and burst, but he's not as strong, and I don't know. I mean, anytime you get a veteran as long in the tooth as he may be, as Everson Griffin is, to be a play with and I mean, I don't know if when Julian's even going to see the field, but assuming that they are able to interact in practices on any level, I don't know if if Julian's even allowed in the facility right now, but anything that you can give a rookie from a vet like that is going to be helpful in terms of technique. I mean, it just always is. Whether or not that's something that Everson Griffin does, I don't know if Everson Griffin is a great mentor or not. I've never heard that he is, but I haven't heard that he isn't either. I haven't really, I haven't followed the teams he's been with close enough to know.
You're not familiar with the Vikings?
Well, I am, but I mean, how often do you read a Vikings article about how so and so is mentoring so and so?
I don't live in the shadow of the only stadium with a wind chill, and the only enclosed stadium with a wind chill.
Right.
That's a great line. That's so great. Tony got
so I'm not
out.
really sure if Everson Griffin is the mentor type or not, but I sure hope he is. I mean, that'd be great for Julian to learn under him for a year or two. And pick up some skills. I also think that Julian has a dude in Romeo who can teach him a lot of things, because Romeo seems to be learning as he's going along too, picking up new ways to get to the. So I think Julian's entering at least a knowledgeable group of defensive ends, and not like Trey Flowers doesn't have stuff to teach him either. So I think that he has plenty of room for guys above him to teach him. I just don't know which guys are going to be the ones doing the teaching.
All right.
I would assume Romeo would.
Yep. Remind me of the topic I want to get to, but I will now answer this one. Then I'll get to you, Darren, in 1 second too. The thing that I'm gonna take a different tack than Case did. I'm gonna hopefully be additive to his answer. The thing that Everson Griffin can do for Julian Okwara is in the psychological side of the game, the mental side of the game, bring an approach, a toughness, how to find a chip, how to be angry, how to play mean, how to play tough. He can bring a attitude and help an attitude with a guy like Okwara and help refine that mental side of the game for him, help him be a better player. I think both Okwaras and Trey Flowers, when he heals, are going to benefit. I mean, not just through rotations, but through the mentality that he brings to the game and that fierceness that he brings. I think that's one of the things, and I said a little bit earlier, but most people were probably not on at that time, that the Lions on defense are missing, is that fierceness. And it was what Golden Tate brought, right, on the offensive side of the ball. That fierceness, that absolutely outwardly shown aggression towards winning their matchup and doing their job, better than anybody, and then finishing their tackles and getting those hits, the whole thing. That's, I think, one of the things that Everson Griffin is going to bring that's probably understated beyond the actual play and the physical part of the game. He can help the team mentally, and this whole team, I think, does need to get lifted up mentally on the defensive side of the ball to really start attacking. And when they've done that, they've really played well this year. When they haven't, they've kind of sat on their heels and they've been pulled apart. So that aggressiveness, I think, is important for them to really nail it. All right, let's see. Darren, where can I get info on the auction items? So here's the deal. I did plan ahead for this, Darren. A lot of the auction items were donated as part of the show today and came in as part of the show. I was planning on, and I still plan on, going to bed as soon as this is over and sleeping for a long. Sorry about that. That just came out of nowhere.
Until kickoff.
Sleeping for a long period of time. I'm probably gonna wake up for UFC tomorrow, and then a little video game, and then go back to bed. And then kickoff. Yeah. So I'll do that. Monday is when the auction starts. I don't know what time. I will, after kickoff. I have Monday off of work. So I will probably start the grind on getting the auction items up and on the Detroit Lions podcast site on Monday. So DetroitLionsPodcast.com, we'll have like auction in the main menu at the top of the screen, and it'll be in the store area. Somewhere it'll be easy to find, and then you'll have pictures of all the items. It may take an extra day to get all the pictures and everything done and get everything loaded in. But we'll have it for you. It'll all be up there, and then we can go to town. And it's going to go through December 18th. I think we're going to end. I'm thinking we're going to end at like 9 a.m. on the 18th if I can, because what I'd really, really like to do is have everything packed up and ready to go, so that I know who wins, the payment's done, and then we can ship this stuff out as soon as possible. So if you are doing it for Christmas, you get it in time if you can, and so that I can get my Christmas stuff done around here as well. So there you go. That's that. Okay, what else do we have?
If you're just tuning in, we are absolutely taking any and all questions right now. We need all the inspiration we can get.
We are repeating some things, but I don't think we're doing too bad. Here's the question. This is one you're supposed to remind me about. Our guy who's getting the tattoo. Just for those who want an update, we did get the thing. He couldn't get the tattoo guy. He made the mistake on the translation of Australian time to our time. He thought it was tomorrow, was today, and all that kind of stuff. So he couldn't get it done on the live stream. He is going to film it and get the film to us, the video to us, and we will put that up immediately when that comes out. We will let you know him getting that tattoo. So that's still part of it. He has the question though. What's the donation amount for Chris and Case to get Mitch tattoos?
200,000.
Yeah, I've got virgin skin, man. I'm not cracking it for $200, especially with a guy with the first name of a guy who's got a last name of Trubisky. I don't know. Right. I don't think I have a number for Mitch.
No, that's a little probably out of my ballpark. But I mean, if you want to throw up a number, maybe
show your toes.
Yeah, give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm going to read this question, then
I'll
lift my leg for these pervs. Right, Aaron Fletcher. After getting Griffin, it looks like the Lions were going for it, but no more trades before the trade deadline. Do you think that means they're no longer showing faith in MP and BQ? No, because if what you're suggesting would mean that they told Bob Quinn that the ownership told Bob Quinn that he, the general manager, was no longer allowed to do any trades, and that would be very shocking to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't tell a GM that they can't do that unless you tell them you're fired, right?
Right.
That's the bottom line on that. Okay.
I get your point with the follow-up statement there, but I would be very surprised if that was what was happening there. I just don't think they found anything that they thought was a good value. There's not always a good value, and there's not always a team that's willing to trade with you, and there's not always a player that wants to go play with you. So, for what you want to give up.
All right, playa. All right, yep. Let's see. After Griffin, point where they... Okay, that's good. We got that nailed. I just had an idea, but it's for a little later as we close out.
Thank you for the question, regardless.
Thank you for tuning in. Okay, got a laugh out of him about the Mitch tattoos. It's problem, Mitch. The whole Trubisky thing. It makes it almost impossible. That's the only Mitch that I can come up with, and my body's untouched.
I know another Mitch, and I don't want to think of him every time I look at my skin either. So
I'll tell you, Mitch. It's odd. There's two Mitches now that I think about it. There's Mitch Z, who donated items for the auction, the Galladay stuff, and Mitch, the guy who's getting the tattoo. There's something about Mitch. It's kind of like there's something about Mary.
Mitch. That's a good sequel.
Thank you. Mitch and Mary. All right. Wow. Okay, we're at 5:40, dude. We're getting close. 3 hours and 20 minutes left. That's like nothing. I could do it sitting down.
In 20 minutes, I got to get up and walk around again.
Yeah, I should probably do the same, but I'll get a few more minutes. All right. What do you guys have for questions? Let's do some football talk. Let me go back. Oh, God. Slate isolation, the beanie. All right, fine. Where's the RNFL? Let's do some broader NFL stuff.
Yeah.
God, those guys are awesome. McAfee's funny.
See, I don't really think so personally. I think he just like, I don't know. I have not, but I don't know. Maybe I think
I'll tell you, he's kind of relied on a couple things, right? That are repeatable, if you will. There's a little bit of a formula coming out of it, but he is just naturally funny. You know what I mean? So he's better when he doesn't have the rules, or when there's rules that he doesn't want to follow. You know what I mean? When he's just him, he's fabulous. He's absolutely fabulous.
Sure. I'll buy that.
Oh wow, that's good. Pat McAfee, you've been good on Thursday nights. Is it because of the short turnaround? Aaron Rodgers, Pat, I've always been good on Thursday nights. Sundays, Sunday nights. ... Aaron Rodgers.
I think the Saints-Bucks game will be one of the more exciting games this weekend, if you're looking for other things to tune into. Let's see what else we got on the docket this weekend.
Let's see. Here's probably the loser of the week: the Giants against Washington. Yeah, that's a misser. Chicago at Tennessee. That's going to be another loss.
I think I'd take the Giants in that game. I just think they're not
At
quite
Washington?
at the level that I don't think they're quite at the level that the Vikings were, in terms of a rebound, but they actually looked really, I don't want to say really good. They actually looked good last week. And they managed to lose just barely, but they were competitive, and I'm trying to remember who they were playing, but it was a good team.
Washington. Interesting. Okay, Chicago
Kings and Bears, so they should get knocked down another peg.
Yeah, Chicago at Tennessee is definitely looking like a loss for them. Lions at Minnesota. Let's talk about that a little bit. We did a little game preview early. Thanks, Greg. Keep going with those diapers, buddy. You got a couple years to work to left. I'll tell anybody who's a new parent, the biggest advancement in your child's development is when they wipe their own rear. Your whole life changes. All right, let's talk about this. Lions at the Vikings. I'm going to ask you, what's the biggest chance for success and the biggest risk for the Lions in this game case?
Well, the biggest chance for success will be taking advantage of their depleted secondary. They've got the 3 cornerbacks out for the game, and a fourth one limited this week, so he's questionable. They just need time to get their wide receivers the ball, and they need somebody to get some separation. Now, separation has been a key word for us for a few years now. That should be easier for our group of wide receivers to get separation against this group than it would be normally, just because they're so depleted in that group. And I expect you're like I've mentioned a few other times today, you're probably going to be seeing some safeties playing cornerback and et cetera. So, but that's never, if everybody's out of their ideal position, you're going to be able to take advantage of some mismatches. You're going to be able to take advantage of some miscommunications. That's what you want to do. You want to try to confuse these guys. I know Bevel can do that. I don't know that he likes to do that. So but that's like, to me, that's the number one key for success, is to be able to take advantage of where they're most depleted. The area we have the most trouble right now will be with I had thought and I completely lost it.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite thought so far.
I completely lost it. I'm worried about our pass rush getting to Kirk Cousins, unless Everson Griffin really does come in with the fire that we hope he does against his old team.
Yeah.
That group without Trey Flowers, who's been anchoring one side of the line more than anybody else has played there, is going to be a question mark. And who knows whether or not Everson Griffin will fit in with what we're trying to do right away. Who knows if it fit in with what we're trying to do at all. Obviously, we've seen other players on the defensive line not quite get it right, with us. So.
Okay. Yeah, no, I saw your prediction earlier. I want to lose the headphones for just 1 second. My ears are hot. Your prediction earlier of, what was it, 23 to 21, 27, 21, 28, 21? What was your prediction? 24, 21?
27.
Well, I didn't hear you. I guess I got to have these on. Sorry, what was it again?
23, 27.
23, 27. There you go. All right, I was 21, 17 Lions. You were 23, 27 Minnesota. I don't think this is going to crack the over under, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be an under game. I don't think there's a lot of scoring. We'll see how this goes. I mean, this is another one of those ones that could go either way, right? You just watched Minnesota go crazy 100%. Twice on Green Bay, and then otherwise
seen them completely blow up.
Yes, exactly. Aaron points out on the chat, 76-39. The Vikings lead the series. That's incredibly crazy. That's so even Green Bay and Chicago were so much closer to even on the damn Vikings are just owning this damn series. It's crazy. What's your favorite moment against the Vikings that isn't the Golden Tate OTTD?
Well, I think it might be the Marvin Jones catch between the two defenders with the extra man on the field.
Okay, that's a good one.
That was thoroughly gratifying for me.
Do you know what year that was?
I'm trying to think about what else we have against them that was big.
I got one.
Go for it.
I think it was 2 years ago, Thanksgiving game. Darius Slay interception to seal the game at the end.
That was a good one.
Tension was high. I happened to be there. The family, we were just out of our minds. That was a really, really great time. So love to see that.
Okay, here's a top. I haven't actually been doing these yet this year on our show, but now is probably a good time to start doing them every week. A rooting guide. So we'll go through each game and tell you which team we want to win or lose based on our chances at making the playoffs or our chances at getting a better seed or whatever.
Sure. Hey, do you mind doing that if I bounce up and do you mind moving around really quick? Okay, cool. I shall be right back.
Yep, sounds good. Okay, so first game I've got on here is Broncos at Falcons, and generally speaking, you'd always want the NFC team to lose to the AFC team. However, we are a game ahead of the Falcons, and we already beat them once, so we hold the tiebreaker there. I'm not sure it matters at all, but technically, if the Falcons win, it improves our strength of schedule, which can come down to a tiebreaker later on, our strength of defeat or our strength of victory. Still, I think, it's better safe than sorry still at this point, probably just to have the hope for the Broncos to beat the Falcons. We've got the Seahawks against the Bills. That one's an easy one. You want the Bills to beat the Seahawks. Again, I'm not sure it matters that much, though, because the Seahawks are pretty much the clear favorite to win their division. So they're not really a threat to us in terms of any wild card positioning. And since we really aren't in position at this point in time to be even thinking about winning a division and getting a top 4 seed, it probably doesn't matter. But still, I think you'd rather have the Bills win just in case the strangeness happens. The Ravens at Colts, I can't see a scenario where that matters. Texans at Jaguars, I can't see a scenario where that matters, although we beat the Jags, so them winning would be good, but we still haven't played the Texans this year. So there's also that still up in the air. The Chiefs beating the Panthers would be a good thing to just knock them one further step out of any potential wild card race. Obviously, we want to beat the Vikings. Titans, we obviously want to beat the Bears. The Giants and the Washington football team, I think neither of them is really a threat to get a wild card, but just to make things a little more even, keep them both down as low as possible. I think we'd prefer to see the Giants beat the Redskins. The Washington football team. Old habits is probably better, but at the same time, we also face the Redskins, and so if they win and we were to beat them again, it could affect our strength of schedule. But again, it's probably better at this point in time just to rather be safe than sorry and have for the Giants beat the Washington. The Raiders and Chargers, I can't see how that one really matters at all. Dolphins, Cardinals, that one definitely matters. We definitely want the Dolphins to beat the Cardinals, even if that seems unlikely. The Cardinals are absolutely one of the top wild card contenders, and if they were to lose in a couple games, especially since we beat them, and if we were able to tie with them, we'd have the whole tiebreaker to get ahead of them. That would be absolutely ideal. We have the Steelers and the Cowboys. Again, theoretically, we want the Steelers to win. Not sure that it matters at all because the Cowboys are not probably going to be in contention. But again, may as well keep things safer than sorry and have the Steelers win that one. Saints Bucks is a tough one because the way things line up now, I think it's probably better for us if the Buccaneers beat the Saints because that would move the Saints closer to us. But the Saints have also played one fewer game than the Buccaneers, and the Saints beat us. And we don't really want to end up in a scenario where we're tied with the Saints looking for a wild card spot, unless we end up there with 3 teams total with the same record, and then a whole other realm of tie breaking ensues. If the Buccaneers were to lose to the Saints, that would and enter the wild card race, and we manage to eventually tie with the Buccaneers, especially if we'll have the opportunity to beat the Buccaneers at some point here. Not that I necessarily think that's likely, but if we were given the opportunity to beat the Buccaneers, then we would hold the tiebreaker over them, which...
I smell the delusional rantings of a madman.
I mean, some of this stuff gets pretty complicated. I think, honestly...
I heard you talking about beating the Buccaneers, and then you quickly corrected yourself. So.
Well, yeah. I think, honestly, just in case something were to happen to really... I mean, I think we'd be in better off shape if the Saints beat the Buccaneers, just in case something happens to the Buccaneers, like Tom Brady gets hurt. Then we'd have a real shot at overtaking them down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a chance that we'll overtake the Saints just because they already beat us and they're going to hold the tiebreaker on us. So I think that's the better option, is if the Saints win. Mm-hmm. That one's really close. Patriots, Jets, I don't think that matters at all.
I have a topic for you after this, if you don't mind.
Okay, I just got one more.
Do it. And
that is the Packers and 49ers. And while I agree that we'd pretty much always... Oh, they already finished that game. I was about to analyze which team we wanted to win. Well, that one's a little too late. But there was a benefit to both for us going both ways on that one. So.
Well, it sounds just like Case on the fence. Bum, bum, bum. All right, let me talk about some NFL news. There's this crazy idea that a guy named Des Bryant might play football again.
Yeah.
After tearing his Achilles. He signed. He's in the practice squad now, I guess, with Baltimore. No shite. I don't think he's going to do anything. I think he's beyond. I think before he left the Cowboys, he was pretty done. And I think an Achilles at his age is going to be really tough to come back from. But it's an interesting story. I mean,
yeah, it begs the question, why? Why bring him in? I mean, he's known for having a somewhat toxic personality to begin with.
Yeah.
Why bring in a guy like that if you're not looking to try to utilize, try to actually figure out if he has something left to put on the field?
And you get Marquise Brown on one side, right? I mean, look,
but their pass game has been struggling. Lamar Jackson has been struggling in the pass game.
Yeah. And John Harbaugh is a guy that could probably contain Dez, right? I mean, he seems to be he's got a good grip on his team.
Yeah, I think so.
But I don't know. I don't know that Dez is going to bring anything.
I'm not sure. I mean, he's a big-bodied outside receiver, so he's not getting separation, but he can sure do contested catches.
Yeah, sign him up, Bob Quinn. We need him. Let's get all the contested catches here. All right, what do we got? Curling is our defense is going to be.
It says I'm looking. I just Googled him, and it says the one of the articles that pops up is John Harbaugh. Ravens don't want to force feed wide receiver Dez Bryant, but call up is likely coming.
Yeah, that's something.
How likely? I don't know. I mean, it's from the Baltimore Sun, and I don't know how well they report on stuff. So.
Yeah, this is interesting. The idea about contain Dalvin Cook. You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. That's kind of that contain is what our defense is really built around.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to sound stupid, but it's actually, I think, the most important part of Dalvin Cook. Actually making tackles. Finishing tackles is the biggest thing I think this team needs. I see a lot of great positional football. I see Tavai always, he's third man in, but otherwise they've got to complete those tackles. They've got to wrap and stop these guys. Go ahead.
Here's a fun one related to Lions and relevant to one of our guests earlier today. In 1979, the Detroit Lions lost a game because on Washington's game-winning field goal attempt, they had 12 men on the field. The play turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as because of it, they got the number 1 pick in the draft, selecting Billy Sims.
There you go.
So.
Good job. Thank you, Case, for your. That's. What was your note when we were talking? Can I read it? Do you mind what you said about the old guys?
What? Who? Where?
What you said about the old guys earlier. Do you mind if I?
Yeah.
Read that again. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
These older dudes, not really my forte because I don't have any recollection of it. That's awesome. Oh God, Craig, gosh, that's terrible to hear. Try Googling best Lions moment versus Vikings. It shows all Viking highlights. I don't need to see any Vikings highlights. I'll see them on Sunday.
You'd be better off looking back through our history and finding specific games on the odd year that we actually managed to beat them, and then going and looking at the highlights of those games to find the moments. So
that Thanksgiving game was great. It was absolutely fabulous. I was so happy to be in the crowd. To see Darius get that, and then was he close to out of bounds or he ran? I forget what happened. There was enough time left that we could still lose it. You know how it is to be a Lions fan. He still didn't know. So, all right, hey, really quick, we got to get this out here, guys. We're rocking and rolling at stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. Get in there and donate some money for St. Jude. Let's get these kids Christmas. We got that $25,000 goal. We do have the auction afterward that's going to help us out, but folks are going to start waking up, and I think the overnight crew was just sleeping on the job, and you don't want that. You don't want that burden to be carried around till next year. You weren't sleeping on the job.
We would like to be, but we were not.
No. So hit that stjude.org/DLP and get rocking on those donations, man. Thank you all who have donated for doing so. It means a lot. And we got it. We got this. It's 3 hours left, my friend.
All right. I need to take a little walkabout. Are you right?
Yeah, do your walkabout. You guys rocking in the chat? You ready to carry me? All right. We'll see you in a bit, Case. Let's see. Try Googling best Lions. No, you aren't crazy. If our coaching staff is worth a dang, then our replacement guys should be okay. Yeah, we should be okay. I mean, what more could you want than okay? Davante Adams tied the NFL record for the most games in a season, 3, with 10-plus catches, 150-plus receiving yards, and a TD, and he's played just 6 games. That reminds me of Kenny Golladay. No, let me see where we have Davante Adams in our next-gen stats right now. Actually, let's look at all Green Bay receivers. Let's do that. That'll be interesting to see. Davante Adams is number 52 overall in separation, 3 yards. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is number 74. Robert Tonyan, their tight ends, 4.7. See, tight ends get an artificially good rating because they play against linebackers typically, right? So there you go. Let's see what we got. Guys, I'm so sorry. I really want to donate money, but I'm tailing on a layoff. It seriously hurts me every year when see hundreds. Damn, oil is letting me down, man. Dude, no. Take care of yourself first. That's the key. Take care of yourself. Get yourself in a good position, because when you do that, that means you can then take care of others. That's the first thing. Draft, Craig? I'll go draft. Craig Mack, Japan. The Japan piece. Are you actually in Japan, or are you just playing as if you are on your name? Draft. We can talk draft, though. We discussed a little bit earlier that my draft really starts in January, and kind of give you some of my thinking. So I'm happy to hear what you have to say. The way my week is, I got the day job, I have the podcast, I have football on Sundays. I usually, my schedule is just wall to wall, like every day with stuff to do. I wind up with Saturday as the one day that I can like get stuff done around the house or have a little bit of free time. So I don't use it on football because I do so much other football time. And what I do is I do my football studies. I take other people's notes and studies from the season in college right around January 1st. And then I rock it from there, and then get myself ready for the Senior Bowl. And then at the Senior Bowl, I start formulating things starting at the Elephant Walk at the beginning, and that's when I really start finding my guys there. And Shrine Bowl as well. It's you get lower caliber guys, a lot of UDFAs and late rounder guys, but there's some real interesting stuff there. Really interesting stuff. So, Craig, you are in Japan. Whereabouts, man? And how long have you been there? Tell us the story. What's going on in Japan, and what pulled you over there? You're a Lions fan, I have to imagine, because we're a Lions podcast. You could have come from NFL. Let's see. If you'd have answered my last call, you would have had a Let's Go Lions in the middle of a National Guard command meeting. It would have been a glorious. Oh, man, I am sorry about that. That stinks. Love me my National Guards. And I don't know where that is. I'm going to pull it up on the map there. During the Falcons win. Man. I love my military guys. There's a sense of humor, there's a sense of style, there's a sensitivity amongst our military guys, and I appreciate that so much. I absolutely do. All right, where are we? I'm looking now at the map here, Craig. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. You're way down south. Way down south. Interesting. It would have been odd to hear I'm in Japan south of South Korea. That just would have been weird to say out loud. Wow. Thanks for listening, Craig. How did you find us? How did you find? I'm interested in that. Sounds dirty, Craig. It was his when he said I'm in Fukuoka. I think I'll mangle the pronunciation. I had to enable his comment because it thought he was swearing. So even YouTube thought it sounded dirty. Interesting. So upset when I didn't get to go in completely a boo. Oh God, you guys are crazy. All right, that's an interesting spot. Tell me what brings you there, Craig? This is really interesting to me. I'm really interested in the whole international travel piece, and I haven't got to spend a whole lot of time in Asia, and that's just like That's a hot spot. I mean, everyone talks about the South China Sea as a big, area of conflict, and of course the terraforming and other things that are going on and silly stuff. But God, East China Sea seems like it would be a very, very contested kind of location where there could be a lot of things firing up. We'll see. I don't know. Sounds like a Canadian who's just okay.
I'm here.
Oh, look who's here. We're talking. Let's see. We're talking Japan here, but it's okay. We can stop now that you're back here. 3 hours to go. I need a cup of coffee. I really do. The smell of caffeine. So he's telling me he's in Japan, and it's FUKUOKA, and YouTube tried to censor it, right? And I'm like, I tried to say it, and I said, I'm sure I'm totally mangling it. Sean comes back. He's like, fuck you, okay, eh? It sounds like a Canadian who's just okay at sex. That's funny right there. Funny because I'm tired and 12. Okay. All right, folks are starting to wake up. It's 6 a.m. in these time zone. You late night people, we gotta be on our best behavior. Corey, got my girlfriend's family to start listening every week, even though they're Buffalo fans. They sincerely love you guys' tone and hilarious, lame sense of humor. Love you guys. Oh man, that's great. Thanks. I love to be known for a lame sense of humor. And
it's yeah. It's how I've gotten where I am in life.
I owe all this. Let's see. Craig, I was born in Detroit, moved to Hawaii when I was 4, worked in a hotel, and my future wife was a guest from Japan. No, see, I was always on the other side. I thought as the guest in the hotel, I was going to meet my future wife. But nope. I got married before that. Let's see. It's the best compliment. Okay, I'm good. We're definitely not offended. We're it's tough to offend us. We're not some of the other writers out there. Okay. Case doesn't want me to. He's like, put the spoon down and quit stirring that pot, Chris. You can make me bring this up as a topic of conversation. He was crying. I love it. Okay. What do we got? I was rolling through. I ended with Devontae Adams tied the NFL record for most games in a season with 10 plus catches, 150 receiving yards, a TD, and oh yeah, he's only played 6 games. How's that feel to you?
Yeah, he's been pretty outstanding, and it sucks, but it's true. I wanted to believe that he had peaked last year, but it seems like he's taken another step forward.
Oh, let me give you this. This will make you feel better. He's number 52 in separation.
But he's an outside receiver. That's probably pretty high on the list of outside wide receivers.
Yep. Well, is Chanel and I an outside receiver?
I should say he's a X receiver.
Yeah,
he's a number 1 receiver. Mm-hmm. He's a big-bodied boy. Mm-hmm. They tend not to get as much separation.
Mm-hmm. I still just don't. He's the slot guy, Hunter Renfrow. That guy.
He's on my fantasy team.
Tyler Lockett, 22. God, this gets me. The fact that number 25 is the worst guy in KC still. Yeah. The worst guy in KC is better than the second guy in Detroit.
Yeah. Well, I saw somebody describe it as it's like they're playing small ball, and maybe it was in our group, in our YouTube chat. I don't remember, but like they're playing small ball like the Rockets were trying to do in the finals, and except that it's actually working for now. But that doesn't mean that defenses won't. And it's not that no defense hasn't ever figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
Like you were talking about earlier, we did a fairly good job against them last year when we played them. I mean, we did a really good job against them, just not quite enough. I mean, they're still. I mean, it's a crazy, dangerous, and difficult, scheme to work around to overcome, but not impossible.
We've got a non-football question I think would be fun, and I'm interested in your answer. And since we've been dating this long, I need to know it. Aaron asks, if you could live anywhere, Where would you live? Both of you have moved around and don't live where you were born. I think Case isn't where he was born. I think you are where you were born, right?
Nope.
Oh.
I was born in Omaha, Nebraska. We moved to Fargo when I was 6 weeks old.
He lives where he was born. 6 weeks. You might as well have been in the womb for that. You didn't know any better.
No.
All right.
I've never been back to Omaha, but
Omaha.
I always feel like I should go there, like on a pilgrimage someday. But
yeah, let me know how that goes. All right. So you could choose anywhere. I really kind of feel like you would choose Fargo.
Yup.
Anywhere in the world, and you're choosing Fargo.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to have I'd love to have a summer home in the Mediterranean or something, you know?
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah.
That'd be great.
Sure. No, it's funny because the thing with all the working from home, the way it works now and the way it is, it's, how to put it, you can live anywhere almost in a lot of jobs. You know what I mean? And Trevor was talking about a lot of people leaving California to live in the Midwest and stuff.
I meant a winter home, not a summer home.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah,
I felt like that was necessary.
No, you like it on Mars. So my wife and I were talking. My son's he's a year and a half away from going away to college. We could live anywhere, right? It's like, wow. I mean, that's kind of emancipating, right? Where would I want to live? Where would I want to be? And we've been kicking it around, and we feel kind of limited to the States. And I don't know why, right? It's just it's kind of the thinking we have.
More comfortable, and that's not a bad thing.
No.
For
it's just
people, that's not what they want, but for me, that's what I want.
I just don't know where, right? And the thing where it's like, okay, you got Mars where you're at, and Montana. Mm-hmm. Montana seems like it'd be an absolutely wonderful place to live. I think it'd be great, big bunch of acreage. Yeah. But then it's like, man, grocery shopping's a pain in the ass. You need a 6-pack of beer. You better remember. Yeah. See, I kind of do a little bit, but
which is okay.
Yeah. And then I'm like, but it's colder than F there, so I don't want to do that. And I don't want to do Florida. I like where I live. I absolutely love it, actually. But the humidity in the summer is just oppressive. You get hurricanes on the coast, earthquakes on the other coast. It's like, Tennessee's nice. You can't get it's not too hot, not too cold. No hurricanes, no tornadoes. It feels like you get a good go there. You can get a nice place on a mountain, secluded enough with a view, but you drive down and get to town, that kind of thing. But I think if I could, and that's kind of more realistic thinking stuff. The one thing the place, if I could just pick up and go without all the immigration and all the other stuff, I'd like to go to Zurich. I live in Switzerland. Switzerland is absolutely a fabulous place, man. I love that country. It's just a good deal there. And Zurich has a super high quality of life. It's expensive, but the pay is commensurate with the cost of living there. So, and taxes are pretty nice compared to here. Would you rather get punched square in the face or straight in the kidneys, Case?
Face.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Same.
I worry about my kidneys.
Me too. Yeah, for sure. I'll take it in the face. There's not much to mess up there. Kidneys, I actually use them for something. All right. Back to the football. We're 6:12. Wow. We're less than 3 hours, Case. 2 hours, 45 minutes. Mm-hmm. Odell Beckham. Ooh, ACL. I didn't realize he had an ACL. How did I miss that? Mitch! Oh, it's Staff Taddy. Staff Taddy showed up. What do we got? Staff Taddy here with my donation now that we're not hitting 30K. Haha. Oh, don't you worry. We have some benefactors here. If you guys want some zoom in with some
too cocky
football chat, that I'm free now. No, donations less than I mentioned to you because the tattoo is more expensive than I expected. No, don't even worry. This is great, dude. $40 from Mitch Staff Taddy. That is a great nickname. 15-351-69. What do you say we get to 15-5? You eat a bean.
No.
What? You had a
I'm
good
not
one
doing it.
last.
I can't do anymore.
We talked
Can't
about
do
4 in the
anymore.
morning. It's 2 hours later. I give you extra time and everything.
I know. I'm sorry. I can't do anymore. I'm sorry.
All right. What if
Sorry.
what if we got it to 30,000 by the end?
Another vomit right now.
What if we got to 30,000 by the end? Would you risk it then?
Yeah.
Okay. 30,000 is the number, folks.
By 8 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah. 8 o'clock
By 8
East
o'clock
Central.
my time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. 9 Eastern, 8 Central. I feel like a guy on TV, but not as good. Ah, man. All right.
Those really took a toll on me. So.
Yeah. No, I see. I feel it my own way. West Virginia's the best. Went there for college. It's way underestimated. It may well be.
Ooh.
It's gorgeous country there. Gorgeous country there in West Virginia.
Yeah, driving through there was so what was it, like almost 2.5 years ago. My uncle passed away, which is unfortunate. We knew it was coming. There was a cancer situation, and he left me his car, but he lived in North Carolina, so I had to go pick it up and drive it back here.
I remember that drive. What was the report? Where were you reporting from? Where you got almost hit by the cops were watching you? You stopped.
Oh, the Wisconsin. That was in Madison. Yeah, but no, I mean, driving through West Virginia was absolutely gorgeous. I was annoyed by the toll booths, but
yeah,
it was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, they always find some way to mess it up. All right, let's see. Really quick, we'll do this question, then we have a full file question. From Aaron, would you rather have fingers for toes or toes for fingers?
I have heard a much dirtier version of this.
But this is the version we're working with. You don't get to change the question.
I know.
My goodness, what a jerk.
I think I'd rather have fingers for toes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the same way. Exact same way.
I think that's hard to argue with, to be perfectly honest.
Is it hard? Okay. All right, let's talk about some football.
That's part of what that's the other version. Would you rather have phallus for fingers or for toes?
Kick rocks would hurt, man.
A bunch of questions.
Let's see. Toll booth in West Virginia. That's cracks back.
I mean, yeah.
All right. New England's defense is always focused on taking away the opposing offense's best player. That said, Detroit is going to focus on stopping Cook. Who's the next player we should focus on or be worried about?
Thielen always kind of wrecks us.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it's also tough to say. You know, I assume that we'll probably have our Warrior on Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think that, I mean, Jefferson's really good, but I don't think he's like top tier yet. He's showing a lot of promise, but I think that our Warrior can at least hold him to essentially what he's been doing, which is doing damage, but not completely demolishing teams. Now that said, I might want to reconsider that thought, just because I wonder if our Warrior wouldn't better match up with Thielen, who's a lot more creative with his routes, and leave Okuda raw on raw, you know, kind of situation, rook on rook.
Raw. So that leaves then, and I don't disagree with you, okay, so don't take it the wrong way, but the one guy that always seems to tear us up and is always open, and we wanted to steal, Kyle Rudolph.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's true.
He always chips away at us, and he is so clutch for them against us. I absolutely despise him. And we started floating the idea of picking up Kyle Rudolph. I was like, I really like this. Rudolph and TJ Hawkinson oh God, sign me up, baby.
Yeah.
But
I think it was that same year it might have been that same year Marvin Jones we picked up that I really wanted Kyle Rudolph, or was it the year after? I don't remember.
He was up for a contract this last year. Is when we were at Senior Bowl. I was talking to Justin Rogers about it. He's like, I hadn't thought about that. It's like, yeah. So that was an opportunity. That was B. Reports are that Oruwariye will not be starting.
Right. I forgot Trufant would be back, but yeah, I'd probably still put Trufant on.
I can't believe Oruwariye isn't. It's Oruwariye. I keep saying Oruwariye, but whatever. Oruwariye won't be starting. I can't believe that. Why? He's the future, my friend. If you might as well put him out there at this point. He is ready to ball. He is ready to ball.
Well, I would not, even if Kuda is starting, I would expect the second that something goes wrong, Oruwariye would be put in. Excuse me.
Oh, Oruwariye, yeah. All right. Good morning. Oh, Chris Robbins, look who's here. Remember when he said he was going to be here overnight? I'm teasing Chris. Of course. Let's hit it up. Let's see. It's not there yet, is it? I think I just missed it. Just missed the call. There it is. Answer, you piece of doggy dog. There we go. Hi, Chris.
Hey, sorry I wasn't able to get to you guys. I got to bed early last night.
The one night of your year that you go to bed early. I see how it is.
Well, hopefully this will do for you guys. Still pretty early, I guess.
We can use a little assistance down there.
Right now is a lot better than 3 a.m. would have been or 4 a.m. would have been. We were rocking along pretty good. I think here in the last probably about 25 minutes, it's kind of hit us both at the same time. We popped up. I hit my face with a washcloth. I know Case took a little walk, and it's not quite shaking us back into shape this time. So we could love a phone call.
Cool. Well, yeah, I got a lot of stuff for you guys. So what do you want to talk about first? I know you guys brought up yesterday going over coaches. Do you want to start there?
Yeah,
like coaching candidates.
Yeah, and now how long is this list? I mean, is this going to be a half-hour list, or can we do this in like?
So
would you want to hit the top 10, top 20, maybe?
He put it in Slack, and it was like, I was like, oh, I'm going to print this out. Next thing I know, I got like 14 reams of paper in the printer, and they're all gone. I'm out of paper. Run up to Office Depot, and that wasn't even the description. That was just a list of names.
Yeah. So yeah, I actually have like different tiers. So if you want me to just go over like the top, like list of guys, I have like a top 5 or so. You want to start there?
Let's knock it out. That's great.
Okay, so top 5. I forgot who it was yesterday. Who was on?
Was it Schlitt that we talked with about coaches?
Yes, it was Eric. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard of him.
Yeah. So Eric brought up Matt Eberflus.
Yeah.
He's the Colts defensive coordinator. Yeah, he's probably in that top 3-4 list for me, for sure. I absolutely agree with him on that. He's fantastic. We got to see him in person last week, as he said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And he does all kinds of great stuff with the defense. He knows how to use our corners. He's got those longer, lankier corners. So he'd be great with Amani. He'd be great with Okuda. He's great with the safety guys as well. So we know how to use like Tracy Walker. So let's turn over with the secondary in particular. So that's great. And also, he also has ties to Ed Dodds. So I know that we were talking about potential GM-HC combos.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my top 5 GM candidates is Ed Dodds, who's the Colts assistant general manager, who I believe used to work with Ballard in Kansas City, or was it Seattle? He might come over from Seattle. But either way, he has ties to 2 of those front offices. So definitely someone I'm looking for. He's really, really high, if not number 1 on my general manager list as well. So we got that. Also,
you like the package deal here, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Eberflus, I like the idea. Now let's talk about the package though. One of the things is it's like, okay, who are the top guys who we like? What's going to entice them to come to Detroit as their decision versus somewhere else?
So I think that the one thing is, well, first off, they might not necessarily be like the most covered. I think that I'm actually going to probably go over them eventually. Is Organzi and the Enemy is probably the most popular combo. Organzi being the Chiefs assistant GM and the Enemy, of course, the Chiefs OC. So I'm not necessarily sure that we're going to land like the number one guy on the market, or at least in terms of popularity or name brand.
Sure.
But I do think that there's probably not going to be all that many like regime changes, especially when you consider teams like, for example, the Jets already have the general manager. Joe Douglas is going to be there for a while, hopefully for them. So I don't really foresee that many general manager changes. And then hopefully from there, like when you get your general manager, the ties to the coach help bring him in.
Okay. No, I can go with that. I'll allow it. I felt like a judge for a moment. No, that's I'm good. So basically, the idea is these general managers that have a coach in mind that come as a package deal you aren't going to have the coaches separate and show up in New York. Sorry, Gase, you're gone. We're going to have to find somebody else. Now, what does that mean for the Jets, though? They're going to have to find a coach that isn't quite as connected to the GM?
Not necessarily. So Joe Douglas is their general manager, and I want to say he was at Baltimore and Philadelphia.
Okay. So,
for example, both of Baltimore's coordinators are potential coaching candidates. I don't necessarily like either one of them a whole lot for us. Martindale a little bit more than Roman. I don't think we would go for Roman as a head coach. He's their offensive coordinator. So maybe one of those guys. Actually, Roman might be a great fit for them because with Trevor Lawrence coming in, Roman's the guy who ran the offense with Colin Kaepernick in San Francisco under Harbaugh, and now he's running the Ravens offense with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. So he runs that read type of system, that option style of system that gets those mobile quarterbacks into space. So him with Joe Douglas and a younger quarterback, whoever that might be, Fields, most likely Lawrence, would make a little bit more sense there. So he'd probably be someone that I would be looking for, at least initially, as my prediction for who will be the Jets' next head coach, assuming they fire Gase, of course.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like a lot of the GM candidates coming up now, like for example, I just talked about it with Dodge, right? Like they're from multiple different front offices, which is one of the things that I think is a little bit off about the Quinn thing. It's like he spent his whole career in New England or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So he's only got most of his ties to like the Belichickian system, and it was pretty clear he was going with Flores. Whereas, like I talked about with Dodge, like he spent time, and I want to say it was Seattle. I don't remember if it was Seattle or Kansas City. And then he went to Indianapolis with Ballard. So he spent time in like multiple different places, and a lot of the general manager candidates this year, I think, are going to be like that, where they spent time in 2, 3, even 4 in some cases, different stops.
Mm-hmm. Definitely not hired too soon, right? Because that's what happens so often is you get a guy who gets one place, doesn't get the full amount of success. I mean, look, this is kind of like, I think about Bob Quinn, right? The big thing is, what? What are you laughing at?
David Webster in the chat.
What?
I don't know what you were doing, but I agree. It did sound like you were trimming your
I was. I had a moment. I could think, I could listen. I could just kind of like, okay, that sounds good, right?
All right, guys. It's we're gonna try not to let it get too silly from here on out. But
so there you go, David. I can too. I can too. You're all wrong.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
All right, Chris. Jump back in for us. Get us lined up here.
Yeah. Yes. So you're right on the general manager side. A lot of these guys are going to be coming in, maybe not necessarily with like general manager experience. A lot of those guys are in pretty safe, comfortable jobs, but they're going to have like years and years and years of scouting experience and different connections to different teams and ties like that. The coaches, I think, are a little bit more the opposite of that, where you're taking a chance on a very young coach more likely than not this year. A lot of the coordinators that are coming up are not necessarily going to be the most experienced, the most versatile type of coordinators. And I'm not really a huge fan of many of the college coaches this year myself. I mean, Lincoln Riley, we've seen what he's done during the pandemic. Oklahoma is not in a good spot this year. I think at one point a couple of weeks ago they were even unranked at like 1 and 2. So the chances are you're probably going to be getting a little bit more like the experienced side of the general managers, but you're probably looking at more the younger coaches. Maybe first-time head coaches, maybe guys who are just younger in general. Like I talked about with Eberflus, he went from, I want to say, linebackers coach 3 years ago to 2-year defensive coordinator. And the same thing with Arthur Smith, who's probably one of my highest offensive options on the list. He's the Titans offensive coordinator. Very similar thing there. He was, I want to say, tight ends coach 2 years ago. He's been the offensive coordinator for 2 years. So a lot of these guys are coming in a little bit less experienced. But I think what comes with that, though, too, is also that relatability factor. And finding a coach who can kind of relate to these players a little bit more. And I think that's one thing that Patricia struggled with a little bit earlier on in his tenure, was just that relatability and kind of coming in a little bit too tough. Yeah. And I'm kind of looking for a coach, like most of my highest candidates. I want guys who are going to be able to bring and maintain that culture of work ethic and toughness and physicality, but at the same time not like go over the line into, okay, we don't like you, this is not working. And so I think that getting a younger coach might not be the worst thing ever for this group either. Just in terms of being that guy who can, and we've seen it work with guys like Sean McVay. Not necessarily like the same systems and stuff like that, but just getting the guy who's young, who can relate to these players and connect with them on a little bit more of a deeper level, I think would be very helpful to helping rebuild the culture as we go through a actual rebuild of the team.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Okay, so generally speaking, I would either prefer a first-time head coach, a young guy, or a guy who's maybe tried to take over a really bad team and it just didn't work over the first couple of years and they got canned. Like that's the kind of situation because they might come in with a little bit of a different perspective than they went into their first position. They might still have some expertise and they might have also just been in a crap position. It's rare that you get a guy like an Andy Reid who's a savant but didn't have success with their original team for a long time and then found success with the team, after they moved. That's not a common thing.
Right.
Not to dwell too much on Bill Belichick because, Bill Belichick. But obviously he got his first start in Cleveland and that didn't work out. But somebody else gave him a chance. It worked a lot better the second time around. There's maybe a guy. Okay, so I don't really like Josh McDaniels as a prospect, just because I'm not sure that he's changed. That he's not going to try to do basically the same thing that Patricia tried to do in terms of attitude. and come in with the attitude. Obviously, he already alienated one team when he went there as a head coach.
He alienated another one that he was supposed to go to as a head coach.
Right. Also, that is also a cause for concern. But I mean, I don't know if he was available. Would I give it a chance? I'm not sure. I think he's a tough one to ponder over. But yeah, no, I generally agree. Offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators for successful programs, especially if they're the offensive coordinator for a defensive-minded head coach or vice versa. Those are the situations that I think are the best options, generally speaking.
Yep, and that's the thing that I really focusing on with both Smith and Eberflus, who, as you can probably guess by now, are probably my top two candidates. Smith is the Titans OC under Rabel, so he's the guy that's kind of running their offense, which has picked up a lot since LaFleur left, by the way. And then Eberflus, of course, is under Frank Reich, who was the Eagles' offensive coordinator, former quarterback coach, all that stuff. So that's one thing that I'm kind of focusing on a little bit there. I will say, as for guys who are a little bit more experienced, from that standpoint, who have failed at their first jobs, three guys that stand out to me that are on that list are Steve Spagnuolo, who, of course, is the Chiefs defensive coordinator, was the Giants defensive coordinator for many, 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 many years under Coughlin when they won the Super Bowls against the Patriots. And then you've got Leslie Frazier, who's a very familiar name to Lions fans. Of course, he was the Vikings head coach for a little while. And then, and Spagnuolo, so what happened with him is he went to the LA Rams, it was, I think, a year after we hired Schwartz. We actually interviewed Spagnuolo the same time we interviewed Schwartz. And basically he went to the Rams, and they were not in a good position at all. I think they were 1-15 that year. And then they ended up drafting Sam Bradford number 1, with Josh McDaniels was their offensive coordinator, by the way. And then he got fired, and then they hired Pat Shurmur. So, he knows how to hire offensive coordinators. And for whatever reason, their offense just could not get anything going. Bradford was up and down, injured, inconsistent the first 2 or 3 years of his career with the Rams. And his defense, I think, kind of lacked some of that personnel, because remember, this was before they got Aaron Donald, too. This was in 2010 and 11, I think it was. So he kind of struggled to really build the defensive personnel, and it was almost like he tried to build the offense and hope that his system would kind of fix the defense in a way. Like they weren't aggressive enough in pursuing the talent level on defense. So I think him coming to a little bit more of a better situation than he was in with the Rams. I will say better, even if we have to rebuild, because that Rams team is just not good. I think that would help him a little bit too.
Right on.
As for Frazier, of course, we know what happened with him with the Vikings. That was kind of unfortunate. They ended up having, I think it was one bad year, and he ended up getting canned with the whole Adrian Peterson struggling at the end of his Vikings tenure with all that stuff. So, and of course, the inconsistent quarterback play is really what did him in. And the other third one is Todd Bowles, which is also a name I'm sure is very familiar to Lions fans from Week 1 of 2018 when he was the Jets head coach. Even before that, when he was the defensive coordinator with the Cardinals, I think that was the only time in his career that Matthew Stafford got benched before halftime, I want to say.
That could be.
Of course, he got benched.
Yeah.
I think he got benched in the Jets game, too. So, Todd Bowles is probably Matthew Stafford's literal worst nightmare of a DC. So we're going to get to see him later on this year as well. I might say week 15 or 16. I don't remember which when we go to Tampa Bay. So number 1 defense, Colts are down to number 3 now, I think. Number 2, number 3. Tampa Bay rose up to number 1 over Baltimore and Pittsburgh. So that union has been spectacular, specifically against Green Bay. They absolutely destroyed the Packers. So definitely the 3 coaches with a little bit more of that experience side that I have my eyes on from a coordinator standpoint, obviously, ex-winning college coaches.
Got it. Okay. Oh man.
It's a lot to process for us at this point today. So, but it's good stuff. I'm hoping that people who are more awake were able to click on a lot of that better than I was. I just kept. I no offense to you whatsoever. It's just been a long day.
I would be offended,
yeah,
Chris.
I totally get it. I'm definitely not.
It's cool.
But that is good stuff, and I think it would be good to if you want to share some more of that information with Slack, then we'll be able to parse through it a little better. And I think this is a topic that's going to keep coming up for us probably over the next few weeks. So it'll be great to have something to dig through.
And especially as like a lot of the stuff changes, like my list from my long list that I sent in the Slack chat that's like 100 names long.
Right.
I made that in week 2. Like a lot has changed since then.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I know it's only been like 6 weeks or 7 weeks or whatever, but like, I mean, things change over half the season in the NFL when it comes to coaching games. So, and even college games.
Yeah.
Like PJ Fleck has been dreadful so far this year with Minnesota. They got crushed by Michigan. I think they lost to Maryland. So, like, there's a lot of change that goes on with that. But yeah, I'm really looking just to shorten this up, TLDR it. Arthur Smith is probably my preferred OC candidate at this point, and Eberflus is probably my preferred defensive candidate at this point.
Yeah, no, and I think that's probably a good, solid choice. I don't know enough about him at the moment, but I think you're probably right that he is definitely a solid prospect. Let's move to a question that we have in the sidebar here, and Chris, if you want to stick around, you can help us parse through some of this stuff. Okay, so Mitchell is wondering if what he thinks the Packers should have given up if they were available for Stills, Cobb, or Cooks. And did I miss one in here?
Fuller.
Stills, Cobbs, or Cooks, or Fuller. Yep. And I think, you know, if he's tossing the idea of if the Packers, or excuse me, if the Texans, for example, were tossing the idea of a second out for Fuller, not sure I'd go for that. I think Fuller's a free agent, so I don't particularly think it's a good idea to give out a high round draft pick for a guy who's going to need a new contract anyway, because you're just going to end up paying. That's going to hurt your cap significantly when you could theoretically get better value through the draft. Or you could, you know, find somebody cheaper to fill in while you're trying to work on that through the draft. Or you could pay for a guy who's gonna hit free agency anyway in a year. And so, I mean, the question basically is, you're paying a second round pick to pick up a guy if you think that guy's gonna put you over the edge to win a Super Bowl this year.
Yep.
I don't know that I think any of those guys, except maybe Cooks, is worth that, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure any of them are. I think a third, fourth, fifth in that range, you might be getting into reasonable range for me, but
yep.
Yeah, but I mean, Mitchell, I don't really care how much they're spending. Sorry, I don't mean to make that sound rude. I understand what you're saying, and I think that they definitely could stand to spend more than 5% of their cap on wide receivers. But if you're going to spend more than 5% on your cap on wide receivers, they're going to have to, you know, take that money from somewhere else, you know. And that's the issue.
Yep.
It's if you can get away with spending very little money in cap on a position, that's great. It means you can spend more money somewhere else. I don't see, I understand the argument. Like, if you're over investing in one position, it means you probably haven't done a very good job drafting at that position.
Like tight ends in the first round?
Right.
Sorry,
but I don't necessarily
with
think
that.
it makes sense to overcorrect that situation by just throwing money at it anyway. You know what I mean?
Definitely didn't draft another first round tight end.
But I do appreciate the question. I just don't think I would be surprised if they felt that desperate. But stranger things have happened.
I would have guessed probably a third, like you said.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see the Detroit Lions podcast make a appearance there, Case?
No, I didn't.
I was holding him a little bit. He purred in the mic even. You were too busy purring back at the other Chris.
Anybody else got any burning questions for us this morning?
I
didn't mean to make it sound like I was shooting you down or anything. I don't think that they'd be willing to do that. So, and you're not wrong. I feel like I'm having a conversation with you without filling everybody else in. The Packers have done a bad job with filling their receiver room for sure.
Mm-hmm. They could have taken Travis Fulgham. They failed. What a bunch of losers.
It's absolutely, yeah.
Obviously can't evaluate talent.
Mud on their face.
Oh, man. Hey, let me hit this really quick. Because we landed at a really fun spot. Curlingus is back. He's like, I don't know who threw up this alley-oop, but I'll slam it home. $69 donation. I don't think so. $69 donation takes us to 15, 420, 69. 69 gets you to 15, 420, 69. Nailed it for a good cause. Hang in there, guys. Rounding into the home stretch now. Much love from KZoo. Thanks a lot, brother. It's I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it, 2 hours and 15 minutes?
Yep.
All right, we got this, Case. And we have to go 4 minutes long. That's what I heard.
What are we doing? I'm sorry.
What? In 2 hours and 15 minutes, what are we doing? Going to freaking bed, man.
Man, I can only concentrate on one thing at a time right now. It's either you or the comments. And in that moment, I was concentrating on the comments. And somebody asking you if you play cornhole.
I'm like, I'm going to give it a whirl. He says, man, this is Florida. You don't give it a whirl. You play or you don't. I'm like, oh, shit. Do I got to buy a uniform, too? Is there like cornhole cleats or something out here?
You're like, we're just going to be assholes.
That might happen. It's possible. I maybe I'll just come and drink and watch you guys play. How about that, David? Fine. And I'll wear a rugby shirt to cornhole. That'll teach you. Oh man. Hey, Chris, I'll tell you what, man. I appreciate it. We're gonna get rolling here. We gotta close this out. We gotta get more people to give more money to St. Jude. And what's happening, Case? Case isn't doing it. He's not selling this. Show your toes, Case.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Yeah, let's get that going on. Have you seen these yet?
There we go.
Have you seen the toes yet?
I have. Yeah, I must have been probably around, I want to say midnight-ish or so.
It couldn't have been even that late, could it?
I have no clue.
No, you guys said that. I think it was around 8 or 9. Because it was around the time that we had a ding in.
Got it. It's definitely in someone's spank bank. I'll tell you that much. Okay, I got a question. And
yeah,
we when we crossed 15,000, did you see us sing the Christmas Carol?
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness, you saw that. Okay. Did anyone in the chat not see us sing the Christmas Carol? All I need is $1. Give me one. I don't want to mess up the 420, but I'm going to mess up the 420. I don't care anymore. Someone Case thought he was on his OnlyFans stream.
Hey, I figured if it works there, it might work here.
Okay. All we need is at least someone to give $1. Give $1 to the St. Jude. We'll replay Case and I singing "Baby It's Cold Outside" as a duet. This is top quality stuff right here. And in this dramatic
doesn't sound like anyone's buying, Chris.
And it takes a second to come through. And
this is what you have to do. You say, unless somebody gives me $1, we're gonna play "Baby It's Cold Outside" sung by Case and Chris.
It is a duet. Now in this duet, Case is the one that got roofied.
Yeah, that's true.
My god!
I was the roofier, and he was the roofie. We did a wonderful job. I think this is stuff that Capitol Records wants to get in on. They could make a mint on this. Did anybody has anyone heard of Wesley Willis? You heard him? He was around, man. I think it was probably the 90s. All right, he was this horrible singer that made the rounds. He was so bad that he actually made it. Oh, we got Aaron ready to mix and master it. Okay, that's worth $1. And all right. So hey Chris, I'm gonna let you go really quick off the phone. Thank you so much for calling and taking part and keeping us going, man. You re-energized us, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, so check out the Slack. I have my Vikings game playing up in the Slack chat, as well as we talked about last time I called. So if you guys are interested in going into the Patreon for our weekly game playing stuff.
Awesome, man. Yeah. Take Patreon, get into the Slack, and you get the sweet game plan stuff that Chris puts
Rock
together.
and Roll McDonald's. Sure,
yeah.
Wesley Willis.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, there you go. Thank you, D Wolf. Thank you. All right, we'll talk to you, Chris. Here you go.
D Wolf. He
Thanks,
was
brother.
on the same page I was. I was looking him up on YouTube to see if I recognized anything.
Oh yeah. Okay. Here we go. This isn't too long, but it is worth it. You tell us then. If you guys won't give $1 to make it happen, give us 20 to make it stop. While it's playing. No, you tell us what it's worth to you. You guys, this is top quality stuff. You're getting something that, I mean, this happened at what, like 2:30? 3?
Remember what time it was? I've lost
4?
all concept of time.
Yeah.
I feel like it was like 2:30. Or well, no, your time is 8 hour. You're time traveling.
You know what? I called it out. I called it out when we did it. It's 2:25. I remember now because I called it out when we did it. Okay, here you go. You guys get the mixing board ready, Aaron. This is top quality stuff. This is Chris singing the Case about, well, rape. I'll let you start, and I'll handle the. We'll see what I can do.
All right, here we go.
This is for you guys. Sorry. This is for you guys. Doc Webster, you did this to us. Baby, it's cold outside for St. Jude. Here we go at 2:15, 2:25 in the morning.
I really can't stay.
But baby, it's cold outside.
I gotta go away.
But baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
hoping that you drop in.
So very nice.
I'll hold your hands, they're just like ice.
My mother will start to worry.
Beautiful, what's your hurry?
My father will be pacing the floor.
Listen to the fireplace roar.
So really I'd better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't hurry.
Well, maybe just half a drink more. Let's see if we stop now.
Put some Mickey's in while I pour. Okay, keep going. We're almost there.
Okay. The neighbors might think,
baby, it's bad out there.
Say, what's in this drink?
No cabs to be had out there.
I wish I knew how.
Oh, your eyes are looking straight now. Starlight
To
now.
break the spell.
I'll take your hat. Your hair looks swell.
Why, thank you. I ought to say no, sir.
Mind if I move in closer?
At least I'm gonna say that I tried.
What's the sense of hurting my pride?
I really can't stay.
Baby, don't hold out.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Baby, it's warm inside. Okay, let it on that. That was good. That's a classic performance. I mean, do you have a board big enough to handle that, Aaron? I realize it's a multi-track, multi-tonal riff, but it's definitely far.
The distributors too.
far advanced beyond what Fred Astaire ever did. I don't even know who sang the damn song. Who was the rapist that originally sang that?
Actually, I mean, it's it's like Edda or Greta. I should know this. It's
Greta
a
Van
female
Fleet?
artist is like the lead billing.
Greta Van Fleet. Dean Martin. Bill Cosby.
Oh, hey, Dean Martin. Actually,
Bill Cosby.
I'm not sure which one I was looking at, but yep, no, Dean Martin. That fits.
No, it was Bill Cosby.
Pop fizz.
That's sweet. That is absolutely fabulous, Mitchell. You nailed it. Oh my goodness. All right. Almost 7:00. 2 hours left. Hour and a half until our good friend Justin Rogers joins us, and then we'll have fulfilled our 24-hour commitment. And all right, come on. Where's the dollar for the song? We sang Bill Cosby's famous "Baby It's Cold Outside." I mean, it's worth $1, right? Come on. It's Staff Taddy here, so you guys know. Hey, yeah. I'm sure I could work something with that, Aaron. It was horrible. It was. I think I did better when I did Christmas in Hollis.
Maybe. I mean,
we're talking about two pretty low bars here, bud. I mean,
yeah.
it wouldn't hurt you to say, "Boy, yeah, that's possible." You know, something just bullshitty, right? You don't have to answer it. You just say something bullshitty and positive feeling. Oh, yeah, certainly, I agree. That's possible.
Sure. Yeah, no, it was beautiful.
No, it's possible. You say it's beautiful, then you committed. You actually said something.
Yeah.
You lied to yourself and others, and that's not the way to treat people. Okay, I knew you were a piece of shit. All right, let's see. 5 minutes, top of the hour. Let's see if anything's popped up in the Lions subreddit. It's been pretty dead there. I've seen it move a lot faster in other times. Let's see. I haven't seen any of these. Is there any good ones? Nope. Okay. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. Get in there. Get yourself some donations to the St. Jude. Get Christmas to these kids. We're obviously we're running. It's kind of at the end of our gas tanks here. We'll make it, but this is I will sleep hard.
We'll limp over the finish, but we will get there.
I will be rock hard over the finish. Thank you very much, but I'm never limp over the finish. All right, let's see.
49ers are going to sign Josh Johnson to their practice squad.
Really?
Yeah.
What does that mean for you and me, my friend?
I mean, he was one of the Lions backups last year or the year before, whichever year that he sucked.
Golden did it. Thank you, Golden. He got their $1 for Baby It's Cold Outside.
Put us out of our mercy. Thank you.
Yeah. I was basically begging. He came through and gave me my pride back. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. This we talked about the Bears and Tennessee game earlier. The last time the Bears played in Tennessee was also the last time they scored 50 points in a game. Well. It seems like they've got their number, doesn't it? We were going to find out it was with Chase Daniel at quarterback. And again, we're going to have to make the strong decision on whether to play Chase against Tennessee now, too.
I forgot. I have all these tabs open. You had asked me, or somebody, I don't remember if it was you or somebody else, somebody in the chat had asked me about what free agent wide receivers I would.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for getting our shit straight again.
Yeah. I researched it a long time ago. And like I said, I think, Allen Robinson would be my favorite because I think he's a more consistent version of Kenny Galladay. I know. Chris is going to tell you that his separation stats aren't good. They're not great. But I also think if you watch him play, he gets himself open enough without needing to go up for every pass. I think that's an important distinction between him and Kenny Golladay.
His numbers are right in line with Marvin Jones.
I think he does a better job doing it on the ground, making small moves to and like reaching for the ball as opposed to always having to go up for it, which I think if you watched the Bears at all this year, he's been incredibly consistent. They've thrown the ball to him a million times and he's catching almost everything. I think he's a
and he doesn't want to be there. He wants to be traded.
And he doesn't want to be with the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he'd rather play
to be traded
for a better quarterback. I don't know that means he wants to play for the Lions, but he is a free agent this year. So I doubt the Bears are going to give him up. I mean, they're still within contention for the playoffs. They're not about to trade him away. So he'll play out the year there, but then the chances of him signing an extension there are pretty slim.
Yeah.
Which would give us the opportunity, not that nobody else would be out there looking for a good wide receiver, but I mean that's just like the ideal scenario. You get that guy, all right, you're good. Looking through the free agent wide receivers, they're not the fastest guys, but I think that's going to be a common trait, amongst the free agent wide receivers, because the fastest guys are almost always going to be extended, and especially if they're, the fastest guys who actually have hands. So there are a few fast guys in free agency, but we already have one of those in Marvin Hall. I don't think the guys in free agency are any better than him, or not significantly enough better than him to spend a significant amount of money in free agency to get. So what you'd be looking for, if you can't get Allen Robinson, if you got an Allen Robinson, then you could go into the draft looking for a speedster, right? That could be your focus. And then you'd have a really solid 1-2 outside. I mean, you wouldn't expect the speedster guy. And once again, I don't know enough about the wide receiver class this year to say for sure that I know which guys fit that bill and which guys don't. But with as many of them as there are rated as highly as they are, I'm guessing there's at least a few that would be available at some point in the first few rounds. Okay, but then you move on and you look at guys who actually are available who could play a solid number 2 role if you wanted to spend a first round pick on your wide receiver. Or if you wanted to, I think maybe the best option for the Lions would be to try to go after T.Y. Hilton. He's not the fastest by any means, okay? But he's not slow. I would say he's a downgrade probably from Kenny Golladay, but he's also going to be a lot cheaper, which means that you could spend a fair amount of money, bring in another wide receiver.
A number one,
You could be looking at like a guy like Brashad Perryman. You could be looking at Kenny Stills. You could be looking at Will Fuller. And I know that I was, not speaking super highly of him earlier, but if you're bringing him as a number 2, you could even manage it. You could try to go after a Juju Smith-Schuster, and Juju Smith-Schuster is relatively fast. So compared to the other guys in free agency anyway, and especially if you wanted to do 2 guys in free agency and go after those 2, go after T.Y. Hilton and Juju Smith-Schuster, and then focus your draft on trying to get that number 2 wide receiver, maybe a speedster, maybe a possession guy, whatever you think you can get the best value for, then you've got a pretty complete, wide receiver group fixed in 1 year. Now that means using a lot of resources, obviously, but I think they're going to have to use a lot of resources one way or the other. So
interesting. Yeah. Great story in the Philly Voice if you're interested. It was in our NFL. Who's responsible for Travis Fulgham landing on the Eagles roster? And it goes through the process of how they scouted him, the time they saw him at the Senior Bowl, and so on. It's a really interesting article watching how this guy made his way into the hands of Philly. They had him labeled as a starter, but every time he became available, every time he became available, like the Lions waived him and put him on the practice squad. They didn't grab him because they were full on wide receivers already. They already had him. Really, really interesting. Like I said, Philly Voice. It's the article's called "Who Was Responsible for Travis Fulgham Landing on the Eagles Roster?" So if you're interested in this guy, right? Interesting cat, and interesting to see how he plays out after being.
Yeah, and of course we wish we hadn't. Of
I
course
don't know
we
about
wish,
that.
as
It just might have
fans,
been a
that
good
we had
fit.
given him a shot. Well, no, I mean, I 100% wish we had given him a shot.
Yeah, I don't. It's interesting. I want to go back and see again. What would have been great? Training camp.
Right.
That would have been all we needed.
Okay, let me put it this way. Would I rather have Travis Fulgham right now, or would I rather have Quintez Cephas? And I know what the answer is.
You do?
Yeah. Much rather have Travis Fulgham. And that's not because I don't think Quintez Cephas couldn't possibly be something. It's that I think Travis Fulgham has already proved that he is something. And I don't necessarily like we talked with I don't remember if it was Eric or Justin earlier today. That doesn't necessarily mean that'll translate to the future, but it's better than not knowing anything about a dude. Not knowing whether that dude is. We have seen that Travis Fulgham can produce. He's got an off the charts PFF score.
We never saw him produce when he was in Detroit.
Yeah.
The same way we haven't seen Cephas produce when he's in Detroit. I think we have
because he didn't have an opportunity here.
And either has Cephas, right? So I would say
so I
you're
take the
making
known commodity over the unknown commodity.
But you have an unknown in hand. You should figure out what you got before you make a decision like that. Is all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but Cephas needs to see some time. I think you will. I think you will see some time, probably against Minnesota.
I hope he's amazing, and I'm not discounting that possibility. But if I truly right now today, if I could flip flop him, absolutely, I think it would be silly not to. Because you have a known commodity, you have a guy you know is capable of producing, and I'm not suggesting that he's going to be a number one wide receiver for his entire career or anything like that. But we know that he's got super high potential. We don't know if Quintez Cephas has super high potential.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me move on to another question. This is an interesting kind of just a fun question. You're allowed to change one rule in the NFL. What rule are you changing? And please participate in the chat. One rule in the NFL that you can change. What would you change? And I'm going to give you a second to think of it, Case, because I want to go say to BDR, which is different than BTK. Great job, guys. Thank you very much, dude. $50 for that. Golden, we hit up for the $1 before that, but BDR $50. Thanks a lot for that, man. It was really huge, really big. Thank you. And Brandon, $30. Thank you so much. That one was without a message. But if he wrote a message, he would have said, "Chris, you're doing such a great job. Thanks for carrying Case for this long." Oh man, punchy.
Well, on that note, I'm just going to take a walk. I'm just kidding. I'll wait until after we answer the rule question.
Oh wait, no. Then he ended it with, "Boy, I bet he takes a walk. He's so weak." I don't know what. No, that's cool.
I need you to carry me to the bathroom.
You got it, brother. You got it. Go ahead and start peeing. I'll get you there in a minute.
Thank you.
Oh man, that's awesome. So we are now up to $15,500, $501.69. That's incredible.
And yes, Mitchell, my back is incredibly sore.
Is it? When I stand up, it's my hips.
I've been cracking my back like a million times today. So, yeah. Britta orders both office chairs, but they won't come till later this week. So she was hoping they'd get here for today, but.
Wait. Oh, okay. I got to read this whole thing to you. Okay, Mitch, dude, you're a stud. I'm just telling you. Same Mitchell in the chat. You can lower the Jared Davis tat to $16K if it helps. Obviously fine for that to be left by the wayside if you're not into it. And then he comes back with 17K exclamation point. Fat fingers moment, fat fingers moment. Okay. This is a breaking news, and this is of significance. We need $1,500 in 2 hours. I read it. I got you. He's like, I said 17. I read the whole thing. I just want to read the whole thing because I think it was important. He's laughing.
I know what I know a rule that I would like to change.
Okay, let me hit this, folks. We have breaking news on the Jared Davis tattoo. Our gentleman friend, Staff Tatty, also known as Mitch, is going to get a Staff Daddy tattoo on his chest already. He's already said that he's going to do that because we raised the $5,000 in the first 3 hours. You guys were super. He's upped it to $17,000 by 9. If we get $17,000 by 9, he gets Staff Daddy on one side and he gets Jared Davis on the other. Holy cow. 2-minute warning. Is it there? Okay. With that, I'm gonna let him his rule go first now because he's gonna wind up with 2 tattoos. He at least deserves to get his question. Wait. I don't know how to take that. Is it before we started this or after?
Right, I assume this is he's saying we look better than he expected us to look.
But... Okay. That first time watching. All right. One for me is the reason there aren't challenges allowed and the 2-minute warning is that they're automatically reviewed in the booth. Why not let it all be one way or the other? Mm-hmm. Since we started, I've had, I think, 5 or 4 energy drinks, Fab, and I could lay down and go to sleep right now, just so you know.
Yeah, he's had one fewer energy drink than I've had beer, so.
But I've eaten more beans.
I thought we ate the equal amount of beans.
Nope.
I did 6. How many did you do?
19.
Oh. Believe you.
Why would you ask me a question that I'm going to lie about?
Right.
That's your fault.
The rule I would like to change is I'd like to move offensive holding to 5 yards. And I know that might result in more players trying to get away with offensive holding, but then I think you just be more strict about it and try to call it more instead of just letting it go sometimes and not letting it go sometimes. If you call it consistently when it happens, I think that 5 yards doesn't kill a drive. Plus, it gives as long as you're consistent with the calling, and it doesn't give the incentive to the offense to try to get away with it.
Yeah, the beans. You know what? I will put together, Fab. I will put together a highlight video of just the beans. There's a lot of video to go through. I really went about this all wrong.
Highlight video.
Oh, I can. Like I said, man, I felt horrible for you, but it could not stop me from laughing. All right, here's the deal. We got 17 grand. I'm gonna put that in there. Actually, I'm gonna create it as a milestone right now. Keep talking, Case. You got everyone riveted.
Oh Jesus. Okay. Oh, deep breaths. How's everyone? Let's see if I can come up with something to talk about for a few minutes. Other than how badly I need to run to the bathroom. Somebody give me something to talk about, please. Okay. Here, I'll try to think of some other rules that I don't like. Okay. Yeah. And Mitch, I wasn't talking about PI. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I wasn't talking about PI. Just the offensive holding. I think it's so inconsistently called, and that's what bothers me. I don't like it at all.
Why are challenges not allowed in the last 2 minutes of each episode? Because it's a fake timeout, right?
In theory, the booth should review any play that is questionable at all within the last 2 minutes. That's why they're not allowed, is because every questionable play automatically should go to the booth. Now, leaving what is questionable or not up to the referees, and not allowing a coach to say, well, that should be questionable. That's a tricky topic.
It's tricky.
These writs, I don't know what it looks like, and I don't think anybody knows, because it's hard to predict exactly how it breaks down. But my guess would be that if we were to get rid of the coaching staff and Quinn this year, we would probably, at most, Stafford probably has one more year, because whoever the new coach is would probably come in, see if they can work with it. But if it doesn't go immediately well, which when has it ever gone immediately well for the Lions, it's probably, out. So we'd be looking at a coach as a second-year coach trying to draft their quarterback after hopefully filling up the rest of the roster in the first year, hopefully successfully, re-signing a few guys. But there's going to be part of the problem with getting rid of Quinn and Patricia is there's going to be guys who fit their scheme exactly. They're some of the best players on the team right now, Harmon and Collins and Flowers. And are those guys going to want to stick around? And I don't know the answer to that. Maybe they will. It depends on what their individual priorities are. I don't know. It's such a tough question, because there's so many different directions it can go in. And I don't know. My suspicion is that it's most likely right now that life with Stafford ends after the 2021 season, and that we, depending on whether or not we have a new coaching staff in 2021, we will either draft a quarterback in 2022 or 2023.
Can I talk about my rule?
What?
Can I talk about my rule?
Yeah.
It's not a rule change, it's a process change. Ha!
Can I go to the bathroom?
Yeah, why don't you go drain the vein, my friend?
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, Case. He'll be right back. He's rocketing off. He's red rocketing off. So the rule that isn't a rule that I think would be the thing I'd like to see changed is the XFL. You guys talking about the XFL, about Dean doing it right? Absolutely. I want to be in the booth with the replay official and him talking through it. That's what I want to see, because that's when I actually believe what I'm hearing and seeing. I just don't have faith in the officials. It is absolutely a lack of transparency that causes that, and I just can't abide it anymore in the NFL. It's so frustrating, especially after when we saw how well the XFL did it. I thought the best part of the XFL was that you were up in the booth and the guy talked through what he saw, and you heard him working it out and asking the questions, and the mic'd up refs love to hear what they say. I'd love to hear what I would love to see what New York says in their ear. I think that kind of transparency is something we absolutely need in the NFL, especially if gambling is going to be part of it. I think transparency is key and important for in the long haul for the sport to maintain its any illusion of integrity. These calls, like the one against the Colts, where freaking Philip Rivers is using a Lions player as a punching bag, like a speed bag, and then he doesn't get called for it. No, come on, man, that's no good. That's crazy. That's bullshit. So there we go. Yeah, D-Ritz, sorry, I don't know where these things come from. They come out, and then I think about what I said afterward. That's part of the problem with me in life. I have this problem saying things. All right, so yeah, that replay rule, I would absolutely love to see more transparency in the communications between the refs and the officials in New York, and I'd like to hear the guy in the booth working it out. Yeah, XFL was absolutely ahead of their time, and you're right, D-Ritz, the fact that it hasn't even been talked about in the NFL. Why the secrecy? It just adds to the problem, right? It adds to the perception that there's some kind of effery going on, right? That someone's screwing with the system. So that's That's one of those things where I'd like to get that thing fixed. All right, overtime. I don't like overtime the way it's played right now. I don't like ties. I forget who it was who had the call. The idea of no punt in overtime, and you start at your own 10 if you take the ball, that makes taking the ball a pretty serious decision. I think I like that. I'd like to see it play out. Because you always take the ball. There's no question whether you want the ball now, right? The only person in the world who wouldn't take the ball is Marty frickin' Morningweg, that dumb son of a bitch. I would absolutely want us to want you to have to think about the ball. If you can't punt, do you want the ball at your 10, or do you want to make them take it at their 10? And you're going to stop them, and then you're going to get the ball in some kind of really good field position. I like that idea. I really like it. The college style shootout, I like that too, D Wolf. I really do. But it's a shootout. It's like hockey. It's like college style. And there's just something about it that feels a little hollow at the NFL level. You know what I mean? I don't know why. It just doesn't feel right. That idea is starting at the 10 that, and I forget who, I should give him credit. I apologize, but he came up with on a phone call the podcast 2 weeks ago, I think. It really intrigued me. It really, really intrigued me. And I don't know if it's the right solution, but I'm down to try it out because it seems like it would add a whole heck of a lot of excitement to the game. I like it when they have to make decisions in that have truly negative consequences, where they really have to have a strategy and think it through and then act as a result of it. So that kind of thinking is really big for me. I do want to hit this. We've got now, it's 7:20. We got about an hour and 40 minutes to raise $1,500. We raised $1,500. Staff Taddy is not only getting a Staff Daddy tattoo, he is going to get a Jared Davis tattoo, and it's all going to be on video, and we'll release it as soon as we get it here. So it's going to happen in the next couple of days, he said. It is what it is, right? So head on over to stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP. Let's get that $1,400, man. Let's get this boy tatted up. I want to see this. You guys, like I said, my skin it's a virgin skin. It hasn't been tatted yet. I've not seen somebody get a tattoo in for real. I'm so curious about this, and the fact that he's putting something so silly on, to me, it's just stunning. It's absolutely stunning. Help me do that. $1,400. stjude.org/DLP. Give it all. Give it. Make it happen. All right, let's see. Can't do college on the NFL. Boom. $40, Mitch. So okay, keep the ball rolling. Give what you can, gang. That's Mitch. Mitch is the guy. He's Staff Taddy. He's gonna get the tattoo. He wants it. Let's give it to him. stjude.org/DLP. Let's help him get there. I remember before replay, it was get it right, get the call right. Now it still doesn't get the call right. It quits or slows momentum, killing the flow of the game. Sure, we would do the 10 minutes, then shoot out to avoid a tie. That's interesting. I remember that call. I liked it. Still giving her. Let's see. We got here. Told my neighbor I'd get a Packers tattoo on my rear. Told my neighbor I'd get a tattoo on my rear if the Lions won the Super Bowl. LOL. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think you see a lot of crazy tattoos if they actually were to win. I think people have made a lot of nutty bets around the Lions because there is truly a belief that they didn't, and if they did, hey, who cares, right? So there you go. No regrets, right? All right, so we're rocking and rolling here. We're down. What is it? It's $14.50 we need. God, that's like nothing. You guys make that in a day. Oh, here, let me pop you in case. We're working this. We're working this. Mitch, the guy who's going to get the Jared Davis tattoo at $17,000, just donated another $40. He wants it. He wants the tattoo. Let's just be honest, okay? Let's get it for him, guys. It's $1,400, $1,450 we need. Let's get it in there. Let's make this happen. I want to see this video of these two tattoos being applied. I need it. Let's see. This year ever. Great buddy of mine, but a damn Packers fan. Make the street interesting. We get a tat on my, as Chris says, virgin skin if the Lions won the Super Bowl. Yeah, you dang straight. Let me do just an informal poll while we got everybody here. if we were to throw a party during the Super Bowl here this year in Tampa, who'd want to come down in February to Florida for a party? And then you just do a normal vacation, just kind of fit a party during Super Bowl weekend. Anybody up for that? If you are, just gonna say hey.
Well, I mean, obviously, sorry, I don't mean to, I'm not like trying to parade rain or anything, but obviously you would assume that this was assuming it's
melting the snow that's coming down over here, raining on our snowy propane.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. No. Yeah, that's of course with the whole COVID thing. I'm just wondering if there's interest. If COVID made it okay, right? And I'll tell you, in Florida, we are rocking. Ooh, get that tatty Mitch. Oh man. Yeah, my dad winters in Bradenton. That's good to hear, Golden. That is a big deal. Bradenton's really big. It was Brandon. Somebody else was, the cornhole guy was Brandon. I get those mixed up. I haven't been here long enough to remember how different they are. That's interesting. So, okay, that's one. That's one. I think it would be fun. Because it's Florida. Michigan in winter in Florida are two things that go absolutely straight together, 100%. I thought maybe people would want to do a vacation. Come down. Sorry, for the Super Bowl festivities, have some fun, and do a party. Do a party. Bradenton. Did I say Bradenton? Bradenton. God, there's all these words. There's all these words with these letters. Curlingus. I would get a DLP tat on my rear if the Lions win the Super Bowl this year. Chris on one cheek and Case on the other. Okay, now Kurt, I am going to hold you to this. When you say Chris and Case, are you talking about script or are you talking about pictures? Because I'll find a picture. Oh man, that's awesome. My wife's grandparents are snowbirds there. We've been talking about visiting. There you go, D-Reds. That sounds good. Golden got another spare $1,500, and well, it's not half an hour. You did the math wrong again, Mitch. And so we got an hour and a half. Sarasota. Yep. I got that. I know where Sarasota is. Now Mitch is worried. He's like, did I just hose myself? What was your rule? Did you hear my rule, Case? My rule was spectacular. Everyone else heard it, so we talked about you. But he's like, oh no. My rule was and it's more of a process change, but I want the XFL officials thing going on. I want to hear the communication between the officials. I want to hear the replay guy doing the replay and him working through it and talking through it as he does it. And I want to hear the communications from New York. That's what I want to hear. And after the XFL did it and we talked about it, it was in the chat. After the XFL did it so effectively and it worked so well and it was so well received, with gambling coming into the NFL and being embraced, why wouldn't you put that transparency there? Yeah. There's something up. Hold on just 1 minute. I've got a brand new drop I've got to use here. Oh shoot, I gotta change it. Hold on. Do you think I'm gonna make this work? Because this is a good one. What do you got, Case? You were gonna say something. I interrupted you. Sorry.
I don't remember. I do think that after we've done 24 hours here, that's like 12 shows worth of content, and I can just talk to you again in February.
You can coast? Is that what you're saying?
Just splice this up and use it every week.
Oh, man, you're no fun. Oh, crap, I gotta do something. Nothing works the way I want it to the first time. I can't do it. Sorry. You guys are going to have to see it some other time. It was really cool, though. You know the Illuminati pyramid dollar bill eyeball thing? It's a big. It spins out of the middle and covers the screen when the X-Files theme starts. It's pretty hilarious. All right, let's see. Script. You pick your own font. Oh, so we get our own font. Okay, I want. Do we get to pick our font size, Kerr? Let's see. I'm playing for the Super Bowl. Will not happen for the NFL. They're crooked. Yeah, it feels like it. Christy did a great job speaking about my late daughter. Her drowning was due to a medical condition, which I mentioned. So this is a cause that I'm very, very passionate about. That's cool, man. Yes, the all-seeing eye, Extra Pickles. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. No, I can empathize, Mitch, and absolutely can empathize with it. And it's it's something real. Out for now, boys. D Ritz, love you too, man. Thank you so much. Go ahead and leave a giant deposit for that tattoo of Jared Davis on the way out. Say Jude.org/DLP. No, thanks a lot, D Ritz. Appreciate everything. Thanks for joining us in the stream and having some fun. We are in the last hour and a half, and oddly, Case, I kind of do wish it was over.
Yeah, I feel like once we get to that last half hour, I'll rally for the last half hour. I'll try to put myself together for Justin, and
I'm gonna be a surly bastard and start a new beef.
Hey, it's you this time, not me.
I'm gonna tell my name's Case. That's what I do in all my correspondence. Oh man, oof! These glasses. I don't think I've cleaned them this much in my life, but can't see shit. I keep touching them. I think I'm just like slapping at myself. Like glasses move, ass sore. Hey, Sweeney71, how you doing? Bowls and black coffee for everybody. Yeah, man, I need some coffee. God, I need some coffee. But it's the devil's drip if I get some, because I'm gonna be wanting to crash in an hour and a half, an hour and 35 minutes, because it's gonna be 5 minutes from here to the room. That's it. I may
Just
take a whiz. Sorry, I didn't mean I stepped on you with a whiz.
No, that's right. I was just gonna say, just a reminder to you guys, we are taking any and all questions right now. I don't really care what they're about.
Yeah, let's ask some secret questions, some secret revealing case questions. That kind of feels like it'd be all right.
Ouija board out here.
25-ish point font, about 2 inches below the waistline. I was thinking like a 72 font, above and below the waistline. Above the waistline, I would have the words "enter here" and an arrow. Forehead, and hey, whatever. We're just trying to help you out. Case, if you could get any jersey of any active NFL player who has never played for the Lions, who would you get?
That's a good question, Chris. Okay, so I will answer your question. I think the weirdest one, I think the weirdest player that I would get a jersey for that never played for the Lions would be Matt Forte. I was super respected Matt Forte, no matter how much I hated the Bears.
This is weird.
Active player who's never played for the Lions.
That is really weird. I'm straight up going Tom Brady. I like Tom Brady. I was always a Michigan guy, and he, as you guys have heard me say, he lives every teenage boy's dream. I mean, come on, you grow up, you want to win the Super Bowl, you want to marry a supermodel, you want to be rich. Tom Brady, what a hero. That's God. He walks into the wrong people's house when he moves to Florida. Nobody cares. They're like, oh, hey, Tom Brady.
Fan, I don't want to walk around with people thinking I'm a Tom Brady fan.
But you'd wear a Lions jersey?
Yeah, it's two very different reactions.
One is humiliation, and it isn't the Tom Brady one.
One I'm used to, though.
Mike Allstott. Oh, that's one, boy. Now, he did say active, but
yeah,
I like that one. I like that. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Hattori with Derrick Henry.
Maybe Kamara.
Not Kareem Hunt? No. You and him are the only ones wearing that jersey.
I'm not sure that's my answer, but it's the best I've got at the moment. So.
JJ Watt?
Nah, I'm good.
How about Travis Fulgham? Oh, wait, did you say never played for the Lions? Yeah, never played for the Lions. Okay, never played. damn it! I've got the perfect answer and I can't even think of it right now. Orange creamsicle is the fun.
See, I mean, if at that point, yeah, I should almost just be thinking of it from an aesthetic point of view, which is like, love the creamsicles, love the powder blues. Used to really like the Raiders, like
Junior Seau, O.J. Simpson.
Yeah. But neither of those guys are active for one reason or another.
Oh, active, yeah. Aaron Hernandez. I'm trying to pick the cream of the crop here. Ray Lewis. We're on murderers. I don't know. Allegedly, I think is the word I have to say there, just to keep myself getting sued by a man who's much richer than I am.
Trying to think of guys I really liked in the draft that we didn't pick up.
Debo. I'd like Debo Samuel. That's a good pick. He was great. Loved Debo. Yeah, Debo is maybe where I'd go right now thinking about it. Debo.
I'm gonna have to keep thinking about that. I don't know the answer to that.
Terry McLaurin, KJ Hill. My crushes, my absolute crushes.
No, I don't really like Russell, like as a person. I think he's an amazing player. I don't hate him, but I just think he kind of grates me the wrong way.
Yeah, Case couldn't hold off on his way to go beat off. He had to have one on the way there. There's no way he's getting the revirginated.
That's the one.
Really?
That's it. Larry
I mean,
Fitzgerald.
I like him, but I don't know that I'd rock that jersey.
Oh, see, I think he's one of my all-time favorite players. Because I think he's been absolutely incredibly consistent, incredibly team-oriented, classy in every possible way.
Yeah.
His entire career.
I have got nothing but praise for him. When
he came out when I went to the. Sorry, go ahead.
It's almost like Tom Brady, though. And the reason I say that...
Yeah, but it's not like he's won anything.
Well, exactly. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I'm not in that. You know who I would get if our draft was different? I would absolutely be seen anywhere wearing a Penasini jersey.
Perfect. No, pretty much every. Okay, so when I went to the Lions game for the season opener last season in Arizona, it was almost about, I would guess almost a third of the fans there were Lions fans, and a third of the seats were empty. But when Larry Fitzgerald came out, every Lions fan in there was on their feet clapping along with the Cardinals fans. I mean, he is the consummate legend, professional, classy dude. There is nothing against him. Nobody has anything to say against him.
Oh, I'm sure his ex-wife does.
Maybe, but
I don't know if he's got an ex-wife even. I don't know. He's probably been married once since he was like 19, and he's a great father and all that shit. No, he's an absolutely great dude. A great dude. I just... Especially as a Lions fan, I mean, I know how important he's been to Arizona and how, his longevity there and all that. But it's like, do I want the Ritz or the saltine crackers? And it's weird to say that Larry Fitzgerald is the saltine. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, okay, Larry.
I mean, he's Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
How do you get more Ritz than that?
Tom Brady.
I'm not even sure if Calvin will make the Hall of Fame, but Larry will.
Well, because he played.
That should trigger a few people.
He played, yeah. Oh, you've never heard of an O. Henry candy bar, Chris?
Really?
My goodness.
Did
you ever trick or treat? No, yeah, they're terrible. That's why you always got them. That and the Slowpoke, right? Do you remember the Slowpoke?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was training camp hotel too. Okay. You missed. There was a good Red Rocket reference there earlier. You missed on. That was good.
Well, I saw part of the combo right when I got back.
I don't know where it comes from. It's now. I'm in a bad place. This is anything can come out.
I would have put Julio in that camp at one point in time. I'm not sure why I don't feel that way about him anymore.
See, that's how I'm about Fitzgerald, and Fitzgerald hasn't done anything wrong. He's absolutely perfect. I don't know why I don't say absolutely Fitzgerald is a good choice. That's the thing. I don't have a logical reason not to. I tried to argue with it, but my just gut reaction was no. It doesn't. There's not a statement there. You know what I mean? It's like eating a saltine cracker. Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer, but
I mean, the statement is that dude's fucking classy. Like,
so's Tom Brady.
Tom Brady has had scandal after scandal as far as the NFL is concerned.
None
I'm
of
not
it's
saying
stuck.
I agree with that.
None of it's stuck.
I agree with that. I don't necessarily believe that any of that, but
I'm a Debo guy. I don't give a shit.
He's got that pretty boy lifestyle thing going on. That just doesn't interest me. I'm not saying that's wrong of him. And thank you, Chris. Yeah, Matt Forte is awesome.
Robbins, you're fired. Don't ever agree with
He's the
Case.
only Bears player I would ever say that about, I think.
Gale Sayers?
I never saw Gale Sayers. Did you?
I've seen all kinds of film. What about Jim McMahon? Huh? The rock and the headband. I mean, you could do the jersey and the headband. That's a good look for you.
I'm not sure that I have anything against Urlacher as a person. I don't remember him being dirty. He was a hell of a player.
He was good, but he wasn't as good as all that. You know what I mean? So
well, I'm just thinking about Bears players that I respect.
Yeah, and I don't want to understate, right? Because that sounded like a little too much. Yeah, but Urlacher was good. You know, he was definitely good, but I feel like he's held in far too high esteem than he should be.
I don't know, man.
Okay, that's a great statement, Mitch.
I would love a player like him.
I
feel like he was like Stephen Tulloch on crack, but
is that with the ACL and the discount double check?
That was pre the ACL.
Okay, got it. We need to get you a Mitch Trubisky jersey. That is ideal. Now that says something right there. Can you imagine Case in a Trubisky jersey? That would be hilarious. That would be just freaking hilarious.
The only joy I would get from that would be to wear it to Bears games, like
mocking them when Foles is run. Here, okay, Case. Let's think about this. Here we go. We got time, so we'll think it through.
If Anthony Gonzalez was still playing, I think he would be in the running.
Most people call him Tony. Here it is. I've got something for us. If you go to, and we'll see as time comes on, if you go to training camp, we're going to come up with some kind of wager that the loser has to wear a Trubisky jersey all day at Lions training camp. You down? Let's figure something out. If we can get you in town, that would be awesome. That would be fun.
The problem is if we get it, the jersey beforehand.
No.
I'm not trying to say anything, Chris, here, but I'll be fucking drowning in it.
I don't believe that at all. He can wear it like a dress. Oh, you're all little guys. Yeah, no, that'd be fun. Wearing a... Oh, you're right. That's actually one I would wear, Dick Butkus.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have disrespect for Dick Butkus, but I didn't watch Dick Butkus either. So
yes, well, not the football player. You can just rag after. It's fine, Mitch. I think that someone wearing a Trubisky jersey as a punishment would be freaking awesome, especially at a place like Lions training camp. Can you imagine what you would hear from both players and fans? That would be hilarious. That's good. Okay, that's something. Maybe
really liked Antonio Gates too. I don't know. Maybe it's just tight ends that I really like tight ends, Chris.
You don't hear that from a wide receiver too often. No, this is it. We've got to think this through. We're going to think this through, Case, because besides us wearing it, there's probably we could do like a contest or something where a listener has to wear the Trubisky jersey in some place where they shouldn't wear a Trubisky jersey, like on offense for the Chicago Bears, but other places too that they shouldn't wear that. That's fine. We should doing it. Trubisky's wearing it as a punishment at this point. Mitch is killing me. He's punishing himself and everyone around him.
In the operating room.
in public. The Case and the Lions front office on the same page of tight ends. Hour and 15 minutes left, my friend.
What was as much as I hate the Browns, their left tackle for forever and ever and ever, I liked him.
Oh yeah. He played till a year ago, right? A year or two.
And he where did he go? He went over to the Rams. Is that what I'm thinking of? I'm too tired to think. You guys need to help us out in the chat here. Yes, thank you, Joe Thomas.
A moment there to contemplate. Jordan Love jersey. Oh God, that's a good question. Which is worse, Trubisky? Okay, let's give it a context. A punishment. Wearing it at Lions training camp, which is worse, Jordan Love or Mitch Trubisky jersey? The Packers piece is really, really bad, right? To wear that to Lions training camp. But then to have Jordan Love on the back, is absolutely laughable. Conversely, Trubisky at Lions training camp is absolutely laughable. But not as hated, probably. But it's still the Dopey Bears. Yeah.
We could both get one.
We could go together. Oh my God,
Mitch Love.
Mitch Love. Holy shit, Case! This is good. This is good. Just roll around like a couple of complete
and then,
adults.
Every once in a while switch around, so it's Love Mitch.
Dude, we'll just go there one day, right? And as a couple, a total adults, right? In the stand, yay football! Woo! Just yelling
Sports
dumb
team
shit.
Go.
Hey, look, I'm new to football. I thought I'd get a jersey to come out. we could annoy the living hell out of everyone. Oh man, that would be fun. Okay, we got time to work this out. Mitch Trubisky and Jordan Love jerseys. Nick, from the front,
Frank
people would be
Gore.
like, what the hell?
I super respect Frank Gore.
Is he still active?
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Unbelievably.
Yeah. Someone said earlier, get a Frank Gore jersey. Here it is. Legend says that if you wear a Frank Gore jersey, then you live forever. Seems to work for him. Mitch is all over it. You guys, Mitch wants to get this tattoo. Help us out. stjude.org/DLP and rock and roll, because Mitch will get Jared Davis tattooed on his other side of his chest while he's getting a staff daddy tatty. Hey, look, you're pushing that, man. Whoa back there, Mitch. I can't because it's the other Mitch. Dang it. Whoa back there, Jordan. Pong.
I would love to say Golden Tate. If Golden Tate hadn't played for the Lions, I would 100% say Golden Tate. He's my
beer pong.
He might be my number 2 favorite Lion after Stafford. But
we could do something. Okay, so maybe Pong, and the winner earns the right to wear Jordan Love, and the loser has to wear Mitch. But we could do some sort of airing of the grievances or feats of strength or something at the training camp party, and then the next day of training camp, whoever won the feats of strength gets to be Jordan Love, and whoever lost has to be Mitch. Some kind of public competition. That would be fun. Boom. Whoa. I'm going to get this wrong. Dinan? Did I get that right? Danon?
Yeah.
$500. Almost there. Holy cow. Okay. Thank you. That should wake you straight up, right?
Yeah.
Almost there. Love what you're doing, Dinan. Thank you so much, man. That's so cool. he's look at Mitch in the chat. I don't want the tattoo. I just want you to raise money. 5831 from Anonymous. We're $900 away. Come on, guys. Less than an hour. We're gonna We got this. Danon, thank you. Danon Tolman. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. $500. Man. You guys continue like 24 hours of surprises. It's just 23 hours.
There might be a bit of a push here at the end, just with the people waking up.
Yeah.
It's a Saturday, so not everybody's gonna wake up early, but
we're still here.
Some of you crazy people get up early on Saturdays and join us. So.
That's funny. My wife was like, "Why are you doing that? You should do it like noon to noon or something." And I'm like, "Well, Case's work and all that." And
that was totally my fault.
No one's gonna get up early in the morning.
Tonight it was. I 100% expected I'd have to work tonight.
My wife's like, "No one's getting up in the morning." I'm like, "Yeah, all kinds of people do. Our neighbors mow the grass, and I bitch about it because they wake me up all the time." Danon, thank you. $500 from Danon. 5831 from Anonymous. We are at $16,100 even. Oh, you stupid cat. $16,100 even. We are $900 away from getting the Jared Davis tattoo. You guys better simultaneously pass out after another 800 or so in donations. You know it ain't happening. We're going to see this to the end, Mitch. Give me 1 second. I got to bounce here. Otherwise, my cat's going to tunnel through the carpet under the door.
All right. Give me things to talk about, people.
Sweetie. Say hey to the disco
Sweetie.
love.
Very nice. Thank you.
The lights got my cat distracted. That works. He's like,
that's perfect. You can donate $1 every time your cat's being a dick and just.
He's sitting there like he's ready to pounce. I was like, it's awesome. I love it. All right, I will be. Where's my BRB? God dang it! I really need to name these things something more visible when you're scrolling. All right.
I don't think that's much of a risk, man.
$4.99 from Sweeney. Yeah, there we go. All right, Chris, be ready.
Barkevius Mingo. Oh, yeah, Barkevius Mingo is maybe the best I think that has ever been. Oh, it's probably somebody whose name I've never heard, Chris, because they haven't run afoul of us. Although I'm not sure if there's a single one that hasn't. Funniest NFL names that aren't Lions related. I do truly believe Barkevius Mingo takes the top honor. So
I came back. Did you think I was giving up for the last hour?
Are there what other funny NFL names can you think of that have never been associated with the Lions? I'm not talking like the Key and Peele sketch. I'm talking about like actual players. I still like
Peter Zinnia.
I'm pretty sure Barkevius Mingo is like the number one, but
Peter Zinnia.
Yeah, sure.
He was a nose tackle. Come on now, Kurlingus, $1.69. Here we go. We only need $898.31, I think.
Mitch, we should ask them about that. I do like that Tim Biakabatuka.
Tim Biakabatuka. How about that? Did you see that roll right off? He was a running back for the Michigan Wolverines.
Nice. Very nice.
He steamrolled the Ohio State.
A long way.
He steamrolled the Ohio State Buckeyes. That's what they are, Buckeyes. And everyone thought he was going to be a absolute superstar in the NFL, and he disappeared. I know my Michigan. I've been a Michigan fan for a long time. It's funny how the world has changed, where There's a whole
Guy Wimper
generation
is
of
good.
people that
I
grew up
agree.
laughing
Guy
at
Wimper is
Michigan.
funny.
It used to not be like that. Who? Guy Wimper. Oh,
Guy
yeah,
Wimper.
yeah.
Dick Butkus.
Yeah, that's classic. Mitch Trubisky. I always laugh when I say his name.
You booty.
You booty.
Is that real? I don't know who that is.
I was thinking BX. Okay. CJIU. Rock Yasin. That's a funny name. Let's see. I'm gonna throw a tweet out there. We got to get some people in here.
Do it.
All right. How do I tweet? Oh, you hit the tweet button there. I'm sorry. I'm marketing now, Mitch. We're here for your doom.
All right. More questions. That makes life easy, guys. And that's what I need right now. You sure did, Hannah. It'll be posted up, I'm sure. So Hannah Marie missed the pie to the face.
Oh. We will have that back out, Hannah Marie. As a matter of fact, let me do something here in a second. I'll give a picture, Hannah, of the aftermath. But we will have we'll have all kinds of clips, including that one. I'll give you 1 minute though. We'll get this going, and we'll rock this out. All right, 900 away, Mr. Rich getting a Jared Davis tattoo in addition to. Thank you, Grant, Aunt Zach. I got that one right. I feel like I got that one right. Awesome for $20, man. Thank you so much. To his SEADADY.
He will get the. I don't think you have the video of the pie to the face like ready to just play right now, do you?
I don't have the video now, but I do have the picture of the aftermath.
He has the picture, so
Give me just one
post up the
second.
picture, but it'll get posted up at a later point. So we'll show the video on our next show. Will you put it up on Twitter? Maybe I don't know what you're gonna do.
And I think I did put up on Twitter actually.
Oh, you put the video up on Twitter?
Yeah. Hannah, did you see Case in the Hula Girl costume?
Also, Hattori, I think you might be right, but Randy Johnson is also a hilarious name. I think that to me was always the best baseball name, but Rusty Kuntz might be.
Oh yeah.
It certainly gives it a run for the money if it's not tied or ahead. So.
Okay, for everyone that missed Case in the Hawaiian Hula Girl outfit, we've got you going here. Ready, set, and Case. That is awesome. Oh my goodness gracious. That's good stuff right there. Let me look and see if I can find the pie in the eye really quick, and I'll get that up there. I can't replace the great work of Case in that. Let's see if I have it here. I think I do. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. I will see how I can change this. Case Y. There we go. Okay, I will make a change to this, and I will bring in the crisp pie face image. Here we go. All right, there you go. That is the aftermath of the pie to the face. We'll clear that out. All right. It was a full. It was a full jam. Oh my god, put that. I'd put that on my car dash case. Your hula. Oh, too funny. Okay, so we are only $900 away from Mitch also Staff Tatty, as he's known now. He's getting the Staff Daddy tattoo on his chest. If we can get another $900 in here, 860, whatever, that's 869.31, something like that. If you make this $17,000, whatever that number is, you can do the math. Our guy Mitch is getting not only the Staff Daddy tattoo, but he is getting the Jared Davis tattoo as well. And let's face it, there is nothing finer than someone walking around on this earth with a Jared Davis tattoo on their body. Just so for those who missed it overnight, he did the math wrong on the time change. He's in Australia. He's in Perth, and he had an appointment set for the wrong day, so he's going to get it done this week, and he will ship the video to us immediately afterwards, as well as some still photos of everything happening. So we will put that together. We'll put it amongst the other stuff that's out there, and we will also put it along with we'll tweet it, and we'll put in the clips, and we'll make sure it's part of our next show so nobody misses it. So it'll be tattoo time, baby. So we need $869. 869. Hey, there you go.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, you did, but go ahead.
Okay.
I was going to say something embarrassing.
Chris, I didn't personally watch him, but Tony Mandarich, offensive tackle for the Green Bay Packers from Michigan State, in 1989 drafted second overall. He had 63 starts in 6 seasons, but it was about as bad as it could be. And it ended up with drugs and steroid use at Michigan State and all kinds of, how he lasted 6 seasons, I have no idea. Charles Rogers, also, I didn't watch personally, but that's another candidate for you. First round draft picks that, not quarterback, that were awful.
Awful.
I should answer his question properly and find one that I did watch, but there's a lot of draft history to pick through.
Excuse me, boy, it has been a long night. Let me go through and see if we had that question, and we'll throw that through one more time. If there was one rule change in the NFL, what rule are you changing? And another one, I've got one that folks might find important. 10-second runoff. That's one that we could change out for something a little different. Let's see. Mostly's guard. 879. I've got all kinds of different math going on. You guys donate all that, and we'll see it when those numbers go 1700. Then we know we got it right. Let's see what we can get. Woo! Man, oh man. What are you going to do?
We're in the home
this,
stretch
Case?
officially there, bud.
Case, what do you say we do another...
I'm not doing a bean.
Hannah Marie, 420. Yeah, she's on board. She knows what's going on. Calvin Johnson's favorite number. Awesome. Thank you, Hannah.
I'm not doing a bean. I'm sorry, guys. I really am. I really don't want to throw up again. I'm really sorry, but
I wasn't going to suggest a bean. You don't have to. You're like an abused dog.
Well, then there was a comment in the thread. No, it's not happening, guys. I'm sorry. I really am.
I was thinking maybe we should just add another hour on to the end of the show. That's the laugh of a man on the precipice of insanity. Oh man, no, that spot fouls is not a bad idea. I like how they handle pass interference in the oh god, that was the Michigan accent right there, how I said pass interference. I don't know if you caught that. I like how they do pass interference in college, just the flat cut number of yards and move on.
Yeah, I just feel like it would get taken advantage of more in the NFL, but I don't know.
I mean, I don't know, how would you take advantage of it more? Help me understand that.
Well, because those guys, they're just better trained, and they know, you're losing a situation by more than 10 yards, and you don't think you have advantage on it. Just go ahead and just grab them every time.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Because the worst case scenario then is you lose 10 yards.
What about the automatic? Here's one. And this one bothers me. The standard saying is holding happens on every play. Holding happens on every play. That's what you always hear. Okay. If it does, then why is it 10 yards?
Well, that was my rule. That was my rule.
Oh, is that what you said? Oh.
The offensive holding should be, to me, it should be 5 yards, but it needs to be enforced more consistently.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna call it more often, then that's okay as long as it's only a 5-yard penalty. Then
as long as you call it in Green Bay as well.
Right.
STJ. Isn't that a segment? All right, let's see. We're almost there. Come on, guys, gals, friends, foes. stjude.org/DLP. Put some slander in there with it. We love that. Send some slander in a donation. Get us this extra couple bucks, and we'll get Mitch a beautiful new tattoo of Jared Davis. That's kind of like the jersey thing, right? I still think the jersey idea for training camp is brilliant. That is absolute brilliance right there, my friend. We will be stars.
Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah.
We're filling back up again.
Everyone's kind of rolling out.
Seeing us at our absolute best.
Yeah. 8 o'clock on Saturday is the time I should set my alarm, evidently. Huh.
Yeah.
That noon and 12, or that noon and 2 wake up time isn't quite right.
Yeah.
Getting up just in time for UFC to start. Well, look and see what time it starts. I hope it's not like another 4 o'clock. That means I have to get up early. Yes, I don't have to go till 7. It's good times. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. What do we got going on? We'll switch sports really quick here. UFC fight night tonight. Santos Tierra. Let's see who's on here. I can't believe it was just crazy when Khabib retired. Guy was, it's interesting.
I believe that you're making sense, but I don't know those names.
Guy was unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable. I'll try it. Nurmagomedov. There it is. Khabib Nurmagomedov. There it is. Took a minute. Guy was unstoppable in UFC. Absolutely unstoppable. Took out Conor McGregor. Took out a number of people. And nobody could even come close. He was just a dominant dude. And peak of his career, prime of his career. And he said, I'm a simple guy from a small village. I'm going to retire. As he won the championship again, moved on. It's like crazy, just crazy. It's one of those. It's almost it's kind of like Barry walking away, Calvin walking away. You're the best. Everybody knows it. You know it, and you're just okay. I've had enough. It's crazy. Except he didn't start up a weed shop. That's his mistake, I think. All right, let's see. Where are we? 8:06. We're there, my friend. We are almost there. Let's do one more sweep. Let's talk about some football. Again, we're taking quite... I will slander back in this chat. There you go. I follow back and slander back on Twitter. Let's see. Andy Reid said he was dumb not to hire the Panthers Matt Rule. Well, no doubt. Hey, so are you going to pick up some those cooking utensils and let Russ cook?
Had you really not heard that before I said that?
No, I know, I did. We've got new people, Case. We're recycling here. That's what you do. You're not coming up with anything new. I'm coming up with Hey, did you know that Clayton Kershaw...
We have picked over every last bone of NFL-related news or gossip or just triviality.
Let's make something up.
Yeah. That's why I keep asking you guys for questions, because we are running shy on anything worth.
I'll ask you something. The concept of having sports teams in Vegas now.
Yeah.
Right. And didn't used to do it. Why? Possible corruption, right? The whole thing about gambling and all that, right?
Was it that, or was it just not a viable market because the home population is not that large?
Nobody wanted to be associated with it. It was the population wasn't maybe for a long time large enough, but there's a lot smaller cities than Vegas that have had teams. Jerry, thank you, Jerry S. Good morning, fellas. Great job making it through the overnight shift. Thank you. Oh, 16, 169, 69. You guys are the
But
best.
I mean, other than, okay, how many Vegas teams have there been? Because I mean, there's the Golden Knights, but they're new.
Well, my question is, I know they're new. The whole idea is we're putting teams in Vegas, and it's kind of gambling mecca, right? That and Monaco and Macau are the places where you go, right? You sit here and thinking about Vegas, and again, we talked about the lack of transparency in the refs and how much transparency we saw in the XFL. What is the risk? I mean, you see the Golden Knights run all the way to the finals in their first year as a hockey team. That was, and nobody expected it, right? That was like, wow, that is quite an anomaly. And then, if I remember correctly, they folded and disappeared after that.
What?
The Golden Knights hockey. No, the team didn't fold. They just their results folded up. They didn't come up nearly as well as they did in year one.
That's pretty common though for a championship team.
But it's not common to have an expansion team first year in the market make it to the playoffs.
No, you're absolutely right about that. But
and then they fold up immediately, right? You've got talent. It's their first year. You shouldn't have any contracts running out. You should be in pretty good shape. So, just again, putting it so close, and then the way we've opened up gambling. And I'm not against gambling at all. I'm just wondering, at what point, like you look at everything else in the world, okay? Everything else in the world, whether it's government, anywhere, there's always corruption. Always. And now we're putting this right in the belly of the beast and just saying, please, we've got no transparency with our refs. We've got all kinds of money swinging right here. It's local. God, it just feels weird. It feels weird. Okay.
I don't agree that it's an issue.
That's what my question was. Is it an issue? I think it does feel weird, but we'll see. Everything gets corrupted. That's the problem, and that's where
Yeah, Vegas Golden Knights have made the playoffs each year. So I mean, yes, they didn't. Yes, it was weird for the expansion team to make it all the way to the end that first. But I mean, it isn't like they folded immediately thereafter.
Yeah, well, okay, there you go. They didn't fold. You know what's awesome? A good night's sleep. Ah, so refreshing. Wisco, we love you. No, it's even better. A good afternoon sleep. There is nothing better than a good afternoon sleep. Hey,
I don't think Justin has seen my toenails, so when he comes on, I gotta show him.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just for you, Justin. I chose all your favorite colors. So you guys know, Mitch, our guy for the tattoo in Australia, he got waylaid. He did the math wrong on the time change because he's in Perth. He's going to get that tattoo this week. But I want to tell you a full-on conspiracy theory. Here you go. I'll let you start, and I'll handle the usually go. All right. Here we go. Las Vegas.
This is for you guys. Sorry.
Oops.
This is for you guys.
Wait, no. Oh, I didn't want to show that. That was us doing the Christmas Carol at 15K. Oh. Okay, so what was I saying? Mitch, our guy, he's got the first tattoo. It's coming this week. He just did some math error. That's okay with the whole, day +1 international date line, all that kind of stuff. So that didn't work out, but he's going to go and he's going to film it this week. He's on the hook. He's played the game. If we raise $17,000 by 9:00 when we shut this down, so we got a little bit over 45 minutes to get another 840, 30, whatever. I'm not doing the math. 800 and some dollars.
Jim, I'm trying to make up for him.
The Jared Davis tattoo. The Jared Davis tattoo added to the mix. stjude.org/DLP. 2 tattoos is better than 1, and Jared Davis is better than anything. Let's face it. He'll be the only human being with his name tattooed on his body walking the face of the earth. He will truly be an individual. I haven't started drinking. Punchy Drunk Chris in the 8 o'clock hour. 10 minutes of Electoral College chat. Yeah, you missed it, Jeff. We did it. It was like and we did a little bit of geopolitics and talked about 4 generations Iran will be gone. Am I lying, Case? Demographic change.
Telling a partial truth.
Oh, you son of a bitch! What good are you? You get worse the more tired you get. It's not going to get easier by telling the truth here. God.
I'm pretty sure throwing each other under the bus is just a,
natural
DLP tradition.
Yeah. Mitch just like, I should have just donated straight to St. Jude. This whole thing is crap, you guys. Yeah, Carter was there for the Iran talk. There you go. Your international geopolitical education for the day. Oh yeah, it's a good point, Wisco. Maybe Jared has a crazy ex somewhere, and maybe that crazy ex is Mitch's soulmate, and with the tattoos they'll pass each other on the beach in Perth. I better look and make sure Perth is on the coast. Everything's on the coast.
What if
right?
what you're saying is like partially true, but like actually super tragic? That would,
What are you talking about now? Now you've gone to the realm
off the rails.
Are you responding to something that we said now or like previously?
I need to last 45 minutes, Chris. You have to keep me together.
Oh, my ass is hurting. That's the worst part right now. It was my hips before, but now it's like, oh God. Crazy X for sure. He went to UF. He's got 12 minimum, Crazy X. Yeah, Florida. Well, you're there, Carter. Are you part of the train here? Are you part of the feeder? As a matter of fact, Carter. Sorry. Oh, it's going to start that other thing, but oh well. I'll let you start. There we go. Carter, I'll let you start, and I'll. Carter, as a chemical engineer at University of Florida, knows about Crazy X's. Brett, thank you. Thank you very much. $50. Great work. Thank you. Yes, very much. Brett has added 50. We are now less than 800 away from the second tattoo. Man, that is something. Oh. Tell you what, Wisco. Drum up another $100 from everybody, and we'll play the duet right now. It's Case and I doing Baby It's Cold Outside. In this interpretation, I'm the one slipping a Mickey to Case. It's a beautiful duet. Drum it up there, Wisco. And if anybody can get another $100 in donations, you can do it. Shake the people for me. You got that good night's sleep. I'm going to have a good afternoon sleep. Come on. stjude.org/DLP. 650K in additional fines and loss of 6th-round pick. John Gruden, I'm very proud of the organization how I've handled this entire protocol. Did Vegas get killed on a COVID thing? Did they lose a
what?
Siciliano, 650K in additional fines and a loss of a 6th-round pick.
Oh yeah. So did the Steelers. They got something as well.
God, over $500,000. That's a lot of money. I mean, so that one hurts. And then a 6th-round pick, it stinks. What's that? A 4% chance of making the team?
Well, they got warned 2%? Once before, so I mean, it wasn't like they didn't know. I don't know why that particular team can't figure it out, but.
Oh my goodness! Oh, it's unavailable.
Chris, is that true? They traded a 6th-round pick for that fine. I did not know you could do that.
Well, for the fine, no, it says 650K in additional fines and loss of a 6th-round pick.
Okay.
And then Gruden's response is, "I'm proud of how we done this."
Oh, Chris, sorry, you can't joke with me right now, man. I'm taking everything literally.
Kinda. There you go. Great work, great work, Kevin. He's in there. Need a hundo. He's working it. He's hustling it. Compensatory pick for Graham Glasgow.
Let me look up the Lions' compensatory picks for next year. They usually have a pretty good. I don't believe we get anything this year. In 2020 as expected. We don't know the exact, as far as I'm aware, we don't know the exact calculation of how they pick projected compensatory picks, but there's at least a lot of people out there who are pretty close, and so they're usually pretty good at getting it mostly figured out before that day actually comes. So Vikings are getting 1/3 and 1/6.
Fucking Wisco arguing the number. It's arbitrary.
Chicago Bears will get 2 in round 6.
$50, Strider. Thank you. Appreciate everything you guys have been doing. Let's finish strong.
And it doesn't
Absolutely.
look like we will get any because we gained theoretically more value through free agency than we lost, which is how that works. I mean, in a very basic sense, it's if you gain more than you lose during free agency, you're not getting compensatory picks.
Oh, Chris is explaining the joke.
Oh, I would expect that to be
Chris,
true.
Chris is explaining the joke in the chat. That's even better when you can explain the punchline. No, this is a joke.
Fair enough, Chris.
Look, I recognize that you speak a different language, but maybe I can explain the punchline. You're over here speaking Bumble F. Right? Oh, man. Ooh, another 20. Wisco. There you go, brother. In the holiday spirit. We're at 70. I'm in the holiday spirit, too. I'm going to go ahead and give you a quick one. Let me rephrase that. Phrasing. I am going to give you a view of the beauty of our duet.
Okay, Chris, while that's happening, I'm going to take another very fast break, but I'll be back quick.
Yeah. Do your thing. Here's a duet of Case and I doing Baby, It's Cold Outside. I'll let you start, and I'll handle the... we'll see what I can do.
All right. Here we go.
This is for you guys. Sorry. This is for you guys. Doc Webster, you did this to us. Baby, it's cold outside for St. Jude. Here we go at 2:15, 2:25 in the morning.
I really can't stay.
But baby, it's cold outside.
Gotta go away.
But baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
hoping that you drop in.
So very nice.
I'll hold your hands, they're just like ice.
My mother will start to worry.
Beautiful, what's your hurry?
My father will be pacing the floor.
Listen to the fireplace roar.
So really, I'd better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't hurry.
Well, maybe just half a drink more. Let's see if we stop now.
Put some Mickey's in while I pour. Okay, keep going. We're almost there.
Okay. The neighbors might think,
baby, it's bad out there.
Say, what's in this drink?
No cabs to be had out there.
I wish I knew how.
Oh, your eyes are like straight now. Starlight
to
now.
Break this spell.
I'll take your hat. Your hair looks swell.
Why, thank you. I ought to say no, sir.
Mind if I move in closer?
At least I'm gonna say that I tried.
What's the sense of hurting my pride?
I really can't stay.
Baby, don't hold out.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Baby, it's warm inside. Okay, we'll end on that. There you go. Thank you guys. So there you go. And Case is nowhere to be found. All right. Let me get ready to make sure I can get the invite out. Case has now fallen asleep in the bathroom. doing whatever he's doing in there. He's thinking back to our duet, I believe, and thinking about how much it really meant to him. Okay, so there's something here for... Oh my God, I have to get this to Riz. I saw this. Where did it go? Boom. I've got to share this. Where'd it go? Okay. Darn it. Let's forget about it. I got the video, but I don't have... No, that's not it. Oh, no. Sorry, guys. There's this video of Dan Marino that I absolutely need to get to Riz. I absolutely need to get to him, and I can't find the post that it came with. Darn it. Oh, well. Oh, well. You have to suffer. You're going to have to suffer, Riz. All right, let's talk through this. We have 37 minutes left. But it's getting hard to see. Yeah, we're about 7-8 minutes till Justin shows up and helps close this thing out. We're $700 away from the second tattoo for Mitch. If you guys are there, you got it handy. And we'd love to do that. It's gonna be a lot of fun to get him tatted up. Let's see. Peter King on the idea of the Patriots trading Bill Belichick. I don't think it's a dumb idea. Peter King. I think that's a dumb idea. To say it's not a dumb idea. All right. We are really scraping it for football. And let's see. All right, let's do the questions today. 20 questions. No lies. Let's go. Hit it. Hit it in the chat. FTP. Yes. There's one. Case was fixing his pants in the background. Luke A. Pate, $10. Just woke up. How you feeling, guys? Tired. I'm tired, but I'm kind of feeling out of topics. That's why we're trying to find out. We're trying to run the chat. Does Chris have a middle name? Yes. What's your least favorite lion? Scar. What's your mom's address? I don't have a smart ass comment. There's a question for you in the chat, Case. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Are you doing this really? Case, question for you. What's your mom's address? It's right here. It's right up there. It's from Kevin. Hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Ooh, okay, Sweeney, I got an answer for that one, a real one. Would you rather be tackled by Jared Davis with full head of steam or Penasini?
Yeah, Jared Davis. I mean, he'll go a little bit faster, but
you got miss.
If Penasini lands on me, I'm not getting up from that.
But how often can you say you've been absolutely drilled by Penasini?
Never.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Mike Furia, head coach the next 5 seasons.
I've been drilled by Jared Davis several times. You walked into that.
How did I walk into you being got me there?
Kevin, I would be surprised if Kellen Moore is actually a head coaching candidate at this point, but I do think that, I think it'll be a year or two before anyone gives him a chance. He's so incredibly young.
I'm going to tell you, based on what I heard, Mike Furry, a head coach the next 5 seasons. I believe it'll happen. I really do. He's hot. He's a hot name. He's been doing great work, and he is on a lot of people's radar. Odd that he was part of the, if I remember, I believe Mike Martz' Greatest Show on Turf Lions offense, and had a pretty productive career with the Lions, Mike Furry. But 5 years, I think yes. But judging on I don't want to say it's confidential, but I don't know if it's not. So the information I heard, this guy is already in motion, And I wouldn't be surprised if you saw him sooner than 5 years in a head coaching position, but not at the Lions. Just so you know. What improvements does Ford Field still need? Cases. Well, you toured the whole thing.
Been there once.
You get the full stadium tour. Come on.
Yeah.
Locker room, better lockers.
I haven't eaten there. I haven't.
Hey, I will say that the concession pricing. I'd like to see them do something like they do in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. The one thing that bothers me about it, and I feel lucky. The thing that bothers me about it is the cost of concessions and how much it costs a family just to go see a football game. You know what I mean? It puts it out of touch for so many people. And while it's a special occasion, that kind of thing, I just love to see the costs come down. I remember growing up as a kid, going to baseball games all the time and football and the whole deal, and it was just accessible, and it's not as much anymore. I would love this to be open to so many more people to have an opportunity to go and see it. So that's what I'd like to see change at Ford Field. What improvement? Let's see. Probably not. Can Sandman put together an all-time slow lights highlight reel set to 70s porn music? My friend, how do you think he and I spend our time together? I think he can, and maybe he will. Patricia here is next year. Do we promote Coombs to assistant head coach just to keep him? No, I don't think he needs it. I don't think he wants it. No, I don't say he doesn't want it, but he's still pretty young. I think he's got some seasoning to do. I think you will have an issue with yeah, you too, buddy. I think you'll have an issue with him and Hank Fraley actually. Depending where Coombs wants to go, they could collide as to where they go as far as within the organization. Parking is always a problem no matter where you go. Be sweet if they did underground parking. I don't understand why we don't do more underground parking in stadiums and stuff like that in the US. Better acoustics. I want it to be even louder. I think it'd get louder if we saw some better performances by the team. That place has rocked before. I mean, it's been loud.
As much as I don't like that stadiums are allowed to try to build acoustic advantage into their stadium. I mean, as long as they are allowed to do it, I wish that we were, able that we had did it the best that anybody did it.
I'd like to get the wind chill that they have in Minnesota installed in our stadium. That would be ideal. Look who's coming. You look exactly the same, man.
I mean, it's been 24 hours. I would hope I had only aged 24 hours.
I feel like I've aged a lot more than that.
Yeah, how are you guys doing?
Doing good. I think the one thing that we're out of is topics more than anything else.
We've just been begging the chats for ask us questions, please, because I've been talking football for 23 hours and I can't come up with anything else.
I figured maybe you guys were going through like Football Reference and like reading about the 47 roster and the 56 roster.
Oh, we did a few deep dives in
Some
various
advanced
topics
stats.
In the middle of the night, but
Next gen stats analysis for everyone.
for those fortunate few who are still listening.
Hey, are you going to Senior Bowl this year?
Am I going to go to the Super Bowl this year?
Senior Bowl.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the
better luck next time, Chris.
The price of the hotel might be significantly less as it's been. I think I paid $100 a night in Green Bay. It's normally like $500-$600 a night. So
it's no less.
Maybe.
I was looking at the reservations. It's no less, and there's no hotels close.
Really? Well, that's now.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's hold out.
I don't know. We'll see when it's close to the game.
Yeah, I'll touch my friend at NFL Network and see if I can get into the main hotel. They usually have extra rooms, and they just have booked out, and they pay for them for no reason. So slide in there. That's the way to do it. So how you doing, man? You got a good night's sleep, I assume?
One of us did, right?
Yeah. No, I was wondering what it felt like.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Okay.
How much prep work do you guys put into this thing? Like in terms of topics, like how prepared were you?
I mean, we spent a few hours with the St. Jude people, going through some recommendations from them and like brainstorming and all that kind of stuff. And I had a sheet of, topics written down. not realizing how long 24 hours is. So there was some prep work involved, but boy.
Yeah. So the prep work, I mean, from my perspective, we thought of some polls, which we used none of. We made the polls we did use, we made up like on the fly.
Were the silly ones about which costume should I put on?
Yeah, which there's some is it available? Oh wait. Yeah,
I saw at least one image, so that was good.
That's case.
Is that the me and the
hula
girl?
Yeah.
And then
Good luck.
I'll go to one really quick. I'll just update
Looks
it.
good on you.
This one here. This is after the fact, after getting the pie in the face. But we cracked 10 grand. So the pie was mine today.
His son gave him a good whack with the pie, so that was satisfying for everybody.
Shaving cream, whipped cream, or did you actually get to eat that? What's going on?
It was whipped cream, and I had the smell of whipped cream in my nose
forever. Probably should have used whipped cream.
Yeah, if you ever have to do something like that, make sure they come down and not up your nose, because it just starts smelling like sour milk really quick. It's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I think like you want to clean that stuff off pretty quick too, because probably takes your hair in a gross way.
Yeah, I did. And then I went back 3 more times afterwards on breaks to try to make it better. But those were good. We did set up some of those things, the milestones, those things like the pie in the face idea. We talked about that. The Bean Boozled thing. Case did have some cookies flow one time. Which one was it? Was it the fish that got you?
Dead fish.
Yeah. So that worked out. But like for topics, I didn't write any down. I just
I had a list.
with it.
We went through them a lot faster than I expected us to go through them. So
the problem was
because I can make a list for us to do a show in like a normal show in 5-10 minutes, whatever. And maybe I spent half an hour coming up with ideas, but they were all gone within 6 hours.
And part of the problem, I think, Silent Bob.
You guys.
Silent Bob, $30. Thank you. Home stretch. And we've got the Jared Davis tattoo lowered. He's going to do it at 17 grand. So we're like $675 away, $670 away. If you guys can make this happen.
That tells me he wants a Jared Davis tattoo.
Exactly what I said.
Hypothesized that.
He's just looking for an excuse.
He wants someone to blame, right? Honey, it's not my fault. I did it for charity. The other thing that happened with the topics going by so fast is, really from Billy Sims till Brett and the patient story at 8:00, which was it was spectacular. Brett and Cameron told their story. Like noon to 8, it was a whirlwind of guests coming on and off. Dan and Jim Brandstetter and Tony Ortiz together were just a riot.
You should watch that. 100%. You should watch that trio.
They were on fire and telling stories like you wouldn't expect them to tell. Good stuff. Good stuff. So and just we'll break all this stuff. It's not going to be today or tomorrow, but we're going to break all this stuff out into smaller, digestible clips so you can see the different things. But those were great. Wayne was an absolute highlight, and he and I we live close. I'm going to wind up joining him for cigars here in the next week or two, and I'm going to set up a camera and let him tell stories. He can just go. You just like flip the switch and Wayne starts telling stories. It's awesome.
And he kept saying, I gotta go, and then he would like talk for another 5-10 minutes. So
we just sat there like
people like that make my job easier. You just say a word and then they go for 6 minutes. I used to with Nate Burleson. He was kind of our go-to guy. I mean, you probably recognize like his quotes would just pop up in the most random stories because he understood the game, and obviously it's translated to a media career. But I remember one day I said, I go, man, I got 2 recorders. I'm just going to leave this one with you. You talk about whatever you want. I'm going to go over there, talk to, whoever it was. I don't know if Glover Quinn was overlapped then, but I'm going to go over there. I'm going to talk. You just talk about what you want to talk about. I'll come back and get it.
Did he freestyle at all?
He did not enjoy that idea. I think he liked the conversation element of it, but
he needed a mirror.
You should have told him to freestyle it. Just freestyle whatever you want to talk about the game, and he would have gone to town. He loves that whole freestyle thing.
And I mean, the reason he's successful now is it's because it's genuine, right?
Yep.
I mean, there's guys that play the media game and know how to say the right things to get just the right amount of attention. But when you find those guys that are truly genuine, those are the gems that make the job great.
Yeah. Oh, here's a good question. And Jim, he's such a great guy. Can you tell us about how your friendship with Kyle started? Let's not call it a friendship. Your relationship. Let's.
No, I would say it's a friendship. We first worked together.
I'm just kidding.
At the Senior Bowl.
Really?
Yeah. No. So he was still covering Michigan at the time. Denard Robinson went down there as a kick returner of all things. Like, I don't know what they were trying to do with him. Yeah. Clearly didn't work.
They're
But
trying to sell him is what they're trying to do.
So we were both M Live. I was covering Lions, obviously. I don't know what year that was, 2012, 13. Pretty early in my time there. He was covering U of M, and so it was just kind of we had known each other before. We had talked, but we really had never spent any time. He was working at AnnArbor.com. I was at M Live. Like, they were buildings down the road, but no real interaction. So, we went down there. I think it was the first night we went to, maybe you'll remember the name. Is it Royal Scam that's directly across from the Senior Bowl Hotel over there? Does that sound right to you?
Veets.
So this is Veets is right down the road from Royal Scam's at the corner there.
Okay.
It might be a little bit more of a.
I didn't get much past Veets.
Yeah, that's drink all you can.
Yeah.
Veets. I think they actually have a buffet of gin and whiskey. Royal Scam's more of a restaurant, right? So Kyle and I go grab dinner that first night, and we're eating the food, and we're finishing up, and I'm looking at the menu. I'm like, I think I'm gonna get some dessert. I go, you wanna split some dessert? And he goes, yes. And so we ate some chocolate peanut butter pie off the same plate. And from there on out, it was it was good. Yeah, we linked arms with the champagne like a wedding.
I'm thinking the spaghetti scene from Lady and the Tramp here.
Yeah, that's kind of where it started. And then we got to a situation where we were co-beat writers at M Live. That was a weird situation, and I'd say we were still friends, but there it was far more competitive because M Live had weird goals with page views and post numbers and stuff. It wasn't like that was all they were about, but we did have like a 5% bonus at the end of the year tacked onto that. So you're always trying to be the guy. There was no clearly established hierarchy there. And so I always said to him, like, I feel like the best thing for our relationship, our friendship, was me getting out of M Live. That took away the competitive element from it. So now, obviously we are still competing, just
differently
in a more natural environment of two competitive entities, two separate journalistic entities. So it's good. I think we we talk pretty regularly, and go to on the road. We almost grab dinner every Saturday night on the road. I'm sure we'll find some stupid place in Minnesota where we'll order far too much food for two people, and probably do some linked arm splitting once again. Pandemic be damned.
I feel like I could recommend you a couple places in Minneapolis the next time you're there.
It'll be coming
in
weekend.
6 hours.
Hey,
Case is wide awake. Yeah, next time you're in Minnesota, man, you let me know if you're covering the team or something.
Yeah. No, I live in Fargo, but I have lived in Minneapolis and have traveled there quite a bit.
How far is that?
About a 4.5-hour drive.
Okay, yeah. So you've probably caught a few Lions-Vikings games over the years.
No.
Really? Have you been to US Bank Stadium?
The only Lions game I've ever been to was in Phoenix.
Okay. Makes perfect sense. That's about a 5-6 hour drive.
Yep. So
well, I'm sure you've heard this before. US Bank Stadium is an absolute must. I know modern stadiums, different people have different takes on them. They did it right in Minneapolis. It is just it's a little bit of an eyesore from the outside, as some of these stadiums are in downtown areas, but in terms of, I think, fan experience, and just the way the architecture works from the inside, it's an absolute marvel, and right up there with Atlanta. So make it happen in a non-pandemic year for sure.
For sure. And okay, so I don't know how you guys feel about pasta, but this is my number one recommendation.
Okay.
Is Broder's Pasta Bar.
Okay.
Broder's, Broders Pasta Bar. It is and if you get the penne, it is the best pasta I've ever had in my life.
Damn. Okay.
So.
And he is some kind of sewer.
You got any recommendations, Chris?
Miller's, down there in Dearborn.
No, I mean, or Minneapolis is like a secondary stomping ground for me, so I have some familiarity over there.
Two places near the Allen Park facility, I do have a recommendation that a lot of people don't know about. A place called La Penguina. It's at Michigan and Greenfield. It's a they're both sub joints, right? Dude, sandwich joints, but they're spectacular. They're like top quality. Completely different style, but really, really good stuff. La Penguina is massive, fresh, delicious stuff. When I worked for the company who owns the field, or whose name is on the field, we used to go there a lot. And then there's another place called Ganella's over at Pelham and Outer Drive. And it's tucked in a little place there. That place is spectacular, and that's a little bit like, if you remember the soup Nazi from Seinfeld, when you order, like, you got to know you want the soft bread or the hard bread, otherwise they're like, what kind of bread you want, right? They give you the hard time. But great stuff. There's a park right across the street. We used to grab something from there and go across the street there too. It's just a sandwich. We used to laugh, it's just a sandwich, right? But they're spectacular, just spectacular.
See, this is the thing. Like, if you just went food, you could have covered 18 hours. Like, and I know this because my wife always laughs at me when I get talking to my family, whether it's my mom or my sister or whatever. And, it's like, you guys just talked an hour about Thai food. I'm like, yeah, because Thai food is great. Like, I don't want to talk about anything else. So
you know who he reminds me of, Case? Just the way, the kind of, not the accent, but the pitch of speech. Trev, Punk Rock and Trev,
sure.
who we had on. You guys could be brothers.
Who was wonderful.
Yeah,
today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a mod.
Shut up for like an hour, and that was a beautiful thing to let my voice recover.
We started breaking down the demographics and the demographic trends of Iran at one point. So, having fun. No, but you guys
did
have
go
the
off
same
the rails once or twice.
Yeah, very, very same kind of. The affect isn't the word I'm thinking of, but the way your speech pattern is very, very similar. So it's very interesting. I heard Trevor completely when he just spoke. So, all right. So what do you think, man? We're 15 minutes out from 24 hours. Any new Lions news? Have you broken anything today?
Today, no. Obviously, last night was the
went to bed
intensive
and woke
protocol
up.
stuff. So more and more and more COVID stuff, which welcome to the world right now, right? Like, cases going up around the country, and certainly in Michigan, and around the NFL. I went to go create quickly a list of like other teams that are put in intensive protocol, and I was like, I need to circle the teams that aren't in intensive protocol at this point. Like, it's half the league. So
what does that mean? Like, with some specificity.
Yeah, no, keep trying. I want to you get it.
Specific. Oh God, I would try to.
We could finish up the last 15 minutes.
Or a worry. There we go. I could say that.
The biggest thing is it's a major dial down of in-person contact. So all the meetings are going virtual. Weight room stuff is going to be suddenly really limited.
Is it like training camp where they broke into two teams and like separate groups, that kind of thing, or is it even more so?
Even more so.
Wow,
I think all the meetings are now going to be virtual, and then even during practice, all players are now required to wear masks. Like, masks everywhere in the building. The whole design is the virus is here in this building somewhere, probably. We have to do every single thing we can to reduce or mitigate the spread so that you could keep going on your football operations, because the NFL is absolutely determined at this point to plow through the season. Like, there's no more wiggle room for canceled games that they had early in the year. Like, it's full go. They got to get to that Super Bowl and get those commercial dollars.
Yep. And and the threat to the teams and the players is, or your cap gets destroyed, right? I mean, it's the ultimate lever for both. I mean, it's not the team so much, but for the players, right? You don't play, the cap's going down. and all those contracts are going to get real ugly, and a lot of people are going to get dumped that are good players because they got big fat deals going right now.
Yeah, and like, listen, it wasn't perfect, but I think when people criticize the NFL for even trying to do this, they have to understand it was collectively bargained. This was a player / owner joint decision. All the protocols are set in place, and even though, as I mentioned, these cases are on the rise, I really feel like the league did just about everything possible within the buildings to make it as safe as possible to play football, and football is not a safe game to be playing during the pandemic. So it's probably a surprise that it took this long. I think the first case didn't show up till like 3 weeks into the season. And how many games have we seen one completely delayed and 3 or 4 pushed back? It's quite remarkable.
Have we had any reports from players with COVID who've had any permanent damage, or they haven't been able to come back in any way? I know, I mean, with HIPAA regulations and stuff, it's a little difficult to get some of those details, but I mean, we can kind of look and say, hey, we had these folks that were diagnosed or admitted to having it, and now they're back playing, and they don't seem to have any detrimental effects, or they do, right? Because that's the one thing we talk about, and something we've been thinking about is, some populations are more at risk than others, right? My parents, I have them locked down. I have a couple of friends taking care of them, dropping off groceries on the front porch and that kind of thing to make sure they're all right. Me, I don't care as much. My son, he decided he's a junior in high school. He decided, I'm going to school, and he goes, and they wear masks and all that. And I'll tell you an interesting thing. There's one school, you know where we're at. We live the same place your parents do. There's one school in the district here where they're not enforcing masks for teachers, for kids, or whatever. They're a little bit off the hook down Plant High School, and their rate of COVID is no different than all the other schools. And like my son says, they're massively enforced. And there's just massive enforcement where he's at. And I'm wondering, boy, is this thing so contagious that a mask is just not enough to keep it from getting to you? It's the only reason I can explain not getting it for the folks not wearing masks, right, at this other school. And you have a real interesting opportunity for a study of how this spreads and how it works and so on. But as a state, I mean, I just saw we have 5 of the 10 largest school districts in the nation, and there's kids in school in all of them. It's I just don't understand how all this works. It doesn't make any sense. And I work at a company that deals with this sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing is, the science is still developing, and we're still learning, certainly on the long-term effects and how that affect different people. You did kind of in that start of there mention if we'd heard of any football players that have kind of had long-term effects, and certainly haven't heard anything on the Lions front on that in that regard, but there was the running back in Jacksonville.
I knew there was something when you brought that
I cannot remember his name. I feel bad. It was a player that I didn't recognize going into the season, but I know he was in the starting mix there.
Late-round pick or a practice squad guy or something,
But he started the year on the COVID list, and then just recently they just said like his season's over. He's still having long-term effect.
Wow. Okay.
Months later. So, who knows what the extent of that is, and you never know whether there's underlying conditions that maybe weren't revealed until.
Armstead.
There it is, Armstead.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm not trying to. Thank you, Jeremy.
you are trying to. Shut up. Hey, we got 9 minutes to get less than, what are we?
Okay,
a little over $500.
There's been quite a few questions they go through, but
questions are happening.
One in particular, from somebody that I feel like we owe to ask you, and that is from our friend Jim Young. And he wants to know what Justin's best and worst time covering the Lions, and why both this moment is now.
Why both of them are right now.
Yeah.
I'll handle the reads there, Case.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus. I could have read that better 12 hours ago. I promise.
Maybe.
Those are tough questions, and I think and it's generally speaking, and maybe I can come back to this for Jim on a future podcast, but there's always this perception, well, not always, but there's this perception with certain segment of fans, like that the media is out to get the team or whatever. And I think we've had this discussion going way back, Case. Just bringing it full circle, right? But the reality is, my job is so much easier when they win.
Right.
It just is. Like, players are happier to talk to you post games. Like, nobody knows what it's like to talk to a player that just lost a tough game. It's awful. It's awful, and you have to ask them tough questions about losing that game. So now imagine a situation where a team's lost, 6 or 7 in a row, and you're going into the locker room in December, and you're just trying to get to the finish line. You guys know anything about trying to get to the finish line or something?
No.
Yeah, and I think of the end of Patricia's first season. It was miserable. Like, nobody wanted to talk to us. I didn't want to be there. I had to go cover the Lions playing the Bills, which just felt like the biggest waste of my life. And I feel terrible saying that, because these guys are still trying to win the games, but fans don't care. I honestly don't really care, because nothing of consequence is going to happen. There's not going to be a change in coach. They're not going to the playoffs. They're not having a number 1 pick. Like, nothing is changing in the offseason. So, like, you don't even have the offseason, like, to kind of look ahead to kind of kill your time. Those are the worst time covering the Lions.
Yep.
And so, starting this season, and they start 1-3, and you're just like, I don't want to start covering a coaching search in week 6. Like, I'm not ready for that. So for them to win in Jacksonville and win in Atlanta was like, it wasn't just a reprieve for fans and the team and Patricia. It was a reprieve for the media too, because we don't want to cover a loser. It gets tiring covering a loser all the time. And, that unfortunately has been more often than not with this franchise.
But we'll think of Josh Katzenstein when he moved. He went and covered a winner, and I don't think he's still there anymore, though. That's a little bit different.
He's still there. He's still in New Orleans, at least. But his paper unfortunately saw the end that so many publications are seeing this day with consolidation and folding. So
really quick,
and a lot of. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I want to just jump back to something that you alluded to at the beginning. We have a quick cut here for you that help kind of elucidate for some of the folks out there as soon as it pops up.
Hey, Case. This is Justin Rogers from Detroit News. Been talking to Chris, and I hear the things you're saying about me, and it's not cool, man. You keep that up, I'm going to come for you.
Hey, I did threaten him to fisticuffs in the parking lot at training camp. So,
Can you even? I was thinking about it last night. Like, what it was on Reddit, right?
Okay.
Yeah, let's close the show with this.
Okay.
Okay.
So
this is awesome.
Here's my memory of it, and my memory of it has me at fault. So hopefully that's.
Oh, you're correct.
All that needs to happen. And well, we had you on as a guest. You were actually probably one of our first guests when we really truly didn't know what we were doing at all.
Oh, you're stretching things.
We had just started out, so you were one of our first guests. One of our first guests with any connection whatsoever to the Lions, if not the first.
He's removed the hat, so this is serious.
Yeah, he's yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I got.
He's just trying to do the mirror thing. You know what I mean? To be friendly to you.
Make this look good.
Try to make your interviewee feel comfortable. I mean, mirror and posture appropriately, tone. Let me Case, tell you what. Take a break. Let me tell you how it works.
We had this interview with you, and you came on, and we were a fan podcast. We're like, we're going to be a fan-driven media thing. And we were a little big for our britches, right?
I think that's true, but I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think what happened, and I'll very, very quickly, you were one of our very, very first guests. And he's like, and I was like, look, we're just doing this thing. We hadn't had any guests yet, really. Like Brandsetter had come on or whatever, but you were one of the first beat writers. And Case is like, dude, I want to get Justin Rogers. He's so good. It was like this whole kind of like fandom. I'm not even joking. This is real. He was like enamored, absolutely enamored with you. It was like, and it was a meet your hero moment for him, right? And he's like, I mean,
this isn't true.
No, yeah, it is absolutely. He's like, so how long have you been a fan?
I don't remember.
And that was the question. You're like, well, I'm not a fan. I cover the team and I do this thing left and right, and I come down the center, and that's the thing. And it absolutely devastated him because he read what you wrote in a way from a perspective of a fan, right? And like I said, it was a meet your hero moment. He was so disappointed, and he was like, I can't believe and that's where Case took the next step and said, this is a case where he wants him to be bad because it's better to write about him. It's easier to write about him. Thinking like kind of Valenti style journalism versus like a beat writer kind of thing. And then that's what went up. And then you were on the air, I think, in Lansing, and mentioned, yeah, there's this jerk face, blah 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 on the radio there. And then it's like, oh my god. And then it kind of grew and then sizzled. And he took
didn't ever expect
ownership
us to be noticed.
Yeah, he took ownership after that and said, something. In retrospect, I looked at it.
At the time,
he looked inward.
It's interesting because I think your perception of what we do then isn't too far off from what many fans think, and it's something where I feel like I constantly chirp on it just so people know, I'm not a fan, I'm not the PR of the team, I'm not out to get the team, I'm just here to tell the story. But in that same regard, I'm trying to tell the fans what they want to know at all times.
Right.
That is the goal, is to give you guys as much information as possible to be informed about your team, positive and negative, and formulating these opinions to, talk about at the water cooler, or at the bar, or on a 3-hour weekly podcast.
and I need you to know that I know that now. I didn't know that then.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was
started a beef, I was totally not. I didn't understand, and now I understand.
See, that's funny. I
apologized.
Oh yeah, it was. That was a coerced threat there from Chris. If the cat isn't out of the bag already.
Right. Whoa! Let's not lie. Let's not lie.
I never take this job too seriously. I never take the criticisms too seriously because, good Lord, with Twitter, you'd be hanging yourself daily. Like, it's a mess. And so, like, I don't know, those conversations are healthy, I think. And so I'm glad we had it. There was zero animosity from me at any point.
And then there was all of a sudden this thing on Twitter, and I had not intended really to start a thing on Twitter because I didn't know that anybody would see anything that I said on Twitter.
Oh, I see everything.
You have a special highlight.
Searching Justin Rogers brings up a lot of results just about me, obviously.
That caused some soul searching for me, and caused some, like, me to go through a process of understanding what you do and what I should not be doing.
Now let me
believe
ask you
me,
something.
it was good for me. It was very good for me.
I want to ask you something, Justin, about the media room right now, because this is
media room. This is it. I'm in my house.
Exactly.
This is the media
There's
room.
a very few people there. What is it? 4 people that actually go there or were allowed there? At least at the beginning, there was just a couple that were selected.
Nobody is allowed inside the media room.
All right.
It is strictly. So outdoor practices are still open, but it's only open for the 15 minutes of stretching. So it's fairly worthless. There is a core group of writers that get tested in a rotation if a practice is moved indoors. But we have actually agreed collectively as a group to do a pool report this year.
Yep.
So we're in a 6-man rotation for weeks because I'm home. I'm teaching my kids. Like, it's not convenient. Actually, you may have saw the tweet. Like, I brought my kids to practice one day because that was the only option I had. So while they're jamming, their loud music from the big speaker setup that Case saw firsthand, like my daughter's got her headphones on and trying to do obtuse angles for her 3rd grade, 4th grade math. So this is just the reality of it right now. But I did want to make my own point here as we finish. So I have been on with you guys, several times at this point. And I do a lot of radio. I do probably hundreds of interviews since I've been on this beat. There's a lot of fan stuff out there, and there's a lot of fan stuff that's not very good. You guys are exceptional. It's professionally done. your research is well done. Your questions are well thought out. It sounds like but the emotions are in check. Like you balance the logic and emotion, and that's important, right?
Yeah.
Like being emotional is part of being a fan, right? But when you do this format, and I don't have a lot of time to consume Lions stuff beyond my own job because it already consumes my life. But I have tuned in and listened to segments and listened to some of your interviews over the years with Blandino especially, and you guys just do such a good job, and it's always really impressive, and it's a joy coming on with you guys.
Man, that is a huge honor coming from you. Thank you very
absolutely,
much.
man. I appreciate that. There's a lot. You have a lot of choices in media. No, I really appreciate that. That does mean a lot coming from you, Justin. Really, you have our respect, is a great deal of respect from us at what you do, and we've said it before, though. There was the curve. I was watching Case, like from me watching him go through that whole early experience with you. It was like I'm just sitting in the the popcorn, the whole thing, right? The 3D
like
glasses.
A proud dad.
Yeah, no, it was a comedy show for me, right? It's just great watching it kind of break through and come from one end to the other. I enjoyed that, but absolutely, love what you do, and like I said, the responsible kind of path you take, the path as we talked about yesterday with you working, trying to make things, get that line of communication with the coach after that first year. That it was so tough, right? And things just started out wrong, and anyone could put themselves in his shoes to walk into a situation like that and be like, oh God, this is no good. And you can get a couple different reactions. One where there's no way to build a bridge, or the other one is to say, you know what, we can fix this, and to take that step. And I think it was absolutely, the best way to handle that, the way that you did, and the people that worked with you did on that. So it's absolutely commendable to take, not just to do your job, but to take how you do your job so responsibly. And it's just you garner a lot of respect for the way you do things and carry yourself and do your thing. So I'm not trying to make this a mutual session here, but we absolutely do respect you. So coming from you, thank you very much. It does mean a great deal to us for what we do. So that's cool. That's a heck of a way to end, Case. We want to just shut it down right now. Just
I need to go to sleep.
Okay, cool. Hey, the one thing I was going to say about that, and when you said you guys decided to do a pool, it makes a lot of sense, because it's and I don't know how to do it any differently, but definitely you can tell from an outsider's perspective, there's a lot of the same. There's a lot of same source material or core material to work from, and you were talking about it again. 24 hours ago, the idea that you ask a question, right? You're trying to formulate a story, or you've got basically a mental lead that you're going to work out. Everybody hears that question. Next thing you know, you got 8 stories on the same thing. I can't imagine how difficult that is, because I know you have a number of stories, you have quotas and things you have to meet to turn your stuff out, and then to be kind of, like you talked about, kind of competing with Kyle before internally. You truly are now competing with everybody in the space on the beat right now to turn out from the same very limited information, turn out something that's distinct and special. So you do a great job at it, but I know it's got to be tough, man. It's got to be probably the toughest year you've had cranking this stuff out. So commend you for the hard work.
No, I appreciate it. I got a specific example, but it's 9:05, and I'm not going to give it to you now.
Let's do it another time.
Another
time, Chris? No,
I want it. Yeah,
Chris
is done.
God damn it!
I want it. Here.
I need to go to bed.
There we go.
Stop.
Shut him down.
It seems to be doing really well for 24 hours.
I can go forever. All right. Well, we will call that. Justin, thank you for the beginning, and then it's an honor to have you finish it off with us and call it a show. Everybody else, thank you guys so much. I can't believe what we did. I mean, almost $17,000 raised. We've got the auction going after this, and then this will be open. stjude.org/DLP will be open through December 18th. So if you guys want to budget something every week, every other week, how you want to do it, feel free to join. This is a great cause. Christmas for the kids. And let's make a difference in some lives. You guys, you heard, if you didn't hear, definitely check for the clips here in the next day or two about the patients that we spoke to, how this has affected their lives and how they've been helped along the way. I think it's important to hear from the folks that have gone through it. The interview with Brett and Cameron, Cameron, he lost part of his shoulder blade as a result of cancer, childhood, right? And he's doing great. He's absolutely doing great. And he had some really inspirational stories that came out of it. Really something special. So we'll get those out there. Make sure to check those out. Thank you, everybody, for what you've done. We appreciate it. And we will talk to you soon. We're not done yet. Got a lot of great stuff coming. Justin, again, thank you. Case, you're not so bad, man. You're not so bad. You did it.
Have a good night.
Remarkable job, guys.
All right. Thank you all. Have a great night, and we will talk to you after a long winter's nap.